Well, hello there, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Wagwan, what is good? Buenos dias, buongiorno, croeso e fivers. Welcome to the Fivers. It is indeed a Tuesday. It's a terrific, terrifying, terrible Tuesday. Whatever adjective you want to use. How are we doing,
Yeah.
Rich?
Good and you, mate. Good and you. Busy morning so far. Uh,
Yeah?
but let's get into the meat and potatoes of today. The
Yeah.
meat and potatoes being live trading, live analysis, banter, all good fun, and just overall entertainment.
Let's do it. I have just had a pile of message flood through my way, so I'm gonna have to give like 2 seconds of attention to that real quick, mate. Uh,
No problem.
but then I am all yours, my friend. If you haven't already, guys, make sure you come through in chat and come say good morning to us because my computer's being like absolutely slow as hell. Why? Why is my
Why?
computer being so bloody slow?
I don't know. Maybe it thought that you were gonna start working, and then it was like, nah.
You know what, mate? That sounds like my sore computer. It's like, Will, you're about to start doing some work and doing important things. We're just not going to work today.
Nah, no work today.
No work.
Uh, I'm going to say hello to the peeps in
Yeah,
chat, and
that's
then while I do that, you go through your messages, and then we'll get straight into the market right after. Um, First in this morning, we've got mjnycgroup.com. Let's go! Good morning to you. Sai Patel saying signals. Um, we don't do signals. What we
Hmm.
do is we analyze the market and then you can use that analysis however you want to. We've got Usam in saying, good morning, all. Good morning to you, my friend. We've got Giovanni in Buongiorno, Eagles. Good morning to you, Giovanni. Giovanni, I have forwarded your email, the one that you sent me yesterday, on to my manager, and then we'll see what happens from there. So communication has been forwarded. So let's see. Let's see if you can become the new host or guest of the Italian YouTube channel. We've got MGN Thalantir in this morning. Good morning to you. We've got Leo saying hello all. Good morning to you. And then obviously from our side to you side, good morning traders. Welcome to the Fivers Funding and Beyond. We're live for another session. That we are. We've got Sudhir saying, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. We've got Azrael Trades in. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you as well. Yes, very much this. Hit like and subscribe and let us know what market you're watching today. Yes, communicate with us in chat. We're going to be a little bit more active today. Yesterday, markets weren't marketing the way that I would have wanted it to market, but today we are going to trade it regardless. So, let us know what you guys are looking at today. We've got Kavish in saying, morning London and Pratia gang. Yes, please. Good morning to you guys. We've got Vans Gammon saying, let's go. Let's go, yes. Stefan saying, hello to you. Wannabe mutuals. Pratika saying, today's update is rain plus favorite session plus you both. Well, thank you very much, Pratik. We really appreciate that. Yes, Giovanni. Thank you, Richard. We'll see. We will definitely see. Peter asking, what ticker is this? This one right now is currently US Tech 100 on the IC Markets brokerage, basically. So it's NAS 100. Giovanni saying, watching WTI. We'll have a look at oil in a moment. Already answered. You need to give us like a second, mate. Like there's a lot of people, so just be patient, Peter. Unbiased Trader saying good morning all. Good morning to you, Unbiased Trader, and good morning, Will. I don't know if Unbiased Trader didn't see you in earlier.
Yeah, morning, man. Yeah. Just sorting a couple of emergency admin things out. that just literally cropped up in front of me as we went on stream. I was like, okay, I need to sort this out real quick. But yeah, we're all good. We're back.
All good. Wonderful to be here. Awesome. Great to have everybody in this morning. All right, let's get straight into the market. What do you want to have a look at, Will? What is
Part of me wants to have a look at gold,
Cultural.
so I'm not going to be a gentleman nor a scholar today, and I am going to request that I look at gold. So leave gold alone. Bugger off. Go have a look at something else.
By all means, on your chart, mate. Have your gold. Have at it.
Awesome stuff. Why isn't my chat sharing? God, I gotta do that again.
It is in the top right, top left. Click it.
Oh, it is. It is sharing.
Yes. Okay.
Breathe.
All right.
Well, breathe. The reason I wanted to do gold, guys, is because I wanted to show you this, and this was really interesting because this was not only my analysis from yesterday's prediction for the day, it was also my good buddy's indicator. So we had like a confluence trade on this. Now, again, I wouldn't have been this. I wouldn't have traded this, but what happened was nice. But I personally wouldn't have traded it. So this was traded due to the indicator, not due to me actually trading through my personal analysis. So that was really nice. And then, TP1 got hit, stop loss to break even, then stop loss was hit after that. And then again, same here. So this was his indicator. It consolidated and then came down, tagged the indicator in, and now it's a long. Now, me personally speaking, I am looking for some form of break and close above because I am also looking for longs on gold. Go away. I need this white and I need that one. There we go. I need to start doing templates. Rich, you inspired me yesterday. I've done for the more aesthetically pleasing side of things, I've gone with TP1, TP2 instead of having like two buy indicators on.
Oh, okay. So you're just drawing lines now.
Yeah, so literally that.
You.
You have inspired me, mate. You just
Indeed.
so inspirational, my friend.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at the moment on the indicator. But I want to find something Will Davis will trade.
All right. That makes sense. I was about to say, like your own analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to find something right now that Will Davis says, there's your analysis, let's go. So, and I think for that to happen, I'd love to see a break and close above this high here, being the 41.33 level. And if we get a break and close above the 41.33 level, a break and close as well, Billiam Wavis and Ricardo Butler. No, it's Bicardo Rutler. Come on, personal trader crypto, get it correct.
Billiam. Do you know what I thought the moment I saw Billiam? Was like it's billionaire William. Billiam.
Dude, that's sick.
So I like that. And it's Wavies.
Wavies.
Billionaire William Wavies.
Billionaire.
Anyway, sorry for distracting you there. Back to gold.
God, between personal trader crypto and yourself, you're just distracting me. So that's what I'm looking at on the. Dude, I'm a buy premium just to stop it from pissing me off. I swear. It's the ads. It's the ads that annoy me. No one needs TradingView Premium. I don't care what anyone says. Unless you've got like 1,001 indicators and you like dividing your charts up into sections all on one chart because you're too lazy to just scroll, then...
Or you want to use one of Dirk's indicators that he's created.
That's
which
true.
Requires you to have premium.
That is true. If you do want to
receive certain data points from the premium side, which is unavailable on Essential and on the free plan. So
that is true. If you do want one of the one and only Dirk's indicators, then yes, you will need premium. But for those simpletons out there like us who don't, require an absolute godlike strategy indicator, or for those of you out there a bit like me who's just a little bit more simple and likes the simple charts, the naked charts, then yeah, you don't need premium. But if the charts do piss you off when they come up with ads every 5 seconds, then maybe it's worth considering. Anyway,
I
so
like
yeah,
that gold buy, by the way. I like it.
it is nice, isn't it? So we've actually broken and closed above now. So I'm actually going to look at a long DeLonghi. Are we getting a lot of push right now?
Yeah, there's
I hope this isn't too impulsive. Like, is this
no.
price action? I'm assuming it's price. It doesn't seem.
It's the DXY dropping right now as well. So I don't think
Dude,
there's any specific news out right now.
oh man, I may have to wait for a pullback. This candle it's getting a little bit large. Oh well, yeah, the DXY is dropping, isn't it? I mean, this is nearly hitting my TP on the indicator side, but screw the indicator right now. I'm not interested in it. I want to see Will Davis strategy. Is it going to be a bit big if it closes here? Hmm. It's a nice tight stop. Maybe okay. We'll see how long it takes to fire up a terminal.
Yeah. This is interesting. I'm seeing something on Financial Juice right now, but it's got to do with the NATO stuff. So,
Okay.
Ukraine's military struck Russian microelectronics facility in Bryansk. And then there's also NATO route saying allies to pour more than $40 billion into counterdome. It's at like 10:08, so it just happened now, my time, so 10:08 my time. And then there's a bunch of NATO stuff as well down here, which came out at roughly the same time. I'm trying to check now if there's any like high impact stories, but it's not really anything. Or not showing on Forex Factory. DXY is dropping, gold is picking up, NAS is picking up as well, and then if you have a look at the majors like EU is picking up as well, and GU as well. So it seems as though there's something right now that is causing it to causing the dollar to drop a little bit.
Yeah, it's still bullish. It's very bullish. I've opened the wrong bloody
Yeah.
terminal. Fuck. Get here. There we go.
Yeah. I think that this is going to probably... We'll have to wait. There's probably something that came out now. I'm going to just refresh every now and then just to see if there was any sort of news that came out. Unless it's just this NATO... Why did that news event... Why did the Ukraine one disappear now? Interesting. It just disappeared. It's no longer here. Anyway, that is probably what is happening there. We'll see now whether or not gold is going to continue pushing up. I do like buy on gold. So regardless of this, I did like the idea of potentially buying up. Anyway, you can head back to your analysis if you want.
Okie
Okie
dokie. I've got my terminal up now. So, there we go. I am now going to be looking at trading on gold.
Gold, the taste of it, the smell of it.
Yes, indeed. I just need to... Where the hell is my stop loss and TB?
I'm going to wait for gold to pull back ever so slightly, and then I will be taking a long as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to wait for a slight pullback because that is quite...
It's an impulsive candle.
Yeah, it's quite a heavy impulsive candle as well. It's a little bit bigger than I'd usually like. Where would I'm trying to think. Where would I want to be trading this from?
I mean, if we can get a pullback on CFD to 4133, maybe 4132 ish, just the highs of.
Yeah, I think 4133 would be nice. Something like this, I think, would be excellent, fantastique, magnifique,
Perfection.
perfection, muy bueno. Yes, that was a completely different language. I know this.
Shane, I can't bring up your comment because I know exactly what it says.
Which one? Which?
No, I can't bring it up. But I giggled when I saw it earlier. Can't bring up.
The one 7 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here watching recap USA versus Belgium as I watch Golding me. I watched the recap this morning of the USA Belgium match. Well deserved. Let's just put it like this. Just well deserved.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the Spanish Portugal game.
I think all of the ones that we predicted yesterday happened the way that we thought it would.
You're back on board.
Yeah. MGN saying, I spent a large chunk of time last night rewriting 2 of my indicators into 1 so that I can test some other indicators rather than get TradingView Premium. Yeah, I mean, if you have that ability, you may as well just be like, yeah, screw it. Kavisha saying DXY is dropping hard. Yes. We saw that little nugget over there. We've got Enan Jumbo saying, good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Is there a Discord community for the 5ers? Yes, indeed there is. There's a Discord community. However, for you to get into the Discord community, you need to have purchased a 5ers account at any point in time. The size of the account does not matter. You can purchase any size account. Once you've purchased an account, you will get lifetime access to the Discord. So Discord is pretty good. We do a lot of interesting things every single day in the Discord, Monday through to Fridays. So if you haven't already, get yourself a 5ers account as cheap as possible if you want to. You can go as expensive as well if you want to. But in order to get access, you need to have purchased an account.
Indeed.
USA. Karma. Yeah. I don't know if anybody has ever watched the Harry Potter films. Willy Potter in this case. If you have, there's a scene where Uncle Vernon is like very happy when something happens to Harry and he goes, justice.
Yeah.
That's the thought that went through my mind when Unbiased said USA Karma, and I was like, justice. Anyway.
We're getting that pull button now, which is quite nice. Also, we've hit TP1 on the indicator, which is pretty cool. If I just...
Oh, it might be this. Elvin is saying, good morning, Rich and Will. The impact of market turbulence due to Trump tweets on the Truth social media regarding tariffs, I think. Okay, I will go and have a look for that and see if I can find that.
This man is really pissing me off. Why is the bastard still tweeting? Is he not bored? Are you not entertained?
He's awake a bit late, don't you think? Or a bit early?
Yeah, a bit early, unless he stayed up. I don't know. Is there any other games that you could stay up and watch?
Not entirely sure.
Maybe he's been struggling with this.
Oh, it's the Truth Channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have access to the Truth Channel, but the latest one I see is about an hour ago.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm not sure if that is. I'm not entirely sure if that is because I'm not following him at all. But
I don't know. Does anyone else have these sources?
I don't know. Usama's saying Truth Social. Yeah. All right. So I don't follow Truth Social, so I'm not entirely sure.
Why, guys? Why? I'm selling from here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. Did I? Yeah. I mean that fair. I could probably see why one would sell from here, especially that we are trending downwards. But I reckon we got higher price right now. Even if we come back up to yesterday, it was quite annoying. I missed out on TB2 yesterday, but oh well. I reckon we can come back up at least until yesterday's high.
Oh well, annoying.
I meant like New York high yesterday, but
Yeah, New York, yeah. All right. So first timer here, Project Mims saying, first timer here, do you call trades live here on stream? Yes, we do sometimes. We sometimes do take live trades if they set up according to our strategies. So if they don't, then generally we're not going to be entering willy-nilly trades. We don't want to just give a signal and then be like, well, there you go, there's a signal. We generally want to show the trades as if we would have taken them in general.
indeed.
Hope everything goes well. Yeah. Welcome as being a first timer with CFDs. I hope it all goes well for all of us as well. Real GCC got he's become active again. Yeah, that's
yeah. No, yeah.
The 250-year crap is over now. And he's been. You know what? He's sour. He's sour over the fact that Belgium kicked them out of the football World Cup.
You know what? I think that's exactly what has happened. He is just sulking and thought, I'm going to take it out on the rest of the world.
Yeah, real GCC. I don't really see any recent real. I see like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, that kind of like stuff, but it's all like to do with the 250-year stuff.
You'd think that would be trending right now, wouldn't you? You'd be thinking he'd be like, oh, let's celebrate, 250 years. But no. Let's sulk about the football.
Yeah.
Has he got English blood by any chance, It's the sort of thing that you'd see the English do. Is just
like maybe in a closet somewhere. I don't know.
Oh man,
it's got like a little vial or something. I don't know. Like he walks around it around his neck or something. I don't know.
I meant DNA, but right.
I mean, it is DNA.
True. I meant his, not some poor English guy.
Why would he be carrying his own blood? Dude, that's just weird.
Yeah, that you're totally right. You are totally right, Rich.
Less weird that he's carrying someone else's DNA with him in his own DNA. Yeah.
That is, yeah.
I mean, he might have, I don't know, but he also probably has 100% American DNA. It's probably
America.
how he sees it.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, 100%. Oh dear.
Trump made a semi-press conference on what is a red card and how he knows more
than
anybody else about sports.
Mate, I watched the news for the first time last night, and they were talking about how Trump has not forced someone because he doesn't have the power to do that, but he has merely suggested that red card should be revoked. And I was like, what is going on? I'm sorry, since when has the president of the United States thought, I must use my power to get involved in football?
I mean, he's put his fingers into every pie imaginable. So, I mean, this is just the next pie for him. His fingers into.
Mate,
I don't know.
mate. Yeah, okay. I was bamboozled when I read that.
DNA is an acronym for National Dyslexics Association or Society. Shane, you cracked me up, mate. That was good. All right, back to the charts. Let's get back to the charts. We've had a nice little giggle. All right, I still, regardless of what was tweeted or what wasn't tweeted or what has caused what now, I still like the idea of gold longs. I agree with you. We've already had that break. We've effectively had the retest. I'm in on it. So I have jumped in on.
Are you in? Are you?
I'm in. I'm in it,
Oh,
mate.
beauty.
Yeah.
It didn't tag me.
I'm in on it. So
Yeah, I'm low enough for me.
I got in just underneath the close of the previous candle. So I got in there. Right there. So 4136.19. It's actually 0.2 on the dot. But that's where I am currently sitting. I am going to, I don't know if I'm going to hold this to that TP point. It's not 4, it's 5. No. 6. Bugger. And then this TP point here is 12. So it's just a 1 to 2 right now. But that is what I am looking at as of right now. So 6 points, trying to get 12 points.
I will think about it if we do close above 41.
Hold on a second. Wait. Did you not get in?
No, it didn't tag me. Look how close this was to
tagging. Oh, dude,
look how
that
close
sucks.
that was.
Like, we didn't get that deep of a pullback, but it does look like it went down to 4134.
It did pull back, lovely. But look at this. Look how close this was.
Leo is saying TP 4145. All right, and stop loss is 4130. Okay, well, my stop loss is 4130.2, so, and then my TP right now is 4148. So we actually have a very similar trade there, it would seem.
I'm thinking that if we break and close above this high, I'll take a trade. It'll look something like this, though.
Yeah, we can see how that one plays out. NASDAQ at the moment is doing NASDAQ things. Let's go over to my chart quickly, and I'll walk you through NASDAQ.
Of course, my friend, of course.
So yesterday we had this very lulling, very slowed upward tick. This is on the 5-minute. Very slowed upward tick, and then when we had the New York session, we just wicked and started pushing up. I've got something going into my eye.
So your eyeball or your finger?
It was my finger. I did eventually take a small buy on NASDAQ, pushing price up a little bit. Didn't last very long. It was a very quick 1 to 2. Just got out of it because I wasn't a fan of this whole day's price action, and I did not really think that we were going to find our way all the way to these highs up over here. Just this upward lull that we had was so uninspiringly weak. Anyway, we topped just after the London session closed on NASDAQ, and then eventually we started to look like we wanted to potentially push a little bit lower, and then just this little action that we have here wasn't all that inspiring. Anyway, with rollover was very flat, and since then we've had nothing but bearish price action. So, considering the fact that we did not reach the previous week high with this movement of yesterday, and considering you're in gold.
I'm in gold.
Nice. Considering that we also had this continuation of price pushing lower, to me it feels as though there is a potential for us to come and break through, not yesterday, but like Friday's session low of the Tokyo session low, with the potential for us to come and test down the Thursday lows. So we are still very much stuck in this symmetrical triangle, which is, there we go. We still are very much in this symmetrical triangle like this and like that. Did I misclick? Yes, I did. Like that. So this is pretty much still playing out as LJ had, let's not say predicted, but like lined out. Price is just really struggling to break above or below these two trend lines effectively. So we had one day where we closed roughly where we opened up, so very close to it. So it means that today, if we can push lower, then there's a good chance that we're going to potentially come and test these low swings of Thursday, which is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for price to try and push lower from this point. So if I go down to the 1 hour, I misclicked there. If I go down to the 1 hour, we can see we've had this base area over here that got tested this morning with a very uninspiring reaction off of it so far. The idea from this would have been like we should potentially start pushing up with the potential of coming to this base area over here, which was the highs of Tokyo. Not yet anyway. This hourly candle so far is half an hour in, and we basically just swept the previous 1 hourly candle, and it might want to come and test this previous one on the 1 hour. On the 15-minute, we had a rejection candle over here trying to push price lower, did not sweep the previous swing point. So this one over here was unswept. And we're slowing down ever so slightly over the last half an hour. There is a potential for price to maybe try and pick up from here. So we'll see. I'm not the most keen on trading NASDAQ at the moment. I like gold a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Even if this were to come down and knock me out, so be it. It is what it is. I still like the idea of gold longs a little bit more than NASDAQ at the moment. NASDAQ, once again, just kind of stuck in this higher time frame channel. It's ugly to me. And even like, okay, yesterday was the weakest of bullish movements on NASDAQ. It was the weakest. Yes, we did get bullish movement, but it was so tardy. It was so uninspiring. So we'll see whether or not we can actually have price come down and then start pushing lower on NASDAQ. I would hope that it's going to start doing that, because then it plays into this idea of us potentially coming to test these lows, which I like more than us testing these highs, because we've already had one attempt and it failed. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at this point in time. Gold struggling right now. Maybe we'd get that bit of a deeper.
No. I've already had it. It can go up now.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
We've already had the pullback. Now it's time to start heading to the moon.
Please move up.
Yes.
Please.
Can someone start blowing?
What was this? Kavisha saying he's on long NQ 29,420.
Long NQ.
So you're on a long 29,420.
You know, I kind of rate NQ longs. I do quite like NQ longs, but
stop loss is 50 points. All right, so your stop loss is over here. All right, that makes sense. You got in. Okay, yeah, you basically got in here. This looks good. What is your take profit, Kavish? Is it a 1 to 2, or what are you looking for? Because a 1 to 2 is over here. It's into this area. I do like that.
I do quite like that, to be fair. I think it's just a bit early for me.
No, I mean, if you're going to look for a buy, you would be getting it from somewhere over here. I mean, you've
Oh
had the
yeah.
low, you've had the low tap. That swing point over there got taken by this. You attempted to try and push lower from here. It failed, and then you started to push up a little bit. However, you did react off of this zone over here, trying to push price lower, and it was quite a bit bearish, to be dead honest with you. However, we did not create a new low with this movement here. So I can see the willingness to want to buy up. My only issue now is that we're doing this. We're making a bit of a flag. So I want to see us break that little bit of a trend, do this, and then we can pick up. If you're in now. You know, you front run it. So that's pretty good. I like this. This is not bad. I like your trade, is what I'm saying. Okay, gold has knocked me out.
Oh, is that? Oh shit, man. That's fair.
Yeah.
Gold's come down to where I anticipated gold may come down to before heading higher. It's come back down into that consolidation zone. I think if it goes, it's going to go from here. If it goes much lower, it is reacting from this. In fact, if I just bring my chart up real quick, it would. It's this area here. I don't know if you guys can identify it, but we've got this nice little consolidation chop here. That to me is nice. We've come up, pulled back into it. Now I think there's price to move higher. Yes, I could have potentially traded a lot lower down and traded the consolidation, but I just wanted to get in on the break and retest. So if this moves below this point, I get stopped out 1%. Fine. No, that's fine. Then if that's the case, those of you who called gold shorts, I think are going to be right or going to be correct for the meantime. But right now, I think gold can react from this area. If I was to really be picky or really sort of try and give myself 2 stars and a wish, I think where I got in when
2 stars and a wish.
where I got in was nice. I think I followed my plan correctly. But if I was to give myself one wish, I could have been a little bit more patient, potentially risk not being entered in on the trade, but I could have gotten in somewhere a little bit lower on the consolidation zone around here. And I would have been tagged in right now, and then it would have given me a chance to have the exact same stop loss, but have a higher probability of reaching my take profit. So pros and cons. But I look, dude, I'm happy where I entered before. There's no coulda, woulda, shoulda, but there was another opportunity if I was willing to wait for it.
Yeah, Usam, the both of us. It is what it is. I might consider jumping in again if we have the right movement, but up until then, probably not gonna get into it.
Seeing Santos saying, Will Davis, what would be your trade plan on gold from here? I'm already in it, so my trade plan is to shut the hell up and wait. Pretty much, it's a matter of I've followed my plan. Now it's time to just wait for my plan to play out, and if it doesn't play out, then that means I've hit my stop loss. And if that's the case, then happy days. It goes straight into my journal. But honestly, I think that this can go higher. We're still above the 50 moving average. We're still above the break and close. We are a little bit heavy to the bear side when it comes to order flow, but I reckon we can start heading higher on this. But we'll see. We'll see. If price really struggles, like if we end up having price looking something like this, price comes up, struggle, price goes up, struggle, breaks and closes below, comes back up, I'll probably look at taking out a break even. But yeah, like I said, we'll just see how it goes. I'd like to see something along the lines of pull back, struggle, break and close above, continuation price to the upside. But
Yeah.
I just plan my trade and trade my plan. So we'll see what happens now. Quibus, good morning. Good morrow, sir. How is you? Raphael, hi, amazing people. Hi, Richard and Will. What is good? Raphael, how you doing, brother? And
Yo.
what do you guys think of EU longs? Nice. Let's move up into
Can
15.
I mean we did have that little bit of a let's call it a little negativity with regards to the DXY pushing a little bit
Yeah.
lower. So you should consider EU and GU potentially wanting to push higher.
Hmm. On the hourly. I don't know what to say. Okay, we are bullish on the hourly. 15. I don't know. There's a few areas for potential downside movements if it taps into. I'd have to see a break above this zone here to invalidate this entire zone here, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't really like it as much. Yeah, I think we're short on euro for now. Unless, I don't know. I think we're short on euro for now. I'm not seeing what I'd like to see for longs. Maybe if we pull back here, I think for my price analysis, EU's a bit early. Maybe if we look something a little bit like this, maybe prices come up, pull back into this zone here, and then we get a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of nothingness, break and close above, pull back, entry, boom. Maybe something, and then looking at getting in on a retest around here.
Mm.
Maybe something a little bit like that, because then you can get your 2R, and then you're only risking this bottom half portion of this consolidation zone. You've still got a higher price that price may want to move up into. That would be me on EU. Go away. Bugger off, Rwanda. That would be me on EU, but unless I see that, I'm not too keen on Euro USD, honest. You're very welcome, Santos.
Gold is struggling to really get a
Gold,
foothold here.
yeah, it is, man. Gold is struggling a lot at the moment. We are wicking though. We're holding rejection, but it's struggling nonetheless.
Mm. It is slowing down though.
Yeah,
Its downward descent is a little bit slower on the 5 minute. On the 1 minute, however, it does look like it wants to continue going a little bit lower.
screw the 1 minute, man. I'm not even remotely interested in that garbage time frame. But
I
yeah,
mean, fair.
the one 1 minute. You've got the 1 minute in my head now, Rich. Yeah, the 5 minute. It's a little slow.
I'm still looking for gold longs here. I like this area where we tested. I'm still looking for a potential gold long.
Yeah, 100%.
I just don't know how deep of a pullback we're going to have.
That's what I'm watching now. I'm trying to think. What I don't really want is this to wick or go any lower than it is right the second as I'm talking.
What about a test of 4115
4,
ish.
1, 1, 5.
That would basically sweep the lows of Tokyo and then try and push higher
Yeah.
from there without really pushing lower than what was this Thursday last week's New York low. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I still like longs. I'll keep it in my vision for potential entries. Nasdaq is doing nothing, as I indicated earlier. Nasdaq has, and I predominantly trade Nasdaq, but Nasdaq has not been very kind to me during the London session. It's been very let's put it like that. It's very, very.
Yeah, I think if this closes close to where it is now, we've got another 3 minutes. If this closes lower than this previous wick, I think this could be a loss on gold.
So what, are you gonna change your direction then?
No, God, no. No, well, I've already hit break even on this trade. So this trade here, the indicator trade, it's risk X amount, hit 1%, take 50% off, continue up to 2% with a break even trade. So this has now hit break even as of literally now. So just a 1 hour day for this trade here, and then we'll see how this goes. But on this 10k account, I'm just under 3% up. So.
Some gold at previous day low area now. Is that what you mean, Rich? Yes. It was basically at yesterday's lows here. I like this for a potential buy, even though right now we are respecting the 50 EMA on the 15 and on the 5 as well. So, so on the 15, this was previous day lows, which we wicked below and then got this nice candle over here, but we're struggling to break above this 50 EMA at the same time. So all of these like wick highs that we have over here, this is all unmitigated, pretty much. This price action could not push it higher. But I did like the fact that we slowed down. We made a low and then we had this swing point higher here. We had not really broken that high over there, but this high point that we had over here was already broken with this. So you can almost think of it as it's slowing its way down. It's getting a little bit of momentum trying to push up, and this might be that next test. We're trying to come back down again and see if we can pick up something here or even a little bit lower, then try and push up. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for. However, if it just decides to do this, I mean, what are you going to do? you're in a trade. The thing is, you have this like high point here that basically got tested. So I would like to see if it can at least respect this area already. We had this little bit of consolidation and then eventually a breakthrough. The breakthrough happened here on Friday. So if we just take the break, so the last candle before we broke, pushing price higher out of this zone here, this nice volumetric reaction that we had there. We've just wicked below it right now. And I would like to see us do that from here. Even though we've wicked, I want us to continue pushing up from here. If it doesn't happen, then it is what it is.
I really don't think it's going to happen, you know. I'm watching it closed below. It's not looking the strongest. We got to have a pretty impulsive move from here for this to turn around.
If it breaks below this box that I have here now, then we're definitely going to come and test the lows of the day so far.
If it breaks,
then there's no doubt.
Right now, that's me out of the trade anyway.
Yeah, No, we'll see. I hope it slows down enough that it starts doing a little bit of reversal and then starts picking up for your gold trade's sake, because my trade's already out. Nasdaq itself is just doing this. We're gonna need that break. It's probably going to be stuck in this little box now for a while. So we'll see whether or not it's actually going to have that push up higher, or if it's going to start sinking lower. I'm hoping for a little bit of a lower sink.
I'm hoping for something higher.
I want us to come and test down here the daily low and then pick up from there.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. But I think this is probably going to be a bit of a sideways movement here. We have that low, we have this low, we have that high, and that high over there, which would have indicated that we've got this potential push up higher. But we had no follow through with this portion here as yet. It's just bleh. NAS to me on during the London session has been pathetically crap. Let's just put it like that. Just really, really uninspiringly bad.
Yeah,
Gold still selling off.
Although NAS is consolidating, which is quite nice. A nice break and close above would be like... Okay.
That it would. That it would.
And a nice break and close above this sort of area now wouldn't be too shabby.
Yeah, I would love a break of sorts. But yeah, unfortunately for me, there's no trend. There's no trend to be following, and even the breaking of the trend, the reversals and whatnot, is not doing anything. So if I try and get on a trade, either on a trend continuation or a reversal, I just get stopped out. So it's just, there's no trend to follow. There's no reversal to jump on as well. Gold is really starting to pick up some selling pressure.
Yeah, it is, to be fair. Garbage time frame was epic.
Yeah. This hourly candle is a massive rejection candle so far, and we've got 6 minutes. I doubt we're going to have any of this be taken up in the next 6 minutes. So,
no.
This,
okay,
I think...
I've just been taken out.
Whoa, look at this. It's probably going to do that now. This is a major rejection on the top there. Yeah. That was a fake little movement, don't you think?
Yes. That's me done then. That's me done on gold until later on. We'll have to see what happens later on. So minus 1% on that. So went from just under 3% to just under 2% now.
So all gold did was, if you tried to take a sell from here with the London Open, was wicked your stop loss and started pushing a little bit lower. So, yeah. Nasdaq on the hourly still just consolidating. Gold itself. Actually, this could also just end up being a little bit of consolidation as well. We might end up just sitting stuck here. Peter is saying, buy gold now. Gold, go up now. All in gold, buy. Gold, go up. Let's go 3-time buy. I don't know, mate. This is not inspiring price action at all. Alvin is saying, gold will be bearish due to Fed government speech yesterday indicated no rate cuts will be applied for the short term. It could be. Could be. Gold TP around 4127, 4122, and 4120. So you probably already took your first one 42127 or 4127, sorry. Your second one you said was 4122, which we must have taken already, if not very close, and then 4120 as well. 4120 slightly below. Yeah. So 4120 is there. All right. So yeah, you're definitely going to see your take profits, I believe. Look at the 1 hour and see the theatrical. Sorry, see the actual trend. Yeah. No, I had a look at the 1 hour just now. and we do have this sell, but I wanted us to respect this area over here, basically. That's what I wanted us to respect. So I wanted us to respect the highs here, which acted as a bit of a resistance. So if you did if you did something like this, it doesn't make all that much sense. When you push it up a little bit, it makes a bit more sense, and we've already broken through that. So then this makes a lot more sense for sells, where we've broken through that area of resistance, this area of support, and this becoming a new area of resistance again to try and push price lower. Then this makes a lot more sense. But I really wanted this area over here to be respected because of how strong this reaction was. So out of that little box there, it just didn't get respected at all.
I thought we could have pulled back as well, pulled back a little bit further to the upside, then start dropping. Because like you said, the actual trend on gold is bearish right now, especially on the 1 hourly. I thought we could have had a little bit more bullish price action, then potentially started dropping, but apparently not. I thought we could have probably come to about 41.67, maybe even 41.70, and then maybe start dropping, but well, we'll see.
Usam was saying, I've hit 3 losses back to back for today and will stop now, live to fight another day or fight tomorrow. Very well. That's probably the best thing that you can do. Game fan saying gold might move up from 4106. 4106 being here, and that is that liquidity sweep lows here. Maybe. We'll see. Peter saying, look, gold boys, we are. I trade gold for years. Wow, gold pump nice. I mean, you're probably trading the 1 minute, Peter, if you're saying that it pumped nicely, because you're looking at this. Kavisha saying gold is stuck in the 4,106 to 4,142, whichever direction it will break strongly, we can put our bias there. That might sing. Jörg is saying, morning all, good morning to you. And what is Naz doing? Naz is just... Oh, this is on the 1 minute. Naz is
dropping a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, we need that low to be broken or that high to be broken. Otherwise, we're just stuck in consolidation, which is what we're stuck in now.
Price action.
Yes, garbage price action. Guys, help me with trading. I'm struggling to find a strategy. You don't need a strategy. I think you just need to first understand how the market operates, how the market moves, and then you can naturally build a strategy around how the market moves. The trend on gold is still bullish or bearish in the 4 hour. On the 4 hour... sorry, this is Naz. On the 4 hour, if you just look at, for argument's sake... Okay, let's do this. If you just look at this reaction that we've had here, you can consider this just a pullback and then a potential willingness to want to hit short again. Because if we zoom out a little bit, we are overall bearish on the 4 hour. So 4 hour was creating, there's a high, there's a low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and so on and so forth. You're just continuously pushing lower. So on the 4 hour, we're definitely bearish. However, we did have this area over here where we plateaued. So we came down into it, struggled a little bit, wicked below, and then started to push up as well. So this could also theoretically become a new bullish trend on where we're pushing up, we've flattened out a little bit, we pull back, we pick up orders here on this upper end of this movement here, and then from there on start picking up again. So it really depends on which time frame you're viewing and what you're basing your trends on. I do like this area over here for a potential continuation, though, to try and push price higher.
Yeah. Wesley, yes. Guys, I heard someone call this blow your account price action. Stay safe. 100%. Yeah, this is blow your account price action. So when you are following your plan, and if you do take a trade according to your plan, if you move up, Yeah, if you move out of your plan in price action like this, there's a very high probability that you're going to blow your account because look, you got to follow your plan even when markets aren't looking like great. Then you've still got to follow your plan. If your plan does form and your strategy does actually present itself, you still got to take that trade and follow your process. Now, if, however, you do get stopped out, like myself, I followed my plan, I followed my process, I got stopped out. If I am now to revenge trade this or to emotional trade this, there's a very high
Mm.
probability I am going to end up deep in the hole and blow accounts.
Mm.
Why? Because this is not the best price action. I am just trading the best probable setups in the worst probable price action. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
on that note, guys, I am going to love you and leave you. So I shall see you all in about 2 hours' time. And in the meantime, I shall. No, you're not quite ready yet. But in the meantime, we shall have some very handsome Aussie man coming on very shortly. But I shall leave you with this ugly gentleman just above me. So anyway, thank you very much, guys. See you in a couple of hours. Also, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new here, and peace.
cheers. No problem. Usam saying, Rich, have you tried 50-minute or 30-minute ORB, so opening range breakout trades on NASDAQ in the New York session? So, no, I have not. I have a indicator which is built on the ORB strategy, specifically on futures. So the data itself is drawn from futures platform, which I haven't used. It's one of our friends. It's his indicator. So I've tested it. It looked really good, but because it wasn't my analysis and my trading and stuff like that, I didn't want to implement it on any of my prop firm trading. However, I have used it on my personal brokerage, and it did work. It worked okay. I wouldn't say it was mind-blowingly good. Let's put it like that. It was just okay. So 15-minute orb breakout is you take, generally you take the first, okay, let me remove this because it's in the way. Let's go to NAS, 15-minute. All right, so you have the first 15 minutes as a range. That's generally how it works. You take the first 15 minutes and then you look for a close above either the high or the low. So you want to close above the high or a close below the low. So in this case, you had a close above the high. And then what you're looking for is you're looking for a retracement back to either the midpoint or the top of that range. So you would want price to either come back to this area over here, or you would want it to go down here. And then what you would do is then you would take a trade based on that. So you would take, for argument's sake, if price comes back to the top, you would want to have a buy there, have your stop loss on the opposite end, and then you would look for some sort of like a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-1.5 or whatever, as an example. And then in this case, you would have definitely gotten knocked out, and you would have gone into rollover as well. Or alternatively, you would have wanted to get in on the midpoint, and then you would want to do a 1 or 2 deviation, standard deviation buy, basically. So in this case, if that was your stop loss down there, you would say, okay, this from the midpoint is 1 deviation below, and then that's 1 deviation above or something like that, and then you would look for 1 deviation above as your take profit point. Or you would use this whole, come on, did I now misclick it? You would use this whole section as 1 deviation. And then you would look for, from your entry point, 1 deviation as a, so if that was your buy point, you would look for 1 deviation above, and then your stop loss would be half a deviation below. In this case, you would not have been triggered. So to me, the ORB is like hit and miss. The opening range breakout to me is very hit and miss. So yeah, it is. I mean, you could have tried a 5-minute. Where the hell am I now? You could have tried a 5-minute one, but then the problem is when you have this volatile movements like this, you tend to have much larger ranges as an opening range, and then your stop loss is going to be so much further down. And then you need to consider the fact that, okay, if we're in a selling cycle and you get an opening range breakout on the bullish side, and it's a very, very bullish range. And remember also with the open of the New York session, you have a lot of volatility as well. So it can really blow up that range quite a bit. That's the problem that I have with the opening range is it can blow it out of proportion, and then you don't always know where you're supposed to enter. Do you get back to midpoint of the range? Do you go to the opposite side? And then we also have data that indicates that you get something what is called true days and false days. So it's a day where basically, even though you've swept the high and you started pushing up, you eventually go and sweep the low before continuing back up again. So you have that idea where it's indicating in one direction after the orb, but then within a few hours it's like a false breakout basically, and then it just sweeps the low again. So we refer to those as false days and true days. A true day is I break out and I continue. A false day is I break out and then take the opposite side. But yeah. Yo, LJ, what is up, mate?
Morning, good fellows. How we doing?
Consolidation on NASDAQ is what we're doing.
It's a bit like that, hey.
Yeah.
But I think again we're testing that lower part of that good old triangle we've been talking about for a while.
Yeah,
We did pull back.
exactly
We came
the
right
same.
to those the points highlighted yesterday, though, right?
Yeah.
So that worked out quite well.
And then we just flattened.
Yeah. So this was that ascending wedge
Your
type thing
screen
that we
is not
had.
sharing.
Hey.
Your screen is not sharing. It says LJ
It is for
screen,
me.
but there's nothing.
It's on the. It's up on the.
There we
on
go.
the screen.
Now it's up.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. But yeah, so we had this ascending wedge through here. Snapped through it at coming towards pre-market, towards the open. Then pushed right through, came into those tops, that top area that I outlined. This was the daily close / open from back last week into the Wednesday, Thursday. So tap right into there, all the way back down to the bottom of that channel.
What are you looking for today then? Are you looking for sideways or indecision? What are you looking for?
That's the thing. I don't think we're quite ready to break out of this channel yet. We definitely seem to be stacking up to it. There's a couple other bits and pieces. I'll collate it actually for tomorrow or even a bit later in the day. I was meant to get to that today. I didn't finish it up. But we are definitely seeing some kind of a flip, a bit of a rotation. So I think coming forward, eventually this will break and we do move to that downside push, just like we've been talking about, and especially going into, the holiday season coming up. So today, I probably still prefer somewhat of a pullback. Nothing crazy, just a retrace, kind of directionless, therefore path of least resistance up to about like a 50% retrace of today's move, So by this wick here and up into that cluster.
I'm not sure what I want on NAS, to be dead honest with you. Yesterday was a frustrating day for me with NAS. Today is playing out to be another frustrating one as well. Gold also just decided to be a little bit of an arsehole as well. I was looking for buys and then it's just like, nah, not today. Well, not now anyway.
Yeah, I mean we're into that cluster. This is like that doop 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 sort of roller coaster we mapped out yesterday. So potentially we are in that spot right now. I think Will went long, didn't he?
Yeah, but he also just I think now got knocked out on his one as well.
Okay. He must have been tight then. He must have been
Not entirely sure how tight it was in relation to. I think it was like just 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the currencies are sort of a bit better positioned. Like I was saying yesterday as well. I think the Aussie is very nice, right? This was from last week, Wednesday, Thursday. leading into the payroll. I was looking for this kind of a rounding action and a push back up into this higher trading cluster up here, and that base, support now turn resistance. We got that push higher, broke those highs, consolidated those highs coming into the Friday after the pullback, and coming into Monday, we've basically held that level through this lower range cluster. So pushing up towards 69, 80, 70, somewhere up there. The first resistance is 69.70 for today. But I think we can pretty easily push up through that. So yeah, I prefer to sit here rather than the Nasdaq right now. But if you say that they should be equally, roughly sentiment driven,
Peter, I want to just ask this. Who are you talking to?
I think he's talking to people in chat before.
Yeah, what you're saying has nothing to do with trading. Learn price action and talk less. Guys, learn how to trade. This makes no sense. I am not.
Yeah, no, like if you scroll up, it's they were talking in chat between each other. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm just going to say this. Okay, guys, everybody that's in chat, all right?
Everybody's here to learn.
This is a free community, guys. This is open to anybody, all right? What we will not allow is people to be rude or disrespectful to each other. This is a safe space for everybody. You're here to learn, you're here to teach, you're here to be a part of a community, all right? That's what we're here for, all right? If you're going to come into the community and be a bit of a negative Nancy, or you're going to be rude or disrespectful to people, we're going to give you a timeout because we want a inclusive community. We want everybody to feel like they can come here and give their opinion about trading, all right? If you're going to be somebody that comes in here and wants to tell people how they should or shouldn't be doing stuff, you're the problem. All right, and then we'd much rather not have you here because you're making it a bit of a sour space for everybody else. So that's all I'm going to say is if you're going to be rude to people in chat, you're going to get a timeout. All right, so hello, Pedro.
You can disagree and have like healthy debate, but just just be respectful. I guess.
He is being rude to you and LJ because you said the opposite of his bias. That's fine. I mean, people can disagree with us. I mean, I have thick skin, mate. Like, if somebody disagrees with me, I'm not going to go like, oh, I'm so upset because somebody...
That creates a market. We wouldn't be able to do this if people didn't have different opinions. So...
Yeah, I mean, look... I mean, if I took into consideration everything that everybody said about me, I would probably not even make my way out of bed because I'll be
Rich,
too
you're
depressed.
a clown.
Yeah.
You're a clown, Rich.
We know this. We know this. All right, gentlemen, I need to love and leave you. I have to get to some other stuff. Pedro, is your microphone working?
Sorry, it was muted.
Because I saw you do this, and I was just like, I can't hear you.
It was muted this time. No technical issues, just muted.
Nice.
It's on now.
All right, guys. I'm gonna see you in a second or so. I just need to get some stuff done in the background, and then I will be back again. Have funsies, and then everybody in chat, be nice to each other, and be nice to Pedro, and be nice to LJ. Otherwise, we're going to das Boot your buttocks out of here, and you're going to get a timeout. All right, guys. See you in about what is that? 2 hours or so. Cheers.
Sweet,
Thank you, man.
See you, bro.
Thank you.
Nah, you don't have to be nice to me. Just roast me. It's all good.
Yeah, just the same way. Like forget about what Richard just mentioned. It's just like you can just be mean to us. We just take it. I bet you're not going to be as mean or dangerous as the market itself. So we are vaccinated towards that. That type of we have been there. Whatever you say, it's not going to cost me money, so it's okay, and it's not going to cost my patience or either my white hair or whatever it may be. So I'm going to sleep just fine later on at night.
Yeah.
How are you, man? How are you doing?
Doing well. Sad we got knocked out, you know.
Yeah, man.
Like we were talking about it a little bit yesterday, but fair play. I think everyone here was pretty confident we'd actually make it through. I made some bad decisions there. Why would you swap out Patrick Beach last minute? I get the theory, but like that's trying to overcomplicate it. He's played absolutely killer the whole World Cup. You know, Matty Ryan hadn't had a single minute. He's going to jump on the field, like you get those like nerves. He's going to be all kind of a bit angsty. He's not going to perform. Should have just left Beach on. I think we could have actually pulled it through if we had that. So, and you could see in the after like the camera shots.
Is the goalkeeper? Is the goalkeeper that we're talking about?
The goalkeeper. Yeah,
the last minute. Yeah. Right. He made good saves during the match.
So the whole World Cup.
Yeah,
dude, he's been banger. He's been in top performers of every nation. So yeah, weird decision. Anyway, get him next time. You know.
Yeah, 4 years from now, we'll be back there.
Yeah. How you been?
Yeah, all good as well. Just yesterday we did lost against Spain. It was like a nonsense game. We never really competed throughout the tournament. So I'm glad the manager is out. Hopefully Ronaldo also goes and go have some fun away from football, and then Portugal then moves on. It was terrible yesterday. Terrible in a way, like everything was sweepy. I wish Spain had scored way early, so at least we had a little bit of a game. They scored like in the last minute, so then we just had like 4 minutes to react. Everyone was waiting for the extra time, and all of a sudden you just concede that goal. Whatever. Back to the markets. Back to look at what's going on.
Back to
here, I saw that too. Yeah, I saw that you mentioned about the Aussie. Yes, I agree with you. Even though the price action for me in terms of the reversal, it was not the greatest, but overall, I was looking for the house as well to have some kind of reaction from those lows. And I think the question mark, if I just bring my charts in here.
Bring it up,
yes, I was expecting some kind of reaction. Now that price basically made out this move to the downside. And from here, and this was basically the last relevant low that we had. And we find some bullishness, or at least some buying pressure from here. But the price action wise, it was not bad. It was just a little bit of what's going on in here, because the reversal, it was slowing down. Price creates this last fake out, breaks to the upside and starts then moving higher. And I'm looking for this level somewhere around here as well, as you mentioned. I think that can be the next key level on the Aussie. I think the main point or the main question is what's going to happen around this level, right? So is price going to try to resume and eventually create new lows, which somehow I'm still expecting, just price action wise. I still like to see price eventually taking these lows out together and going a little bit lower. So which means that maybe from somewhere around here, we may have that continuation to the downside. Or if actually this holds and eventually price will try to challenge all the way back to the highs. So I'm expecting some kind of reaction, and then it will all depend on, is it strong enough to go all the way, take these lows and eventually continue, or is it going to be just a small bounce and actually the buyers are in control now and price will move to the upside. Something interesting as well is just the way price is moving upwards. Is not managing to kind of completely break through and do it and go. It's actually kind of going up and down, up and down, up and down. That shows a little bit of a weak retracement to the upside, which eventually can then just follow through and actually just break through it. Another aspect that I like to look at is to see if there is any zone left behind that can still be used as a long opportunity. And yes, we do have still maybe this demand zone that was left behind at around 0.69. That price potentially can react, hold this level and go higher, because none of these lows actually touch this demand zone. So yes, there's still at least this space in here that price can hold to the upside around there. And I think the Aussie, it was kind of a little bit in alignment with the New Zealand pair. because the New Zealand dollar was also reacting from a really interesting zone on the left side, and we start finding some bullishness after price got to this level. So basically New Zealand and Aussie managed to be somehow aligned on this retracement now to the upside around this level. And if I just continue a little bit more into this next New Zealand or the Aussie pairs, Euro Aussie, it stopped a bit in the middle, even though it got closer to this upper edge in here, even though it could have maybe gone a little bit higher. However, the Pound Aussie, this one, yes, it's a little bit high, closer to this top, and it's maybe one of the questions that I wanted to ask you. To be honest, is why are we seeing a little bit more bullishness on the pound pairs and not so much on the euro? Because that's affecting pound dollar is much higher, pound Aussie is much higher, pound even pound CAD as well is much higher comparing with the euro CAD. We have seen in pound yen as well. Pound yen also broke these highs altogether quite strongly. Euro yen nowhere near close to it. So why are we having this strength on the pound and not on the other ones, or at least not on the euro? Why this divergence that we have seen recently? But overall, I agree with you. Okay, so I think Aussie dollar can go a little bit higher, and this level here 0.69, close to 0.7 basically. It can be trading between 0.69 and 0.70. I think that's maybe a range where you can.
Yeah, I agree. So if we look at the daily, basically this is where the Aussie come down to. So if we go and hide all this junk on here, basically came down right to that 200-day moving average. So sat right in there, created a high low through here. So I do think that will be the bottom. I can see that area you're highlighting just down below, right, Pedro? But I don't think we'll quite push down below there. Because just like we were talking about last month, expectation was for the dollar to be stronger the whole month. We definitely saw that come through. I think from here, we'll start to see a bit of a reversal for that coming into the end of the month. We've got the Fed minutes coming through. We've got CPI next week. And then we've got the Fed again at the end of the month. Wait, what is this?
I feel it's a perfect last bencher, boy. in some classes, maybe I was doing that. Yeah, like maybe. Oh well. Yeah, just continue.
No worries, dude. Yeah. So I think with what you were saying, I would like to see this this push higher up through here, then a bit of a pullback, somewhere down by that support that you were highlighting. I think we might come a little bit before that, and then I think we do drive higher, eventually back up to mid 70s. So 70-50, not like 75, 70-50 or so, back up by this top cluster here eventually.
Yeah, if someone is convinced, if someone is convinced that actually this could be the bottom, okay? So if someone is actually still bullish on the Aussie dollar, overall, I think this structure where we are, like in this last week or so, this can become a bottom, which means that price actually can go all the way and even take the recent highs or got really close to the recent highs. So if someone actually has that bias, this can lead into a good risk reward trade. Even if price comes maybe all the way back to 71.5s or something like that, you can actually have a good movement from here if someone is still bullish. I'm a bit more on the bearish side, just technically, but I could see this low holding because price is reacting from an important low as well. So this level could actually end up holding price, and price could go all the way.
Yeah,
more in a swing approach if someone is interested on that.
Yeah, I mean, for us to come back here would be back earlier, like around Jan, right? We'd wipe out all the gains for a year, which this was where the Aussie had definitely lagged in terms of rising back up after the whole tariff situation resolved itself. So I'd be pretty surprised to get that down there, especially when we have interest rates quite high right now. They're not going to go up. There was a bunch of banks here touting another 2 rate hikes, as we've talked about before. And with Dirk, like, that's absolutely insane. Kind of surprised that we had the 3 already. A bit of a policy misstep at this point. They're seeing it that way. So the only way I could see that happen is if somehow we start to get rate cuts in Australia, and then also we see that hawkish tilt staying firm in the US, which I expect that hawkish tilt from the Fed to actually come off. That's definitely the market consensus right now. We're still leaning on that hawkish side for the Fed. But if you actually read into what Kevin Walsh is saying, where he's talking about taking a much greater lead from market pricing, like the 1 year forward inflation assets from banks, right, that you can trade, are definitely pricing significantly lower. So if they take that input, rates ultimately need to come down. So yeah, therefore, dollar down, everything else up. I think also this is going to be a perfect time for Japan coming into this summer season in Europe. There's lower liquidity, lower activity to actually punch the dollar yen, right? Actually intervene, actually get bang for their buck with that lower activity. And in general, when you have that summer season coming on board, you tend to see the popular trades that have already been very active start to unwind, right? Reverse. So people take a bit of leverage off the board, the notional value of the trades come off the board, doesn't mean they're over, but you tend to see whatever the popular trades are tend to unwind. So recently it's been popular to hold the dollar. It's been popular to buy up the NASDAQ. I would say you probably see some of those trades start to roll over. And so things like the dollar yen, that would now be primed for us to get a further intervention and see dollar yen come off. Because we had these two specters here where there was some intervention activity, and see if we got this big drop there. We didn't. Dirk and I were both in this trade, decided if we don't get it through here, just going to let it stop out. This was the secondary trade I was going to add if we did start to pull right through. That's gone now, and we've had this channel that we've ridden through here, right? So we had this slight touch outside of it. So we've basically been looking for some kind of press outside and then a push back in. And now we're getting this kind of activity. There was clearly some kind of intervention there, just a small amount. We've now ticked up, can't get to those old highs. I wouldn't be surprised if this now results in a bang drop like that. So
I like it. I like that. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what I was going to say just before, just if you don't mind, let me grab a jacket because I'm actually a bit chilly here.
I do mind.
Give me 1 second.
That's your problem.
Hang on.
That's our problem, LG.
That is cold.
Like I don't know why LJ just like decides to leave me alone like this, but it's okay. I hope it fits. He brings a nice yellow jacket. Okay, so guys, just let me know as well what is your opinion. Do you guys trade dollar yen? Yes or no? And what is your opinion? Should we start looking for sales? Should we wait a little bit longer? I know a few traders that they got punished in this last month trying to sell dollar yen as dollar yen was approaching this high. So basically, while dollar yen was moving around here, just like LJ also did, many other traders also got a little bit squeezed. To be honest, I didn't. And the reason for me to actually try to sell into this level is because 2 years ago, I did got squeezed on that type of a move as well when price was interviewing or when the Bank of Japan intervened around 2024, again April and then eventually July. So I was trying to sell it in here as well. Everyone was talking about intervention and whatnot, and all of a sudden I was also a little bit way too early. And then eventually when price turned, I was already then, of course, not being able to capitalize on that move. But I do remember this aspect where we had a little bit of an intervention first, but then price squeeze, kind of slowly moves back into the highs, and everyone was talking about selling. I was selling it, but then eventually price ended up taking the high, and I felt that the behavior that we were having exactly around here, it was quite similar even in terms of the spikes down and then the rejection to the upside, as we had many here. As you can see these weeks, it reminded me a lot of the behavior that I saw back 2 years ago in 2024. Okay, maybe if you zoom in a little bit more, you can see a little bit as well. There was some squeeze around here, but price still managed to go just all the way through. And that's actually just as LJ mentioned, and now he's back. It's actually true.
I don't have a yellow jacket though.
Okay, it's actually true that it was around July 2020. So they intervened in April, and then one of the final interventions, it was in July 2024. So it was actually summer time, as you mentioned. So if you take a look at this level, it was April again, and then it was July. So if by any chance they actually do something in a pattern, we just solve the code in here. So maybe it's actually about time to potentially start selling. And usually is the second intervention actually managed to push price down. Usually the first one is to demonstrate intention, price goes a little bit higher, squeeze a little bit more again the highs, and then eventually manage to intervene again, and this time actually holds price down. So we had this first intervention, price squeeze the highs, and now let's see. Okay, so if you are around this level, in the next 2 weeks, you should see some kind of intervention of price pushing properly price down. If by any chance they are going to do the same timings as they did 2 years ago. So that's good. That's important information for us to pay attention to. I do like the highs as well. I think this was a good structure to start looking for potentially moves to the downside again as price is retesting this level. Even if it goes a little bit higher again, there's maybe new opportunities to look for it. One of the first initial targets maybe potentially somewhere around here, but I think we may have some selling pressure either in there or even somewhere around here. So anywhere near to the highs, I think it's going to be all about the time frame that each trader is going to try to trade this move. If it is more intraday setups with a tighter stop loss, there you go. Maybe you can eventually get squeezed a little bit or maybe get stopped out. If by any chance you are trading more into a bigger position and trying to cover out basically the previous high, which is this one, then of course your entry is going to be a little bit wider, or at least the stop loss is going to be wider, but the return is unlimited, right? Because this can actually drop quite a lot if it actually gets intervention in place. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow in these next few days. I think intraday, I think we may have some selling pressure anytime price goes a little bit higher. So that's nice. Just looking quickly at the yen index. Price is still around this level. Okay, so we did manage to find some buying strength from around this level. We are still within this demand zone or the block, as you want to call it. It's true that price now basically found a new level of resistance at around this structure in here, but somewhere around this level, it's also possible to continue to trade. And then we'll see if we're going to squeeze this walls one last time before moving higher, or if we're actually going to still hold this level and start eventually to break these highs. I think now these highs become the most clear level of resistance within the structure, and once we actually manage to break through them, I think that just opens then the door for price to go all the way, try to retest at least this next structure in there, and that means basically a big sell opportunity across all the end pairs. But before that, there is this initial move that price still needs to make, and that can also already provide the first attempt for a sell on the other end pairs if this actually holds somewhere in there. Yeah. 1 second. So we have here, we have still your dollar yen. Look pretty bullish on the daily time frame. Shorting isn't a good idea.
I don't think going long is a good idea.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what you like. It's all about like how overpriced are we at this point, and how much can the Japanese economy and actually the Bank of Japan take with this so expensive dollar yen?
It's the highest level since the 80s, right? we've breached that area marginally. So yeah, at a certain point, obviously we've already had the interventions. They've spoken pretty widely about it in the past. Takaichi, the PM, Prime Minister, was not in favor of intervening just yet. She was like, okay, you should hold off. We did get some intervention to actually pull things back because they have to. The problem is when the yen is this weak, it hits businesses far too hard in Japan. And then plus at the same time, you've got rates, you've got inflation actually running higher. The bond market itself is running higher. So the central bank, the Bank of Japan rate hasn't lifted, but the bond market is already doing that work right there. So eventually that does have to come back in line. Now, the thing is, it's a very delicate thing to deal with because the entire globe has been borrowing in yen for like the past 30, 35, almost 40 years now, decade after decade, and then obviously investing that money elsewhere. So you borrow cheap in Japan, you take that money, put it in like the US, put it into financing for companies, for infrastructure, whatever it may be, and it gives you that carry differential. So just like Pedro, you highlighted before, where you get that first intervention and then you get the real intervention, that also comes back to the learnings after the Swiss intervened, back almost 10 years ago now. And obviously that was a disaster because it was too aggressive, too hard, lack of warning. And certain companies that had been around for 30 years went bankrupt overnight. They lose 300, 400 million, a bunch of financial institutions, brokerages, all that kind of stuff. So they're definitely trying to avoid that. And the Japan situation is much larger than the Swiss franc situation. So yeah, it does have to be managed, which is why they're very close in talks with the US. But we're hitting the peak points where stuff begins to break.
For example, dollar, if you look at pound yen, and even if you want to participate, that's the thing, like with the yen pairs, even if you want to participate eventually on this type of intervention, the intervention is going to be reflected across all yen pairs as it should be. And if you don't really feel the confidence maybe on trying to sell the dollar yen, there are other options. You can maybe try to look at Aussie yen, you can maybe pound yen or euro yen. For that matter, right? So, for example, pound yen actually just continue to break new highs now, and I think there's maybe even a little bit more of a potentially upper move that we can have. Price just went above this high, and we are getting into this major structure. We are talking about 2007s around here, but I'm really curious to see how price may react close to the base of this structure. So that's for me is one of the next key zones. That I'll be paying attention to. You can see how many times price actually bounced from around these levels, even in the past. I'm talking about maybe 220s, 221, something like that. So that's going to be an interesting one to pay attention to. Price is at 2016s, it touched already 2017s. So somewhere around here, maybe from again 2019s to 2020s, not 2000, sorry, 219s to 120s can be an interesting one to follow through or to pay attention to. And this was my question initially as well, right? So in the sense of why are you seeing so much strength on the pound opposite to the euro, for example? Is it just because it cannot just be because of the political situation where we're going to have a new prime minister? Is there anything else that's going on in the UK? Or in regards also to keep rates while maybe euro is planning to maybe hike again? Is that another factor? What's going on to see this divergence that we have seen? And you can see also like the main pair that you can look at is definitely the euro pound, where we had such a big support structure at around 0.86, and now basically in this last week or so, basically 1 week, we managed to break below the 86, and now we kind of are. We can't even continue to move much forward, to be honest. Just looking at price action, euro pound can continue to move forward, which means that maybe there's going to continue this divergence between the euro and the pound altogether. But why? If you do have any.
Yes. Yeah, sure. So why? First of all, yes, with the pound, we did have the change of the PM, the whole political situation, like you were saying. A lot of that, the selling was priced in before the event. And then hence, obviously, we've now kind of recovered. We've digested that. and so we are having a gradual further recovery of that selling. It's still, to be determined if we get a better outcome than last time. We've tried a number of times in the UK so far, and it hasn't worked out. The primary driver, though, is actually the euro. So the ECB has said, and basically they keep toting this line right now, that they are more concerned about inflation pressures and that coming down the line, and that they'll potentially continue to hike rates. Now, they hiked rates basically like 2 days before the resolution in the Middle East with the Strait of Hormuz. Clear policy misstep. Since then, we've seen the inflation numbers come in basically as weak as they possibly could be. So it's the best possible scenario you could really have. Yet, the ECB is still saying we're concerned about inflation. So the data is not adding up at all with what they're actually saying, right? And now on top of that, their own personal projections from the ECB, their best case scenario or their mild scenario has oil at about $88 a barrel. You can see where we are right now. We're around the 70s.
Yeah, below 70, yeah.
And we probably also go lower. So since all of that has come off the boil, we don't have that stress from the Middle East situation kicking on anymore. You'd have to say that that rate hike was a policy misstep. Whether they go and, reduce rates or they just leave it there, they probably just leave it there at this stage to not confuse the market. They're probably going to let Kevin Walsh take the lead, see where he's going to take the new Fed, and then the ECB will work off the back of that. So I think at the meeting at Sintra last week as well, we had Christine Lagarde saying they want, rather than forward guidance, they want a framework guidance, or whatever she said. So you can see each of the central banks, same with the Bank of England, they're also saying that they want to lean more towards what Kevin Walsh is doing. As much as everyone says they don't talk, all the central banks kind of are in cahoots, right? Obviously. So they want to let that get set up, and then they're going to work off the back of that, is what it looks like. So for now, as far as that trajectory, you then go look that they're both kind of net neutral and potentially moving to the lower side. So in that differential, the US has much higher rates, so that's where you do get some of that carry coming back through with that. So yeah, there's just not really a strong picture for Europe. Growth isn't that great. Inflation's low, so the macro picture as far as the central bank, the rate differential, you'd want to own the dollar net versus the euro. Right now, the dollar itself on a relative basis also needs to come off from its previous projections that we had as far as that more hawkish tilt. But that basically just means that the euro is going to underperform across the broader basket, whether it's the Aussie, the pound, New Zealand dollar, pick your flavor, overall. So the pound's definitely got more scope to move higher, whereas the euro, it's probably just stuck in the mud. It's just kind of neutral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see general euro weakness versus the other majors, right? So euro should slightly underperform, whereas the other majors will outperform on that differential when we do get that dollar repositioning, if the dollar comes down. Yeah.
All right. So now when we look at just replying to our comment in here from Mohammed. So when you're looking at the pound dollar, maybe we can just do a quick analysis on this one, and I'll just start with the dollar index just to give some context. So basically, if I understood what you mentioned, you may say that maybe the dollar is maybe topped for now, and maybe the pound and the euro maybe have created a bottom for now. Okay. Do I disagree? Do I don't disagree with you? Or do I agree with you? I
think this is a false break. This is a false break, man. We were both aligned on last month. We hit it out the park, right?
I know. It's just where the dollar is reacting. I don't even really trade fair value gaps or whatever it may be. For some, I think they are going to look at this monthly time frame, and they may expect maybe dollar just to take this high from this May 2025 candle and to get a little bit into this fair value gap. I don't even really trade at the fair value gaps per se, but I would actually like to see price going above this week altogether, just as a pattern. Now, I don't really so that's one point, okay? So I could still see a little bit more of a bullish scenario on the dollar eventually to take that high. Now, if I look at price action since then, I do like it. And last week I mentioned this, even maybe whenever it started to create this top, I mentioned that this looked like a great reversal pattern that is being created at around this level. And you already had most of the move on this one. I think it was on Thursday when you had that NFP push down on the dollar. And the dollar, for me, may have reached one of the targets, which was basically just retest this 100 mark, a level that has been working as resistance in the past, now basically working a little bit as a support zone, and also basically this edge that was created after that break. So for me, it got a really good target. So if by any chance I was actually short on dollar index, this would have been definitely a target I would have considered. And now it will be one of those moments of wait and see. So last week I was totally bearish, or since we started to create this movement here, I was totally bearish. In the moment, higher time frame, I'm still expecting eventually the dollar that can continue to go higher. But this was the move. This was the range I wanted to trade. This was the range that price filled. Now I'm a little bit wait and see. I have a few levels that I could still see price going up, reacting and pushing down. The same thing that somewhere around here, I think the dollar can also still hold price up. So that's the situation. However, if price then starts breaking below this, so if price starts breaking below these lows, I think it starts opening the door for price to go way further down, and maybe can look at this next level in here, 99.8 or something like that. So I'll be much more bearish at this point now when you start breaking these lows to literally open basically the door for price to go there. And if this happens, then reflecting into what kind of going into the euro dollars and the pound dollar, yes, there's maybe more upside. So one thing that I mentioned about the pound dollar is that when you created this low, basically price was reacting exactly to the pip of this previous low and this low. So usually this is a structure that I would like to pay attention to, and price tends to kind of react a little bit quite well from these levels in the past. This can actually be almost as a Quasimodo pattern, a massive Quasimodo pattern, and altogether. Okay, we have these left shoulders, we have the low, price created even a new head, and then price can be all the way back to test from these levels. And sometimes these levels can also have symmetry. Okay, now this is not a concept that I usually speak around here, but sometimes they do have symmetry. So the same distance that price kind of made this move towards here, it can be exactly the same level. Okay, the same distance that price is going to make somewhere around there, which we are getting really close to it as well. So yes, I'm going to be curious to see maybe some selling pressure at around this structure on the pound now that they had this massive correction or good correction here. But again, if this level doesn't really hold, then I can see altogether pound just going and continue to move even higher, closer to that structure. So I would like to see at least the pound to have some kind of selling pressure from around here. It's still quite bullish. I still haven't seen any break to the downside yet on the pound. So pound is still holding and holding and holding. This moving here actually quite strong push to the upside. But I'm just curious now on the type of price action that they're going to have on the pound around here. So again, if by any chance I was long on the pound dollar from these lows, this would have been a target that I'll consider. Which means that if I was interested in going long right now, I'll just wait a little bit for deeper retracement before moving to the upside, because I think we may getting into selling pressure at around here. So I'll wait for longs, either somewhere around here or maybe a little bit of a deeper move before trying to go long again, if I was bullish on the pound. Bearish, I'm going to be looking for sell somewhere around here, depending on price action I have. That's a little bit of what I have to say here.
Okay, I'll say this. I agree with you with that. I think we've got a bit of a pack up, then one final push in the dollar. Hence, we get that, like you're highlighting in the pound, very good example. Hit some of those key levels, bit of a pullback. That's the final spurt in the dollar, and then it full reverses from there. So the thing is, if you're looking at purely like technicals and you look at something like the Dixie, yes, it does look like we've taken that break and there could be more upside. Now, looking forward, if you look at the sort of developing macro picture, you can't see anything for that. Now, the reason we have had that break was the prior developing macro picture and the nowcasting, given the Strait of Hormuz situation, where central banks, everyone started to flip that the Middle East situation with the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be resolved. We've had various yes, it's over. Now it's back on, over, back on, over, back on, over, back on, back and forth, right? So eventually people had to start pricing in that this is going to start longer or stick around for longer. As you know, I've been on the other side of that. Same with talking to Dirk. It feels very reminiscent of last year with the tariffs and everyone's calling for inflation, that kind of thing. We didn't see it. Even with the Strait of Hormuz situation, we saw oil get capped at 120. And even from there, it was probably an overshoot. And that's very demonstrative of just how much we've dropped since then, right? And if I show you some of this, so the thing is, this is now an unwind of the Dixie. So we've got this sort of megaphone pattern. We have broken outside of that. We've come into this sort of resistance. I expect that we go right down. Like I said before, we highlighted the Bank of Japan situation where they could potentially intervene. And right now, this is the biggest disconnect I've ever seen. Dirk also said this is the biggest disconnect he's ever seen in Fed rhetoric versus the forward 1 year inflation swaps from banks. So this is the Fed rhetoric talking up inflation, and this is a problem, and we need to be a bit more hawkish. Meanwhile, the market is actually pricing inflation right down here. And if you listen to Kevin Walsh and how he wants to start to, rebuild the Fed, ground up, get rid of the old ways, and come into some kind of new 21st century Fed. We're a quarter of a century in already, but that's where he wants to come to. Use more AI, use more of this kind of pricing from the market. This is from banks directly, right? These inflation forward swaps. So, you can see we roughly track in line, and then the rhetoric versus the actual pricing. This is a massive, massive divergence. So if that has to come back in line, players like the ECB right now on the back foot, but then you would eventually see the euro come back up. They can't really move. They've already reduced rates. So on a relative basis, the Fed can reduce rates. Others like the Aussie, we could reduce rates. We still have very high inflation, to be fair. That also comes from a bit of skew from government spending, kind of like back in 2022, like post COVID. So that's a little bit of a different one. I wouldn't roll into that too quickly right now. But if you take this modeling right here, where we are, and this is with the Strait of Hormuz now open again, and we've also had other stuff like this. This is the amount of crude oil on water. Like, we've got a massive glut right now. So all of this needs to come in. The oil price could actually come even lower from here. And right now, a big part of it has been China not buying. So through that whole situation, they just sat on reserves. And clearly, it seems, I'd say pretty much 100% sure, when Trump went to Beijing talking to Xi Jinping, this was the agreement that they came up with. So, people are saying, well, Iran can still sell oil because they'll be selling it to China. China said, we're not buying it. You need to stop this. This is monkey business. Quit it, right? It's hurting us, right? It doesn't help. Okay, we're not getting involved. They stop buying. So all the way through here, we've got a bunch of that going on. We've got massive supply of energy coming back online. As we've always seen in the past with this, you get this massive chokehold and then you get a huge glut, just like back when we had the Ukraine-Russia situation kick off, right? So from there, we should also see the CPI numbers further come off in the US, right? And we've got the CPI effect from the World Cup also in there right now. So you've got a double whammy. We saw the NFP print last week, which I highlighted, that no one was looking for the fact that we've got the World Cup. That's not being discounted, seasonally adjusted in the NFP numbers appropriately, and hence we saw that massive drop in the NFP numbers. And specifically in leisure and hospitality, which is what I was saying. And it was the biggest drop since COVID, right? So I think a bunch of this, it's been priced as though we've got this boiling up, heating up of the US economy. The jobs market has definitely stayed relatively good, but it's not heating up at all. So if you look at things like the quits rate, we've got more job openings, but no one's quitting their job, right? So the quits rate has stayed stable. That means people aren't necessarily shifting around. And if you look at job openings, that would then also be attributed to the World Cup. Therefore, that jobs picture, which has supported the US dollar and the potential hawkish tilt for the Fed, has to unwind, as well as that inflation picture. So that's where I see the dollar coming right off. Simply that you then take this full picture through here as being overinflated, right? So just by standard, it has to draw back down into that kind of mid area, and then we decide, we see what Kevin Walsh says, and then if he's still more hawkish, we start to drive up again, or we pitch right off. So that's basically where the thinking comes from.
I like it. Can you go
Hopefully
back to
that was digestible.
No, I like it. Can you go back? Oh, no, I was thinking. Can you go back to the other chart that you, the first one, of the divergence between the
this one.
the sentiment? Yeah. So when I was looking at your chart there, and I was trying to see a pattern, kind of where was the last time that we had something like this, and it's beginning of your chart, like it's in Jan, is between April and July 2024 that we have the sentiment. The inflation swap starts actually to go down, but you still have another spike on the Federal Reserve sentiment, like that moment. Like, and then I just started to look at charts, and I just started to look at my own charts because that's maybe a little bit of it. It's the only moment on that chart that you shared in these last 2 years that you have this type of divergence. Anywhere else in this chart, it looks like quite correlated, but that was the divergence. And then when I start looking at my charts in here. And that actually went all the way back.
Where we had that policy misstep from the Fed back then.
Yeah, so that's I actually went down. I went down in here on the. This is the CPI, a year-to-year CPI data that I went back to, and if you actually then pay attention to what's going on in April, it's basically where that divergence start to diverge, where the swaps start to go down, but the hawkish approach was still increasing. No, this is 2023. Sorry, this is the one. So yes, in April it was still slightly higher, but then after that we have literally the CPI or the inflation was actually always lower than expected, right? So we had a big decrease in here. I have expectation 3.4, okay, 3.4, 3.3, 3.13, 2.9. Like in the next few months went all the way down, and then when you look actually where the price was at that point, yes. So if you follow kind of the same theory of what we see in the charts in there, yes. So we had all the way since beginning of, and if you go back to your chart again, just to show it again in here, so you can see that in the beginning of January, when the inflation swap actually started to increase, yes, that's when we also have a move to the upside on the dollar in here. So this is Jan 2024, so price went actually all the way to the upside until eventually April. That's when eventually there's a divergence between the swap moving lower and the sentiment going higher, and all of a sudden we start having that shift. And in July, basically, finally the sentiment starts moving down because the CPI actually proves that situation, and then we move to the downside on the dollar, right? So it's basically what you are saying, and if again the price itself repeats of the market does exactly the same movement. Of course, there's maybe other factors, other central bankers, decision makers, or whatever's going on. But just looking at the dollar itself and what the Fed, the expectation, and the swaps, yes, in that theory, your move or the move that you're expecting, it makes sense. Where now we are into this divergence, where actually, as you mentioned, we need now to see the CPI data actually starts to print lower and not higher. And if that starts happening, then yes, we basically go again into exactly the same thing that you just mentioned, which is seeing dollar moving to downside. So I just wanted to prove your theory, and as an example, we have
Thanks, Pedro.
the 2024 example of
Very
the
good.
first trimester into the second beginning of second semester, where we actually have that type of a move. There you go again, the initial move to the upside as well. Because of in this case, in 2024, I don't even remember what was back then, but now it was the situation with war and everything. Price went higher, and now basically price can move lower due to that divergence between what the Fed is saying and then actually what the market and what the data is showing. Yes, so that divergence, and usually that's where one of the main biggest edges or advantage is in the market, is the divergence between what the market is pricing in, as you can see on the table of the odds of the next interest rate, and what the Fed is saying. I remember that divergence as well between Jerome Powell and what the market was saying. There was always a big divergence between what the market was saying and what the Fed was saying, and it looks like we are in this situation again, once again. And then till it aligns, there is money to be made, because there's literally something is not priced in correctly. It's either expensive or cheap, and until it aligns again, there's money to be made. And that's usually where the data releases, either NFP, where you had actually a good move again. By move, I mean volatility, because otherwise there's no volatility. And the CPI most likely also matters at this point. So most likely going to have another good volatility during those news releases. That's going to be next week, whenever the CPI is going to be released now.
Exactly.
So you see, that's why I like these conversations. That's why now I can think about a new different scenario on how to approach the dollar, and maybe how to approach the euro and the pound and maybe the dollar yen, and maybe then gold. How this is going to impact gold? That many people have been talking about gold, and we haven't mentioned anything about gold. But now we have Richard here, which is our actually gold version of gold. If you if it makes sense.
So, morning, guys.
Morning. All right.
Unbiased, just hitting me right up as soon as Rich comes on. Look at this. I broke my promise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rich. I actually did. I had a really big weekend. Not gonna lie, I did.
It's all good, to be fair. We caught up with Will a little bit before that, and Will came through. He set up his Traders Journey channel. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, in the 5ers Discord, we have a section that's called the Traders Journey channel. We have had hundreds and hundreds of traders sign up. And we got dozens and dozens of traders that have now opened up their own unique section where they share kind of their journey with us, and they kind of talk through what they're having sticking points with, what their successes are. So it's not like a payout channel where people go, hey, look at me, I'm smashing it. It's a place where they go, okay, you know what, I've just lost funded account number 55 and I'm just can't figure out what's going on. Can someone help? And then we just kind of have deeper conversations in there. So Will has actually opened his own channel, and he's going to be using that as a way to document the trading that he does on the live stream. So if you want to follow along just a little closer with kind of what Will's results are, the kind of trades he's taking, weekly reviews of that, perhaps he'll be putting some messages in there as well. And in the Discord session, we still gave away that account. Do you remember I said that we'll give away an account if you open the channel? Dude, we had so many traders turn up. The vibes in there were so good. We had such good conversations. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do you guys a solid. Let's get that account given away. And then we basically played a game of higher or lower on the next candle to give the traders the chance to upgrade the account from a 20k boot camp to a pro growth account as well. So and it was really funny to see the difference between traders that were going, I can't believe you're not going to upgrade. Why wouldn't you take the chance? And other traders were like, no, bank the profits, take the account, run. So it was, again, just a reminder of how differently we all approach trading and what our risk tolerance is as well, which we'll touch on a little bit later. So dude, it's fine. We've got a special placeholder in that Traders Journey for anyone who wants to open up a channel when it suits them. But for now, we're just good vibes in there, lots of different insights.
I'm glad, because I think you did. I was sitting in the background for a period, and I heard you saying like, oh, LJ's in here, is he? No, people were like, yeah, LJ's in here, like, oh, da. I was busy like doing stuff, and I was going to jump on. I was like, oh, if I jump on, I'm going to get pulled out from this and whatever. So I was sitting in the background like listening, but I was trying to knock out some other stuff. So yeah, but I'm glad you still did it, the extra account. So nice. Well, I promise I'll actually try and get it done this evening. In fact, I do have some space this evening. So there you go. You can flame me on Thursday if I haven't done it. I'll definitely do it today. I promise. Hand on my heart.
That's good. All right.
No.
Yeah, but so we'll be doing the same on Thursday, Friday anyway. So we're going to just be kind of giving back to the community, giving traders the chance to have not just hub credits but an account as well if they join the calls, participate. The accounts are like the cherry on top. There's so much shared value in there of the conversations that we had, and one of the bigger ones more recently was kind of the difference between how you trade a funded account relative to how you trade a personal account as well. And we were just noticing that there's such a big difference. You know, a lot of traders will say, well, I can get funded, that's not a problem. But when I get funded, everything just changes. So having those kind of conversations and just chatting to traders and be like, look, you know what? Sure, I'm a coach, but I'm also a trader. I feel it as well. You know, when you get that account that's like on the doorstep of a payout and you're like, right, this next trade is going to get that payout. It's so easily to build that expectation. And as a result, what do? It's chase the profit, not the process. And if we can build stronger processes around it, it helps, but it doesn't totally get rid of the problem. So at some point, a trader has got to transition from a challenge account and they've got to learn to level up and trade that phase 2 account in the same way, to trade the live accounts in the same way. And I just want to poke the bear a little bit this morning and say, kind of, what's your guys' experiences of challenge versus live account? Pedro, is there a moment where you had this breakthrough where you're like, you know what, I can trade a live account like a challenge, I have no pressure around it? Or did you notice that there was a bit of teething issues for slightly longer where challenges, I can get another challenge, live, that's hard earned, I've got to protect it?
Yeah, there was of course there was there was that a little bit of urgency of protecting it, and then try to also be more conservative on the way I was trying to then try to get to the payout phase. So yes, there was definitely some difference between the challenges and the payouts. To be honest, even with the challenges, I always treat them a little bit more, maybe with more respect than I should, in the way of maybe taking more time that I should to, or be conservative more than I should with the challenge themselves. So now I'm a bit more aggressive with that when I'm trying to do that, when I'm trying to do the challenges. But yes, the initial approach with the funnel accounts, there was some okay. Let's take this slowly, reduce the risk as well, based on what I was risking initially, and just take it step by step, and kind of being a little bit more in a conservative mode. And then I think the difference as well was I was treating a little bit that funded account a little bit as my personal account with a broker, and then eventually I decided that okay, this is actually more of a way of a kind of a path to actually get more money to then fund the other one, which is my personal account. So I actually started to be also more kind of not so conservative. Actually, just have a standard risk that I'll be taking on a single trade, and I try to trade it a bit more normal, and then actually care more about then my personal and my personal account on a broker. So it's more of a way, instead of just seeing it as an end, the funded account, it was more of just a stepping stone towards the other one. So and kind of use it to recycling it that way. So also not like being too conservative also then on the funded account, it was actually then damaging my potential growth towards where I want actually to allocate my capital towards to, and that's a little bit then the next step that I did into these funded accounts. It was like that, but it took its natural process, its natural time to realize, and I think sometimes it's actually just out of experience. But the more you do it, you start noticing that okay, what is actually the end goal that I'm trying to do here? Because everyone, when you started, the first goal is to just pass the funded account, and you are celebrating that phase. Then you start realizing, okay, now I have a funded account. What is the next goal? Is maybe just try to get the first payout, and then eventually try to scale the account. But that's actually not even the goal there, right? Then you want to actually get that money and start doing something with that money, which is then the funding your own personal account, and maybe even other type of investments that you want to do, maybe long-term investments. So then it kind of becomes kind of a bigger game that you're starting to play, and everything is just a step on the way towards something bigger, and the more kind of steps are kind of you add, or kind of then eventually are thinking about an ender goal, or kind of a bigger goal over there. These ones start reducing their own weight, or kind of that importance. Is just something that you need to do to eventually get to that other step at the end. And I think that removing that level of importance sometimes is actually kind of a good thing as well, because when you put too much weight into something, that thing becomes like too big, and you think that you are always just a little bit away to achieving it. While if you start adding other steps, now you know that you actually need to achieve this one quicker, so we can actually get to the next stage altogether, which is a kind of a good, interesting trick on your mind when you think about it. But yeah, that was a little bit of my process.
That is exactly what we see in traders. It's exactly what I've done in my own journey as well. So a trader would trade their process in the first phase, and it's like they're making this tool to do the job they need it to do. So phase one, they do incredibly well. Phase two, they do incredibly well. And they finally built the tool they need to get the job done. Like you say, it's to funnel money into other projects, right? But the trader then enters this state of, well, I've now built the tool I need, and I don't want to lose this tool. I don't want to break this tool. I don't want to hurt this tool or scratch this tool. And so it's kind of a combination of two things. One, either traders will put that funded account on the shelf, and I've been guilty of this big time, where you go, nice, got the funded account, don't want to lose that. And then sizing down or being so selective to a point where I'm like, I'm never going to use it. But more than that, what we see is traders actually go, I've finally got this sledgehammer that I've been building. Now I'm going to take a swing and hit a home run. And they use it in a way that it was never intended for, like hitting max daily stop on one trade idea, because they just get way too emotional that finally I've got this thing. It's my end goal. And you touched on this so beautifully. Getting a funded account, if it's your end goal, that's it. You've just cooked yourself, because it's like your dream. It's your end goal. It's the place you're trying to get to. When I get this funded account, all my problems are going to disappear. With that mentality, what you'll do is create more problems than you'll fix. Because I think if you can go from very quickly to the finish line, we're gonna absolutely cook ourselves in terms of how objective we are, because all of a sudden we've arrived. But the problem is getting the funded account doesn't change anything in your life. Getting a payout might do a bit of boost of confidence, but a single payout shouldn't really change anything again in your life, right? Getting multiple payouts, getting consistent payouts. And this is where I love that you touched on the idea that I've got a bigger goal and a bigger vision than just getting funded and getting payouts. The payouts are a tool and a step towards funding my own personal account. And funding the personal account could be the goal at a certain level. So let's say, for an example, a trader's got a £3,000 personal account, but they got a 100K funded prop firm account. Absolutely, the trader's going to feel pressure. Why? Even if they're trading at 0.5% risk, which is $500, if the trader hits a 3-hour trade, they're going to get paid out enough money to nearly add 50% to their personal account. So relative to their financial situation, this funded account can do some significant work. But if the goal was to grow that personal account from 3,000 to maybe 300,000, then the payout of $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 is a drop in the ocean, and it's not like overwhelming, because it's not going to suddenly change your life and get you to your end goal overnight. And I love how you bring into perspective, a challenge account is a tool to get funded, which is a tool to fund my personal account, which is a tool to grow it to a certain level, which is a tool to probably earn an income on your own terms. Like, do you see how they all kind of entwine? And once you have this bigger perspective of, hey, I'm aiming for like Jupiter, all of a sudden, where you are currently just feels like, oh, this is so boring. I'm just got to follow the process. And it's less
Yeah.
about suddenly getting funded and getting one single big payout, because we realize that isn't the end goal. That's one step in the next 500 steps that a trader needs to take, which means when they're forging that tool, it's never going to be in a total finished state where the trader feels overwhelmed and doesn't want to abuse it or is afraid to use it. And myself, I've been completely guilty of this, typically building something beautiful and then putting it on a shelf and going, don't want to lose that. And then I would start on a new challenge account and I wouldn't trade my funded account. And I would be like, I've built this thing, it's sitting there, it can earn me money. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but my strategy's not ready. And you know what? I'm going to go and get another challenge account and I'll kind of come back to that challenge. And then I'd get another account funded. Now I've got two tools. Oh, yeah, they look really good. Let's put them on the shelf together and not use them. Maybe I'll just, you know what? I'm still not there on my strategy. My psychology's still not quite there. I need another challenge account to practice. Next thing you know, the trader has got multiple funded accounts, but none of which are doing work for him. Why? Because the trader has overemphasized the weight and the importance of having that single milestone within their trading. And it's even worse for the trader that have never got funded or got a payout, because they're still stuck at that first milestone of thinking, when I get a payout, it's going to change my problems. What it does is it just opens up chapter 2 of the book. And then what we realize is when we get a good way into chapter 2, there's chapter 3. And when we just sort of step back and look sideways, that's a thick old book with many chapters in it. And if we can point ourselves towards a bigger goal, like funding a personal account, and not just putting another 1,000 in it, but getting it to a size where it's substantial, then it helps us regain perspective on our challenge accounts and our journey as a trader. And ultimately, it just helps us be objective. But no one explained this to me. And Pedro, I love that you figured this out, and you've twigged my memory of kind of me going through this milestone for myself as well. And it's funny how traders of several years will come to these conclusions and find ways to look at things in a way that helps your mindset be objective of the bigger marathon and not the sprint, right? And again, this can sort of really help when it comes to, oh, I've just lost a challenge account. Okay, well, if losing that challenge account is a part of your bigger journey, does it mean you failed the race? No, it just means maybe it's a slightly twisted ankle or a bruised leg because you ran into a railing. I don't know, insert your own metaphor. But it's something that the trader can then see in perspective, like, okay, you know what? I'd prefer not to lose this account, but it's not the end of my race. It is a stumbling block, maybe a small lesson. So I love that you shared that. We see the same is true in the traders that we work with, that they work so hard to get these funding accounts, and then they just flop the moment the account becomes funded. And it's because they put it on a pedestal. This is my end goal. I'm now there. And now that I'm there, my life's about to change. And then that opportunity is ripped away from them through their own doing, which often the trader doesn't really connect. They think, oh, the market's just stopped working. But it's the traders like, this is a good trade, I'm going to risk 3%. Then gets super emotional when it comes back to break even. So it's just, yeah, it's good that we observe that in traders, but for the trader to connect themselves and say, for me to get to this bigger vision in my life, getting a funded account and a payout can't be the end goal. It can't. If I put it as the end goal, it becomes too big. I'll get too emotional. There'll be too much pressure around it. I don't know if LJ, if you've got any kind of experiences with this. I know you've been trading a lot longer than myself, but in terms of sort of moving into the prop environment, how did the prop firm account sit when it comes to kind of the bigger vision that you have within trading?
Yeah, so I agree. So basically, yes, I definitely have that same larger view of that big end goal. So that's always been the thing for me, whether it's been personal or prop. So when you do get those big portions, even if you have a banger week, which might be like 5x your typical week, right? So you've pretty much cleaned up a month in that 1 week. It might even be 3 days, 3 trading days, and you're like, we're on it right here, right? But it's still just a drop in the ocean for the like 5-10 year outlook. Now, within that though, obviously I started trading long before prop existed. So I will say that one of the things that frustrates me is doing the evaluation periods, because I'm so used to already trading, doing that work, and then obviously getting a direct outcome, something that actually goes to my personal balance, and if I wanted, I could withdraw. So running that through prop, I definitely probably disrespect the evaluation periods a bit more than I respect when it's funded, because you're trying to like churn through that to get what I'm already used to, where I've already been. It feels like I've been here, done this, why am I doing it again, type situation. Now, for a while I was doing that, I was like, why am I doing it? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, obviously, this is dumb, right? You need to do this in order to get to the past period. They're kind of one and the same. So instead, I started treating it as you have phase 1, phase 2, then you're funded, and whatever your funded target is, instead of treating it as like 8, 5, say we take the high stakes, 8, 5, and then 10, I just rope them all together. So I just treat it as 23% total. And I just got to go through the whole way systematically to that endpoint. Then you've got that payout. You've refunded your initial costs, that kind of thing. You've got a bit of extra money on the side, and then you just press on from there. Whether you want to get more accounts or whatever it is. That's the way I started reforming it in my mind. Now, obviously, it's a very simple thing. I could just say like, yes, I need to do this, just like do what you do every day. But it definitely does feel frustrating when over here I'm making money on like personal accounts. Here I'm doing the same. It takes the same kind of work, the same kind of grind, same kind of effort. And you're seeing thousands of dollars rack up, but you keep nothing. You know, it sucks, obviously. Right? It feels off. So that's the way I restructured it myself. But yeah, I definitely have more of a tilt in slightly disrespecting the eval periods versus the funded portions. So I'll definitely be more aggressive than dial it back down to where I normally am. Just trying to like front run, like sort of push it forward a bit. Yeah.
It makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that, and eventually someone who experience is going to start treating the challenges on the same way. Just try to get funded as soon as possible. Sometimes we do put them on a pedestal when it's kind of maybe the first one, second one, third one kind of is in that early stages, and also depending on if you actually have the financial ability to just keep on buying challenges. Like if you need to maybe save a full month or 2 months to just buy a challenge, especially if you are talking about maybe a 50k or 100k account, then of course that creates extra pressure to you, and then you're going to do it differently. Now, if you don't really care, like, okay, just like whatever, this is 10% of whatever. It's a normal expense on a monthly basis for me. I don't care. Just traded it and then pass the challenge. If I lose it, I buy another one. Doesn't even like affect me, minimum on my monthly budget. That's normal. There's the experience part and there's the financial part where I think it can make a big deal with that. But just as Richard mentioned before, and it's great, like what he mentioned in regards to different chapters, just as I mentioned as well. One thing that you mentioned in terms of opening perspective of what the goal is. An analogy that sometimes I like to do it. I think I don't know. It was Jim Rohn that I listened through. That I listened. He mentioned this. It's like when you're in school, like you have first class, second class, third class, fifth class, and sometimes in trading or any other situation in life that you are trying to learn from ourselves and to improve. Let's use trading as an example. Is when you do spend way too much time on the first year, okay? And all of a sudden you are an adult and you are still trying to sit on a 1 year chair, like 1 year, like 7 years old kid that goes into that chair. You don't fit anymore. Like eventually you need to evolve, you need to grow, you need to go into the next chapters of trading, and that's basically what you're trying to say here. Like eventually the goal cannot be just getting funded or just get a funded account or get one payout. Eventually it needs to be something bigger that you actually want to do with your life and with trading itself, and the money that you generate from trading, because trading is just a source of income. There can be many others. It's just a way to make money, period, and can be a lifestyle as well. But first and foremost, it needs to be a way of making money. So yes, so I suffered many times with that, of maybe still repeating the same mistake more than I should, for longer than I should, and I was kind of then remembering that, okay, this looks like I'm already a big old guy sitting in a kid's chair. Like I shouldn't be fitting here anymore. Like I should aim for bigger things, for bigger goals right now. Like so, it's time to evolve. It's time to actually to strategize again. It's time to take it serious, to go to the next phase of my life, of my journey. And I think that's an important step. So anyone that is still in that phase of just getting excited, as Richard mentioned, maybe having the goal just to get the first funded account or maybe the first payout, and the quicker you start evolving and thinking bigger, the better. And sometimes it can be in a conversation like this that you can start listening to three guys that have a little bit more experience maybe than you into trading, and then think, yes, I was not really thinking about this. I need to start kind of rebranding or kind of just strategizing again everything that I'm trying to do here, and think bigger. Like always think bigger. And definitely, even the three of us, we may think that we think bigger. We are not even thinking bigger enough when you're then comparing with some other people somewhere else in the world. So it's always good. And anytime you think bigger, you like your money expands, and by your money expanding, now the problems that you are facing right now, they are no longer the problems. You want to bring new problems, new future problems into your life. That's what matters, not the current problems that you are facing, because the current problems that you are facing is just keeping you where you are, and you need to start bringing bigger problems into your life. And these small problems that you are facing right now, they don't really matter that much hopefully in a few years as from now. That's just something to share that part, because it's something that I remember during my journey. I may have maybe spent maybe 1-2 years more in specific phases that I shouldn't, walking in circles instead of trying to progress. And this is where actually
went around the base of the mountain instead of climbing it, going over the other side, and then going to the next one.
But what I would say is that actually having someone like Richard, and it's actually good that The5ers actually has a performance coach or a mentor where you can open your eyes earlier in the process. Like instead of you just spending 6 months working in circles, maybe just spend 2 months, and then you ask a question to Richard, and Richard can actually give you the kind of the guidance to just start progressing, going through, instead of just continuing to another lap of going nowhere. So that's where also having a coach, a performance coach, and I'm glad that the 5ers decided to have Richard doing what he does, because it's that's actually can be the difference of time saving into someone's journey. Yeah.
I appreciate the feedback on it. But it's also the trader that connects with what we share, right? And I know, as sad as it is, sometimes I get caught in this loop of how can I communicate this idea clearer to a trader who's been trading for 6 months. But ultimately, sometimes it doesn't matter how you say it. It's down to the individual to connect with that. I see we get a couple of comments in chat. One of the things that comes up quite a lot in a newer trader's journey would be this: if I start, how much should I risk on a 5K account, or what should my account size actually be if I was going to trade? We had an interview not so long ago with Sol, the CEO of the 5ers, who's been trading for nearly 20 years. And I said, if you had to start again, and this was a question from the community, I said, if you had to start again with next to zero, how would you get out of the rat race with trading? Like, what would you do? How would you position yourself? What account would you buy? And one thing that was, I won't do a spoiler because we're going to do a big webinar on it, but one of the key bits of information is it didn't matter what curveball I threw him. And at some point he even said, Rich, these are really tough questions. And it was deliberate, because what I was trying to do is get him to show a level of it's only a small account. It's fine. I'm going to send it. But what he did is he remained consistent to the process of it doesn't change whether it's a 5 million account or a 5K account. I would just trade my process and I keep my risk the same. What I would do is manage my expectations that on a 5K account, I'm not going to be earning thousands of dollars. It's because the account isn't big enough. The drawdowns may be $500. I'm not going to be able to, with good risk management, earn that kind of money. So when we look at kind of that blueprint of how I came into trading, it was very unskilled trader, very undisciplined, and didn't really understand what trading actually was. Thought I could use it as my investment vehicle to make hundreds of thousands. What actually happened is I lost a lot of money for nearly 3 years, 2 years, and then the third year was break even. Now, what I didn't have was that clicking moment where someone shared with me that there might have been a better way to do it. And as I think back now, that blueprint of how I wish I would have done it would have been take on a part-time income, work evenings, weekends, nights, whatever it was, that earned just enough to pay my bills and gave me enough disposable income to purchase 2 challenge accounts a month. Very small challenge accounts. And what I would do is know that I could replace these challenge accounts up to 2 a month as a part of my learning, and I was paying my financial bills. So effectively, there would be no pressure on trading. I mean, there wouldn't be a social life in terms of, going out and spending money, but that's the trade-off, right? But I knew that I wouldn't financially be going backwards because I was paying my bills. And I had we're talking, what's a 5K challenge account? Is about $40. So what I would need is like $80 a month disposable income. And if I lost 2 accounts in a month, that's it. You've got to go back to work. You're not getting another account for another month. And I would just practice consistency and discipline and executing on that on one account at a time. And hopefully I never lost an account within a month because my edge continued to work. But when that account got funded, all I'd need to do is just make 3, 4, 5%, and it would be enough as a payout to take that money and invest into a 10K or a 25K. And we see how this now snowballs. We do the same with a 10 or 25, and we try and get that little spark into a slightly bigger flame. Eventually that payout, a few percent, can earn enough for 100K. And what I'm doing is I'm building a track record and I'm learning to trust myself with next to no financial liability bigger than $80 a month. And I'm trying to build a track record that gets me up to a point where I'm allocated 200,000, 300,000. And at that point, and this is where it's very easy to say it's okay for the traders that got to that point, but this is the blueprint I probably should have used. When I got to the 200,000 or 300,000, then the payouts are going to be $1,500, $2,000, $3,000. That's when I start putting that into a personal account, still working the job, but now the personal account is giving me that more, I guess you could call it staple income, where I can go, I got £5,000 in my personal or $5,000 in my personal. I'm using maybe 1% risk, and maybe I'm earning $5 a month. And then the trader goes, wow, I'm earning $250 external to my job. And if you ever wanted to transition from how do I go into being a full-time trader, it would be when you finally had enough in prop allocation that was funding your personal and personal accounts which gave you enough income to potentially pay your bills. So the props would grow the personal, and the personal could pay the bills if needed. Again, it still produces a lot of pressure, and had I gone down that blueprint, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have been the trader I am today because I wouldn't have felt the pressure, I wouldn't have put in the work, I wouldn't have felt the need to succeed. So it would have been the kind of safer blueprint, but it wouldn't have made me the trader I am today. So if you go back and say, well, Rich, you could have all the money back you lost at trading, and that was the blueprint you follow, would you swap where you are now for that journey? My answer personally would be no. Because, although my journey was rotten and hard work, and it genuinely at some point stunk of rotten fish, and I thought, I'm never going to figure this out, I wouldn't be the trader I am today. So I'm grateful for all of those lessons. But for an unskilled trader who wanted to start to build a skill set in this space, that's the blueprint I would have used if I wanted to do so in a way that didn't completely freeze and halt my personal life, make me financially take steps backwards, make me, 6 months of losing money, thousands of pounds, and you don't feel particularly good at the end of it. You're not sitting there going, yeah, but think of the lessons you learn. In 3 years you'll be a funded trader, and in 5 years you'll be getting good consistent payouts, and in 6 years you'll be a performance coach. I wasn't thinking about that when I'm like looking at my bank balance going, I'm £10,000 down, in 6 months, like nothing's working. So I love having these conversations, not because it's the right blueprint, it just gives a trader an opportunity to go, is there another way of going about it? And the quicker you build them connections, as Pedro said, the quicker you get a chance to maybe consider changing the path that you're on and breaking that cycle of just going round and round and round in circles. Sadly, 70 to 80% of traders quit without ever really figuring out what trading is actually all about and having a really good crack at making it sustainable. And what we aim to do is give traders the kind of insights to be able to look at this objectively and say, okay, what is my end goal in trading? Like where am I actually trying to get to? And am I treating trading in the way that's going to get me to that next milestone? And that brings me on to this comment here, which I see the Unbiased Trader coming out with all the aces today. Pedro, is your next milestone the 4 million funded account? I would be curious to actually figure out, like, what is our next milestone? Not necessarily financially in terms of trading account, but if we all had to be raw and honest here, and chat, this includes you as well, what is your next milestone that you're actively working towards to say, this is my level up as a trader? So Pedro, I won't put you on the spot with a 4 million funded account, but genuinely, if there was a kind of a milestone or something that you say, you know what, that's quite important to me that I hit this as part of my next step, what would that be for you?
It's a good question. To be honest, I don't really have an answer right now to that one. I just need to regain. I'm still on the same thing. These last 6 months, or the first 6 months of this year, I kind of disconnected a little bit with trading, and my goal right now is actually just go back to my processes. I just want to go back to my processes and enjoy trading as much as I did before. That's my main thing right now. Is just to get into back the routine. Enjoy trading and get consistent again with my processes, and then I'll think of a goal. I haven't really thought now the goal. I need to work on my progress right now. I've been kind of steady. I've been kind of a little bit steady, not challenging myself in my trading, and I think I need to do that. I need to do that. So that's my big thing right now into my trading. I'm going to. I know I'm going to do that now throughout this month of July. I'm going to go back into my normal process. I've already decided that, and that's just being honest. That's where I'm at right now. I don't really have now. I'm not going to be sharing numbers, but that's going to be my main thing. And then I'll be thinking about of a goal, and then I will be able to share that maybe in 2 weeks from now. I'll be able to share that with you. What is the next milestone that I want to achieve? Yeah.
Excellent. All right, I look forward to hearing that. LJ, what's your next milestone? What is the next step in LJ's journey look like?
Okay. Well, to put it simply, I won't be completely candid, but as you would know, Rich, more of my next milestone is like reclaiming past milestones and putting that back into where it was. You know what I mean? But I do have some other restructured targets with, say, with my partner, reforming sort of how I work. Obviously, as you guys know, I'm up at all hours, especially my time over here, which is very abstract when you're trying to, I don't know, just be normal with everyone else who goes to bed at normal times and wakes up at normal times. So I've definitely got a bit of a reconfiguration to try and pick up the same results within reconfiguring that sort of time frame. Now, there'll be like a bit of a blend, but get them a bit closer where they're a bit too far apart right now. That would be the main first point. And then beyond that, with the other stuff, yes, it'd be more getting back to certain other milestones that I'd already hit well beyond and reclaiming those stones. Let's put it that way. So, yeah. But we're on track. We've got the pathway, so it'll probably be. I think the rough timeline to have both of that done is from now 6 to 8 months. I think firmly, like within a comfortable range. That's giving some extra. So I think it could be a bit earlier, maybe more like 5. But that's that plus some extra bandwidth. So.
Okay.
It's interesting that actually you mentioned.
You'll see some more stuff coming through there. But yeah. Sorry, go on, Pedro.
It's just interesting that you ask for a milestone, or Richard asks for a milestone. It kind of both of us mentioned more of a personal stuff than actually trading stuff. Kind of readjusting some personal discipline or kind of routines that maybe is affecting actually directly maybe our trading, in some way, or even our personal life that also end up affecting our trading, and not trading directly. It's just interesting.
They go hand in hand.
Like yeah, of course they go, but many don't associate with that. Like maybe many were expecting us just to say a certain level, or to maybe mention a certain
100 million
or billion or something like that.
10 billion.
The reality is that
a trillion.
The reality is that maybe
the reality, take out Elon Musk.
The reality is that to get to that. We need to fix maybe something first, and that's maybe affecting that to be achievable. So it's just interesting the way I replied, and the way you replied, kind of end up being similar. Richard, what about you?
Richard's going to buy out SpaceX from
billion, 100 trillion.
I think for the buyout you probably need like 5 trillion, because what's it valued like 1.5 now, I think. So normally, like if we give like a 3 and a bit X multiple, all right, Rich, how quickly can you get to $5 trillion?
So this is what I'm saying. How quickly can you get the goal? Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to backtrack slightly. I'm going to look at the process. I'm going to include chat in this. Henry says LJ's next step is Ferrari. Akram actually said it would be the JDM cars. And then Unbiased Trader is coming in as an absolute savage and saying LJ's next milestone is to have stable internet connection. Absolute savage there. Okay, so much the same as what LJ was sharing, that my next milestone is actually reclaiming ground on the trader I used to be. And I've entered a new chapter of life, and life's got a lot more moving components and things to consider than perhaps 3 years ago. And so 3 years ago, I could lock myself in a room for 12, 15 hours a day. And if you said to me, Rich, go and build this edge, I'd have it done by the end of the week. And what I find now is it just takes me so much longer, and my attention and energy just isn't quite there as to where it used to be. So I school myself, and this is something that we'll be doing in the Trader's Journey in a few weeks from now, but I school myself on kind of the trader I want to be relative to the trader I am. And what I recognize is I've kind of taken a bit of a back step, and for me to close that gap, what I need to be is 100% consistent and relentless in executing my edge. My edge just isn't quite at the point where I have that kind of insight to be able to do this. And so my job is to identify, well, what's the work I need to do, and then go and actually do that work, and then you've got no excuse. Now, obviously, there will always be an excuse. There'll be another excuse that just pops up, right? But at least I can then start working on the next excuse, and the next, and the next, and the next. And this is how we start breaking through those levels after levels after levels. So the reason why we ask this question is because this is entirely why we have created the Trader's Journey within the 5ers Discord, is for traders to say, well, what's missing for me to get my next level up? And then the follow-up question, which both you guys actually answered without any prompt, which is 100% why you are where you are, is you identified what do you actually need to do to hit that level up. And so it's not just being aware of why are you kind of like sized down, or why are you not making the advances you want. What is the work you need to do? And how can you commit to doing that work this day, this week, this month? And that's what we push the Trader's Journey channel for, is for traders to not just identify the work, but commit to understanding this is what I need to do, and nobody going to do it for me. This is the space I'm going to use to get on and actually do that work and prove that I've done it as well. So it's kind of this is the importance of having a space that you recognize. And in reality, for me, a coach just does exactly that. They help the trader realize what they need to do to level up, and then they encourage the trader to just get on and do it. But entirely, it's down to the individual to go and pursue that kind of work and find the right resources that help you along the way. If these streams don't help you, don't watch them. They're just noise. If these streams do help you, then actually interact with the kind of things that you're challenged with, because your next level up could be sitting behind the work that you're avoiding doing right now. And this is why Pedro is where Pedro is and LJ is where LJ is. It's years of identifying what your next level up looks like, what's the work, and then just simply doing it. And how many dead ends do we head down? Like, how many tunnels do we dig down and go, oh, well, that was a dead end. That was another dead end. Not all work creates the kind of solutions that we expect from it. In the same way, not all challenge accounts produce the kind of result that we expect from them. So I feel like to be a trader is to have a level of relentlessness that just keeps you focused on the task ahead, regardless of result. I can say, in all honesty, I'll hold my hands up. I am a trader. If trading was like, jumping over hurdles, I am a trader that has tripped, fell, and stacked it over probably 150 hurdles. I've probably only jumped over 10 hurdles in that journey, but I've came through 150 hurdles. And that's what makes me the trader I am today. Now, what I want to do is get a little bit better and a little bit more efficient at jumping over the hurdles, not nearly breaking my leg as I come over them and just stack into them. So that's kind of the general analysis. We've all seen the video where you'll have a runner that just literally just runs through about 10 of them.
Takes them all. They're like carrying them all after you just pick them up.
That's me. Through hard work and ignorance, I'm going to get through this. Just quickly, big shout out to a friend of mine, Simon Whitaker. How you doing? And a big shout out to my buddy Rich. Joined the stream very late, but nice to listen into. How you doing, Simon? We're just going into the idea of identifying what's the thing that kind of helps you move forward, and then how could you commit to doing that work sooner rather than later. And then the results, obviously, no guarantee of results, but at least the traders working towards what they believe is the change in their lives.
So I had a question, Rich. If I do mine, can I also put some more abstract things that push me along? Right, because
what would an example of this be?
Example would be things like I don't know, fitness, health, doing other things like listening to audiobooks, that kind of stuff in there. Not just like trading, very trading specific, because I feel like most of that I get down. The only reason sometimes I might slack off on things or be a bit lazy or just forego something is because like I haven't gone to the gym, haven't done my typical routine, get up in the morning, listen to some music, have a coffee, then I'll listen to some audiobooks, scroll financial Twitter, not just general Twitter, like actually, and same with like reels and stuff, very finance oriented, doing all that macro research. It's the times when I start like dropping off on that, then I'll be a bit more, the other things also become loose. Right, so I don't know, would that be fair to also incorporate that other surrounding lifestyle components in terms of like routine or something that goes into it?
100%. And I would say if you didn't do that, you probably wouldn't be utilizing the space to its maximum capacity.
Okay.
Like you guys were talking about, that it's funny how our next level up is linked to personal life as well. You can't just sit down at the chart, study price action, and just think psychology to be a better trader. So many of us just need a balance in pretty much all of our lives. So yeah, if you identify there's things outside of that, I mean, I'm just picturing your channel with just nothing but shirtless images of yourself coming out of the gym. Like, mashed it. But hey, dude, if that's your flavor and that's how you want to use it and it helps you level up as a trader, then I'm not going to stand in the way of that, all right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Rich. Well, maybe we'll get like a incremental period. Because yeah, that is definitely one of the biggest things the past past year and a half or so, especially since just before joining the 5ers, I got incredibly more busy. Then I had surgery, that kind of stuff, a bunch of like health, medical things as well. Then jumped into joining the 5ers. That took up different time, had to restructure things again. And then that was also post-surgery. Haven't been training, haven't been doing that stuff as much. I've tried to come back at certain points, but then get swamped again. But I've definitely noticed that has put me out of routine. Like, this is something I've done for the past 15 years, literally since I was 14, 15 years old, religiously, every single week, right the way through. So trying to put that back into measure, I think if I do that, that's always set me up for the best structure to then go and trade as well. Clarity, break up of your day, doing something physical, intensely physical as well, not just going outside, and then going into trading. So yeah, I don't know if I feel like some other people would benefit from it as well. I don't know, seeing that rebound, like, I know you're like, oh, yeah, 100 shirtless pictures in chat. We won't do that. Maybe we'll do like, one every like 3 months as like an update thing of progression or something. Like, if people care about it. Otherwise, we can leave that out. We can just do my body weight and measurements in data form. But yeah.
No, visuals are always welcome. I think that's essential.
I think that's one of the biggest things for me, anyway.
I think it is.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I was just asking,
and
seeing what kind of stretch that we're talking about, Rich, with this, with outside stuff, like you were just saying. Sorry, Pedro.
I think it's essential. Like, even as a daily journal, some people actually track that. I track that, so I do have a trading journal and then a kind of a personal journal, but I just track a few routines that I want to do on a daily basis, and just try to see if I'm leaving behind, if I'm kind of on track, and then kind of it's always nice to see at least the percentage on a monthly basis. If it stays kind of around those 80%, that's kind of where I want to be at. That, of course, then you can have some tools like Whoop or whatever, like any devices that can track a little bit your activity. And sweep is really important. So if you want to include sweep, because you don't sweep, like you are the only human being, you and maybe Elon Musk, that don't sweep at all. But maybe if you actually start seeing some, I don't know, change of routines or benefits on sweeping, yes, that can definitely be beneficial. So I think all those things, they definitely do matter. Even in your moods, even the way you approach trading, even the way you feel, even your confidence levels as well into trading, maybe even your patience and all of that. That plays a big role into trading. The relationships that you have and everything. For example, again, I'm just going to mention Paddle once again, but something interesting that I've been discovering in Paddle, that I'm a really chill guy. I'm relaxed. Trading forced me to be really patient and not to be overreactive because of the amount of losses I had. I had to learn kind of how to be a little bit of numb into those emotions, to be able to survive and not be super reactive. And now kind of it's okay if I win, I lose. Kind of it doesn't really kind of move me much emotionally. But with it has been interesting these last 6 months with Paddle to see my level of aggressiveness. I'm a kind of a relaxed. As you guys know, I'm a patient. I look for reversals. I wait for the market to come to me. I'm not forcing any trades. I'm not a scalper. Far from it. But when I started to play now Paddle, kind of a sport, my level of aggressiveness in the court when I'm playing and the way I'm kind of always kind of putting pressure and try to kind of smash people, whatever it may be, which I never thought it would be my style. But I do have that on me. Like, it was interesting to find out that style of personality that was a little bit hidden because of trading. Even the other day I was talking with my partner, with a friend, like everyone's saying, and my partner saying basically to him, that I'm the most chill guy, kind of more relaxed, more neutral, like I don't want to say neutral, but more chilled that they can find, never getting upset. And all of a sudden they were commenting, this guy gets upset as well. Like this guy gets angry as well, even in the court. And this guy is kind of have kind of more aggressiveness than maybe I never saw this from him. And it's nice. And now for me to kind of even try to explore those emotions, or kind of that personality, and maybe how can I somehow bring that into trading? How can I implement a little bit of that style into trading? I don't know exactly still how I'm going to do it. Is it maybe more, even maybe scaling in more aggressive? Even is it even adding more position sizing into my normal risk instead of just playing a little bit safe? I don't know. It's something that honestly this year, I think one of the main things for me this beginning of the year is that I've been always planning just to reply to Richard's a question of what he asked, kind of what is your next milestone. I've always thought about that, where I want to be kind of next year, next 2 years, 3 years. I think this year, maybe for the first time, it's a moment actually where I'm living a bit more in the present, just living what I like, just live by day and not having everything structured in a way of thinking, okay, I'm doing this today because I know that this is going to take me into that phase. It's been a different dynamic. To be honest, I'm not trying to overthink too much about everything I'm doing. I'm just a little bit staying more present and enjoy the moment, and then just trusting myself that this is going to lead to something that is going to be beneficial in the future. Maybe it's not. Maybe I will again eventually just go track and go into a new journey again, or kind of just redirect a little bit some of the things I'm doing. But that's been the main thing for me this 6 months. It's been weird, to be honest. It's been weird. For the last like 10-15 years, I was thinking about, I'm doing this, think about the next thing, and then kind of I was thinking like that, and all of a sudden I'm just being present. And it's just weird. Sometimes it's just weird. I'm not used to this type of being so, kind of enjoying the moment.
Yeah, I'm not there either, Pedro. Yeah. So
yeah,
I agree.
So that's why even when Richard just asked me that question, I don't really have nothing pop up to me, but it's something that I want to go back to, because I also like that version of me, and it's maybe trying to find a balance now in between both.
Just one thing I want to share on that, and this is something that I fall in and out of flavour with, and right now I've got really locked in, and I've only had it locked in for about a month, because before that I was kind of drifting, and then before that I was really locked in. The thing that helped me, and it ties actually perfectly with what Pedro's sharing, and LJ, where you say you're not there yet, and this comment here, it ties in perfectly to this. It says, after getting funded, I was so happy for a few days, then felt amazing after getting paid. Now being funded, I just don't have that excitement that I had before being profitable. How do you guys feel? This is exactly what we're talking about at the moment, where we have these times in our trading where everything aligns, we're very clear on what we're working towards, and then we have these times where it's like, oh, I suppose I've got to just do the job and do the thing and just execute on the plan. And what really has helped me, and I'm kind of stepping through this and learning this as a part of kind of coaching others and working through it myself, is being absolutely locked in on my why, my bigger vision, and what does my goal look like, my end goal. And so once I had that dialed in, I'm able to look at executing on the next single trade as being almost a insignificant step towards that, because what I need is like to execute on the next 500 trades perfectly to even make a dent in my bigger vision. But having the bigger vision and tying that towards executing on the next trade means that I'm getting rid of a lot of the I should probably trade today, and I'm being very intentional. So for me, it's actually tied to having an income on your own terms is like a super important thing for me. So what does that look like? Well, that has a certain allocation in a personal account. Okay, so your end goal isn't to have X amount of money, but it's to be able to have that total time freedom. Okay, now this could take years to work towards, but if you're very clear on what your bigger vision is, then what you say is, okay, to have total time freedom, what would I need? Well, based on like kind of investment portfolios, you typically need about 25x your annual expenses. So if on a year you're spending $40,000, you would need about a million sitting in an investment portfolio. Now, if that was your bigger vision and your why that you're working towards, then it would be saying, okay, executing on my next step gets me closer towards that, but the win and the loss on the next trade itself doesn't really make any difference in itself. So having that bigger vision really mapped out in my why, in my mind, it actually stopped me from looping going, you know what, I've got to do the job, and like some days I feel like doing it, other days I don't feel like trading. And it just says, you know what, you're working towards what you identified as the bigger, better version of your life. And every day it's just a case of turning up and just doing the work. And if you have a minus 4-hour day, it stops us from being super emotional, because 4-hour negative doesn't change anything relative to your bigger journey. If you look at the chart at the moment and you look at that price and imagine that as your equity curve, if your bigger vision was 10x higher than that equity curve, you wouldn't really care during that drawdown period. So the disclaimer, when you're playing with your mates and you're playing like a game with your mates, you know, rather than saying, oh guys, just a bit of a heads up, I'm down 4-hour today, I might be a bit aggressive. It's actually just realizing, you know what, plus 4-hour, minus 4-hour, it makes very little difference. It's just heading towards that that overall journey. So for me, it was actually when I had that goal and I positioned myself in a way that I knew I was moving closer to it as a byproduct of my actions, then I was able to be present. Then the fun actually came back, because I didn't have to think about, well, how am I going to get the results I want from trading? How am I going to get to the bigger vision in my life? I just knew that every day that I turned up and did the job, as a byproduct, I'm moving closer towards it, which meant I could switch off from overthinking about losses and wins and how much do I risk and how much allocation do I trade on. I worked out the whole lot, set up a trade copier, and just said, just turn up and do the job, mate. And the mental load that it freed up was massive. And as Roya says, it made my trading boring. It literally put my trading into a state where it's not exciting. I just turn up, I do the job, and the process is going to take care of the end result. And now I'm sitting there designing custom motorbikes on ChatGPT, trying to figure out how to make this next project build. Like, I've now got capacity to start thinking about fun again and being present.
Bugatti of motorbikes.
And going back to maybe training again down the gym, or reading a book, but not just a book for education. What kind of book could I read for downtime? Stuff like that. So a lot of the joy in my life actually came back by being very, very clear on what it is I'm working towards, aligning myself in a way that I'm doing it as a byproduct. Then I just switch off from the whole lot and just say, oh well, lost 4R, cool, it's part of a bigger vision. And if I lost an account within that journey, oh well, that's a packet of crisps in a bigger marathon that I'm running. Now, I'm not excusing losing accounts, but I'm understanding the way that I'm positioning myself and what these tools do to serve the bigger job. Dungeon crawler, exactly that.
I mean, D&D here.
But yeah, that helped me have balance.
Hey, Rich?
I was sorry. I just got caught on by Richard Wells saying he's now got the time where he can go and read a book that's not educational. And I got given this book as a gift over the weekend. It's called Dungeon Crawler Call, and it's about a guy that basically the world gets destroyed in an instant. It gets taken over by a corporation that basically have them delve into dungeons, and he has to make his way to level 18 so that he can earn the planet again. So
that sounds like Blizzard.
It's pretty cool.
World of Warcraft players.
It's pretty cool. However, there's a very interesting thing. Like most books, you have this outer page, right? This cover. But when you look at the book itself and you remove the cover, it has a very interesting message in the front of the book. So it's a yellow book with a black binding. It says, "You will not break me," is the back of the book, or the actual front of the book. So
interesting.
I saw this last night for the first time. I was like, huh, why do I resonate with that so much. So the idea of this "you will not break me," even though obviously it's got to do with the person and the trials and tribulations he has to go through, and it's a fantasy book, but the words "you will not break me" just absolutely resonated with me last night. When I saw this for the first time, I was like, huh, interesting.
This reminds me of Sunday F1. I don't know if Akram's still in the chat, or if Dirk is watching, you'll know what I'm saying. So we pretty much had this exact moniker from Charles Leclerc when he won.
So you will not break me?
I'll send it to you later. You'll see. It's a meme, dude. It's his first win in like 674 days, past 2.5 years. That many Grand Prix.
Jeez.
And there's a good meme that actually lines up with this. So.
Nice. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to interject there. It was just the moment Rich spoke about finally having time to read something that was non-educational. This was the first thing that hopped into my mind. And then I had to share that little I wouldn't call it an aha moment, but more of a, I resonate with something about this book and I don't know why. And then I read the cover and I was like, interesting. I'm hooked.
That ties in the point where, to me, trading done well is where you have time to literally pull up a random book and just be like, I'm reading this thing. It's a whole bunch of fun. I don't care. It's where trading takes the right chapter in your life, where it's not all consuming and you feel great when you're winning and terrible when you're losing. And that's a massive evolution. And I think many of us, if we're totally honest, we're still working on, as life introduces new moving components, we've got to try and fit trading in and around these new moving components. And trading can sometimes take a bigger chapter, sometimes it can take a smaller chapter. And I feel, for me personally, when I've got it right, it's when I have the time to live, life, love and laugh, and just have the time to just binge on a sci-fi movie that just makes me like use my imagination, because my head's not full of just trading noise and trading jargon. To me, that's trading done right. Some people, they want to be at the charts 18 hours a day. Other people, they only want to trade an hour. For me, I want to treat it as a job, trade an edge every time it presents, and just be like, whatever, I did my part, and apply myself outside of the charts. That takes years to learn that, and I've definitely fallen in and out of flavour with that. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong for a whole year, and I'm just really stressed. I'm consumed by it. I'm overworking. I'm underperforming because of the pressure I put on myself in trading. And I would say I'm getting closer, and it's kind of like Pedro, where you say you're sort of in this weird headspace. I'm the same. I'm in this chapter where it's like, it feels better than it was 3 months ago. I'm still kind of not there, but using this feeling, what is it I actually want? I just want trading to not stress me out when it goes terribly wrong, and I just want to be able to trade it consistently through drawdowns, upswings, and not really care about it, knowing it's building towards a bigger vision. So being clear on that bigger vision and what that bigger vision is, and having that bigger vision as something external to trading, that's definitely helped me put trading back into the right context and be like, -4 ARD a day. Sucks, but who really cares? Like, I traded my edge well. That's the result I should have got. And I've been rude. Hey, Will. Hey, Griff. Hey, Rich. Sorry, mate. We've been off on a tandem.
What's good, guys? How we doing?
Oh, well.
Good to see you all. I don't think we've ever had so many. Well, I've never had seen so many of you at once.
I know. Full house, +1.
Wait. Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do this. Where's the...
Are you going to put the grid?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
How many can you fit on here?
Probably more.
Have you ever seen that like cut
That-
away
see-
where basically it's one person, then 2 people, then 4, then 8, then 16, and then we could do that. We can have just like the teeny
What was that
tiniest
TV show?
squares.
No way.
Had that? You might have not. I think like Rich, you would have been old enough to know this. Someone on chat will know it. Like where you had the squares, and then it showed the whole family. It's like a TV show. Unless you guys didn't have it over there.
Yeah,
Was
I
it
don't
an
know.
Australian TV show?
No, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't.
I got
I think it was
nothing to
actually
go on.
American. Pretty sure it was American.
Modern Family?
No. That's too modern. It's older. It's like
What was it?
it's like 90s,
Oh, it was a
early 2000s.
historic
yeah.
family. Not modern.
Dated family.
Yeah.
Ah,
1827.
it'll come to me. It'll come to me. Either that or someone in chat will get it. Either way. But yeah.
I can see
come to
Rich
me.
is searching for it right now. He's like, what?
You just-
TV?
I feel like you would have seen it, Rich, because I'm pretty sure it was they showed it on British TV as well.
Celebrity Squares.
The Simpsons.
No, not Celebrity Squares, not The Simpsons. It was the God, I don't know.
In the meantime, in fact, there's a good
Not
question
waste
here.
time on this. Yeah.
While we've got very precious time with the one and only Richard Wells, there's a quick question here while while LJ just has a brain fart and tries to find what he's talking about. We've got a question here from Trade Trendy saying, Mr. Wells, what drawdown percentage is acceptable for you?
0, and there's no other answer.
Yeah, I can't have a losing trade or the strategy sucks.
No.
Okay, very simple answer with this. In a year, I'm trying to 2x my biggest drawdown. So it's less about the percentage drawdown and it's more about the actual gain on the account. So if at the end of the year I made 3%, or let's just talk in R values. Every trade I risk 1R and I go for 2R profit. So 1% risk, 2% profit. We'll keep it simple. If at the end of the year I've made 30%, but my drawdown had been 30% at its worst, that gives me a 1-to-1 ratio. To me, that gives me an idea on how much I can really risk on this edge and what kind of journey it's going to take me through. So what I'm looking for is double the profit relative to the drawdown. So if I lost 50% on a drawdown throughout the year, I want that strategy to have made 100% total. Very rough rule of thumb, but typically when you're talking about big investments and you're talking about outside allocation, this is a matrix that I know they use as well. So what they're looking for is a trader that doesn't just make 30% return a year. The trader that makes 30% return a year whilst only going through a 15% drawdown is going to be someone that's like very investable. Now, a trader that makes 30% return a year whilst going through a maximum drawdown from their highs to their lows of 10% is going to be even more appealing than the first trader. And the trader that can go through, say, a 30% upswing but only have a 5% drawdown, they've actually got a 6-to-1 profit to drawdown ratio. So each year, and 30% is my target, okay? So every year I'm looking to make about 30% return, and I'm risking 0.5% on my account. So what I'm looking for is about 5R a month or a 60R annual return on my system, on my strategy. But what I really care about is how bad do the drawdowns look? So each year for the last 3 years, I've achieved in and around 30%. For 2 years, it was a bit higher. For one of the years, it was about 11%. But what I'm really focused on is not the percentage return, it's the percentage return relative to the biggest drawdown I experienced. Once I know that number, I focus on how do I cut my losses short? How do I let my winners run on a trade-by-trade basis? And each year what I've done is seen an improvement based on what I've been able to make relative to the drawdown. That's the number I really care about. So there isn't a percentage value. It's more just what did I make? What was my biggest drawdown? So if you're still, martingaling into an account and you're risking blowing up the account, to me it doesn't matter what I can make out of it, because eventually that account's going to go to zero. So I want to manage my risk on every trade, and then I'm just looking I'm looking for a 30% return. And not to be like super nerdy with the stats, but I'll speed run it. I'm building 4 edges at 5R a return a month, each at 0.5% risk. Give me 20R potential upside, which is a 10% monthly return. Do I think each edge will perform it? Absolutely not. But if one edge does perform it consistently, it's a 2.5% average monthly return, resulting in a 30% annual return. But the most important thing is my drawdown is probably 6 to 10% max, which gives me a total profit to drawdown ratio of somewhere between 1 to 3, 1 to 4, which puts me in a incredibly investable category. I know that doesn't make sense to a lot of traders, but it's something I spent a lot of time thinking about. And it's I've aligned my whole trading in a way that makes sense to that model. And as a result, it puts me towards my end goal. And my job is just to turn up and execute on the next single trade as it presents. And not be late for meetings, which I've got one which is about to kick off immediately. So I'm going to have to love you and leave you guys. Cheers for keeping us company. I'll catch up with you all soon. Cheers.
Peace.
See you
Thank you,
soon.
Richard.
He's going too soon. I was gonna troll him and be like nerd, but then I kind of feel like it's just bullying at that point because he's got to go and you can't laugh about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to
yes,
go,
yeah,
guys, as well.
Oh no, Pedro
Brady
as
Bunch.
well. Oh, come on.
By the way.
Yeah, I do have as well. Need to do some work for the Portuguese community. So, guys, thank you very much. It's again another pleasure to be here on Tuesdays and to have this conversation with Richard and LJ and also Richard in the early stages. So thank you very much. Enjoy your trading. Have a good session, guys. See you Thursday.
I'm good,
Cheers.
Pedro.
Thank you, man.
I'm looking at the football yesterday as well, by the way.
Sure.
See you, man.
See you soon.
Oh no, I wanted us to remain in like the squares because now I'm like I'm down here.
A bit tight, guys.
Four musketeers.
Can you guys budge up a bit?
Stand like this, guys. Stand like this. If you stand like this, you can fit.
Why is Rich so short?
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
Rich is like down here.
Hobbit.
He's like down there. Like, dude. Yeah, come in line.
There you
Like,
go.
Now I'm taller than LJ.
Dude, do you know what was so funny as well? That the whole concept of not being able to see, like, from the bust down, you know, and not being able to see anything from, like, the sort of ribs down, it really throws out people, like, your perception on people's heights. Rich, I knew Rich Wells was tall. Like, you know, like I said, me and Rich have streamed together for years. We've known each other and traded together for years. It wasn't until September. So yes, years. Myself and Rich have known each other. It wasn't until September I legitimately did this. All I heard was tap on the shoulder and goes, "Hey mate, I want this."
you're like,
I swear to God, I was like, "Oh shit, you're quite tall, Rich, aren't you?" I was like, "Bloody hell, man!" Because, and again, it's, you know, we see each other all at eye level all the time, so you don't put a height on it, and you do not realize how freakishly tall Rich Wells is. Like, he's only 6'4". Like, yes, 6'4" is tall.
Only.
Yeah, fair. 6'4" is tall, but when you have no concept of height on stream, 6'4" is actually quite big. When you're always looking at someone at eye level and you have no concept of their height, you're like, "Oh damn, you're a lot taller than I envisaged."
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, a bit of a digression.
Dude, it's the same deal. My partner was showing me a photo the other day of like Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift, right? Because when you see Sabrina Carpenter by herself, when it's just her in the frame, you're like, oh, it looks kind of normal. Maybe
Sure,
yeah,
an
she's a bit
average
short.
sized person, yeah.
But you see them next to each other, she's literally half the size of Taylor Swift, and you're like, dude, is that? You think it's like AI? You think it's like Photoshop?
It was the same with Tom Cruise, isn't it? You know, Tom Cruise.
I was like, dude,
5'11", 6 foot.
Tom Cruise.
Movies, whereas he's actually like 5'8". I think it is 5'8", 5'9". Super short guy. You see him in every single movie ever, and he looks 6 foot.
Dude, he's like 5'5" or something like that. He's
so
way shorter than
short.
that. He's like 5'5", 5'6". Yeah.
Isn't he?
He's
I knew he
small,
was
dude.
short, but also, what's going on with gold? We're getting a bit of a rip at the moment.
He's a small man.
He's a small guy. He's a small dude.
Yeah.
Apparently, Tom Cruise is 5'7".
Oh god, yeah. I had 5'8".
Three-quarters.
And that's the quoted level. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, and I'm
dude, he's
6'6".
way shorter than that. He is so small, dude. It's weird. It's actually weird.
We got 5'2" over here.
Wow.
5'2".
Funny.
Henry, hey, 5'5" is fine. Yes, there's nothing wrong with short kings.
It's only when you pretend to be 6'5"
Yeah,
when
true.
you're not.
Yeah,
You know,
What is this?
which he does.
South African whites are tall. I met one in Dubai and it felt complexed, though I am 6'7".
I like.
How big are you, Rick?
Comment. What? What's that even mean?
It means that
damn.
wow, they're tall, but then
Look,
he's 6'7".
okay, I'm just
Gavish,
gonna say
dude.
this: the
You're tall as hell.
Nordic countries like Norway, the Scandinavian countries, let's put
Yeah.
it like that. Sweden, Finland, Norway, Greenland, Iceland, let's not say Greenland, Iceland. These countries have, in general, very tall people. Like the average, I believe, of their heights is like more on the upper side. So in general, they are generally quite tall people. And I met a person a while ago when I was playing poker still, and this guy walked in and he had to like bend his head when walking into the casino into one of the archways. And the archway itself was probably like a let's say 2.2 meters or whatever in general. And this guy was probably a head taller than that. And he had to like bend his head just to get in underneath. And it turns out he was something like close to 7 foot. Like he was like 6 foot 10 or 6'11", something like this, something ridiculous. And he was from Sweden, if I can remember correctly. But like the Scandinavian countries. So, dude, if you think that South African men are tall, like the Scandinavian guys are like crazy tall as well.
Yeah, a friend of mine. He's British as far as I'm aware. Like, I don't think he's got any like Scandinavian blood in him at all. But he's 6'7" or 6'8". I did the doors with him, and he's huge. He made me look like a baby next to him. Like, honestly, I look like an infant. And we were on the door, and he's a big guy as well. He's not muscly, but he's quite chunky. And when I was on the door, I was predominantly weightlifting, so I was a bit bigger than I am now. And we'd all be there and just standing there. Even with muscle definition on a tight top on, he still made me look like a toddler. He still made me look like a 13-year-old boy. He was absolutely massive, and he was the same. He'd just be like ducking under doors. It was absolutely wild.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the Dutch in their water, but yes, tall people as well.
Yeah, Dutch are the same. Yeah, but like Aljo said, it's the
You're muted,
people that
Aljo.
make-
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say, even like the Australia team in the World Cup, right? Hang on.
what just happened?
Sorry. There we go. Look at that. Like, dude, that's Messi. That's Harry Suter. Right, like our captain. Like, dude, this guy.
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
even
I
go
mean,
for
come
his
on. You
shoulder.
can't compare it to Messi, who's all of what 5'3".
Yeah, of course, but so, look at this stuff. Like, it's dwarfed across the board.
He's
Like, look at this.
He's
Going for like headbutt, and you just
That's funny.
like, come on. Like this stuff was ridiculous. Like, we have very tall soccer team. To be fair, our entire back defense. I think they're all above 6'4". I think it's 6'4", 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", and 6'7". Hence the whole park the bus thing works pretty well. No. So.
On the England v Mexico game on Sunday, they brought on Dan Burn, who's 6'7". Like, I think we were up 3-2, but then down a man. So Thomas Tuchel, the manager, was just bringing on all the defenders, and he brought on this guy who I'd never seen before, just absolutely massive. And it was the similar thing where all the Mexican players were relatively small, and this guy was literally like double their height. So just like you were showing there, crazy. At one point, he headed the ball, and it went like from like where the goalie is, and he headed it over to the halfway line.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Is that because of how tall he is, or is that because of how hard
Just
his
one
head
hell of
is?
a head and neck muscle.
His neck muscles are
Probably
just
both.
like,
Yeah.
Do not argue with him in a pub on a night out. Just headbutts you into the ground.
Oh my god. The momentum by the time he reaches you all the way down there, you just.
The momentum.
He's like a hydraulic press. Just.
It's like the hammer and nail effect. You're done.
Yeah, so that's our average team height. So that's about 6 foot average.
Yeah.
Harry Sitar, dude, yeah, 6'6".
6 foot
So-
6.
That's
That's quite tall.
Yeah. Some big lads.
He'll make you look short, LJ.
Yeah, he would. He would.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, he would.
Yeah, that's pretty next level. I suppose it's the same, and it depends on the stature as well. If you get a really tall, like 6'4" henchers, and they're outwards as well, and then you compare it to someone who's 6'6" and they're super skinny, it's going to look completely different. It's like LJ, you're 6'4"
I'll be wider.
and you're pretty big.
Yeah.
So it's like if I was to stand next to you at 6'2", I'm not as big as you, but I'm more lean. I'm lean muscle, and you're a lot bigger and just.
We
bigger
would
in
look
general.
significantly smaller
Yeah,
in
even,
stature than
next to
LJ,
most
even though it's the
people,
height
I
difference.
still look
It's the
relatively
slim.
big. Next to LJ, I would just look dwarfed. Like I would just be engulfed by LJ.
We should jump on LJ's back and have him give us piggyback rides. Just like
Oh, dude, we can do. Oh, dude. Okay, the highest tower we've got is a 3 stack at like a festival. I don't know if you can really get 4. 4 is very hard.
you need
But
you
maybe
need the
we can
right
try it
base.
again
You need
someday.
the right base for that. You
I
genuinely
was the
need that
base.
right person at the
I
bottom. Yeah.
was the base for that. It was tough. It was tough.
Bet. Gosh. That's
Good
one
stuff.
hell of a squat.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? We
Yeah,
used to
tell
do
me
that
about
in
it.
the swimming pool. We used to do those like where you get on each other's backs in the swimming pool and try and build a pyramid and crap like that. And I also think that the highest we got was like 4 people. Because the moment one person at the bottom kind of like just loses their footing a little bit, you're drowning. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah, literally.
That's the other. So yeah, this is when I was doing powerlifting, and yeah, the other trouble is like you've got the crowd as well, where some people try and help, but other people come over and try and like push you over or something like that. And I'm just like, like this, like
No, I got this. I got this,
I
guys.
feel like
Stop
a
pushing me.
building in an earthquake. I'm
Yeah,
getting rocked
fair.
around. Like,
Yeah, I remember when I was training a lot on the weights. I was in college, and a mate of mine goes, "Will, how much can you squat?" I was like, "No, like 110, 120," and he was like, "Do you reckon you could squat me?" I was like, "Probably not. You're fat." And like, he was a big boy. He was a big boy. And I was like, "How much do you weigh?" He goes, "Oh, don't be rude." I was like, "Nah, I'm only messing. How much do you weigh?" He's like, "Oh, about 19 stone." I was like, "Ah!" I was like, "How much?" And honestly, I swear, he jumped on my shoulder. I say jumped. I mean, I crippledly put him onto my shoulder, and I managed to 1-rep max him in the college cafeteria before one of the tutors come over and was like, "Will, what the hell are you doing? Put him down."
But
Yeah,
was it like,
it's-
was he holding onto your neck? Basically, like arms wrapped around your neck. So when you're
No,
squatting
no,
down.
no. It was his legs were around my neck. He was on my shoulders, and he was like gripping.
Oh, he was
onto
sitting
my
on your
head.
shoulders.
Yeah, he was like
Oh,
sitting
okay.
on my shoulders. As I went down and pushed back up, one of the lecturers come over then. He was like, "Put him down, Will. You're gonna like put a hole in the floor." So.
Wow, your lecturer's a dick. Wow.
No, I know.
What an asshole.
Yeah, to be fair, it was. We were like friends with the lecturer, so it wasn't so bad. He wasn't just calling him fat. Well, I mean, I suppose he was, but
What are we seeing now, guys, on gold? Because gold took a lot of time to eventually
yeah, gold.
I did
build
get in
up
on
a
this.
little bit of momentum.
Did you get in on it?
What are you guys
Yeah.
seeing now? Because it took a while. Genuinely, it took a while.
I thought.
I still see the upside. I know, Will, you were saying you jumped into longs just before I jumped into the stream. I think Rich was saying you might have got stopped out.
Yeah, I did.
early.
Yeah, I got stopped out. I was going to re-enter on the break and close above, which would have been around about 41.36. But then I looked at it and I thought, honestly, am I just over trading at that point? Am I entering in for the correct reason? And I thought, you know what? No, I genuinely see this still going up. There's validity in this, but it wasn't an A+ setup trade. Yes, we broke above 50. Yes, it was, order flow was starting to push into the bullish momentum side. But it wasn't A+ for me. Maybe it was like B+, but it wasn't that textbook setup for me. So I left it in the end. But yeah, look, I still see validity in this trade.
Yeah, I got in on it way too early, which it then knocked me out. I did re-enter again, but at half the risk, and my intention was to have one just run, and I'll add another as we're going up. So I currently have a 0.5% trade in with no TP. Just a stop loss right now at the bottom. I haven't marked it up, but I will mark it up for you while I just quickly...
Okay. While you're doing that, do you want to give me 1 second to come back? I'll jump back in. I just got to give my partner a call.
Absolutely not.
So I'll come
man.
back. Yeah.
Sweet. Griff, what's news, man? Well, what's news for you in the trading industry? Have you placed a trade? There I am. Why am I bothering? I don't know. You have
Nearly. No,
no,
there's
nearly
been some close
isn't placing
ones.
a trade, Griff.
No, it's not. It's not. It's annoying because my continuation entry, like, you get them like multiple times a week, but it just doesn't tag you in. So there's been a couple times where I've like set a pending order. It just hasn't come back to tag me in. So yeah, that's my life these days. But like, it feels worthwhile because the few times it does tag you in, it tags you in by like a millipip before moving away in your direction, But yeah, nothing major. What about you?
I took a loss this morning on gold. Yeah.
I'm on my
You know when
sixth
someone
grade of the
asks you
day.
that question, like, how's your day been? My day was great. How was yours? And the guy goes...
The big deep breath in is like it's like
That's
prepare yourself for not great. Although, yeah, sure, what I should have done is really good, thanks.
No one would believe you.
Oh, you got me.
No one would believe you when you do that. Be like, it's good, thanks. Yeah.
It's
It's
pretty
good, thanks.
good.
They'll hear the inflection in your voice, and I'll be like, why did you go high pitch there for a second? It's just like,
It's really good.
It's good. Yeah. It's like, dude, you went up like 3 octaves. No one believes you. Only the cats can hear you right now. What do you want? No. It was okay. Price action, it was a little bit iffy. We got the price in the end. I took the trade. It was according to my plan. We took the loss. Big whoop. Didn't bother me too much. And then price has just been a little bit iffy. Okay, yes, Monday markets were crap. Monday in general was crap. Plus, it was like post-holiday markets. We had the celebration for Independence Day in America. So markets are going to be a little bit crappy and a little bit off anyway, especially those trading against the major peers, so against the dollar. Today, I feel like today's almost Monday trading. I feel like yesterday was a complete write-off due to the fact that, everyone's coming back. I don't think it was a bank holiday in America, but it was still a little bit slow.
it wasn't.
It wasn't. I didn't think.
No, it wasn't.
I didn't think it was, but it was still a little bit slow anyway. Today also feels like Monday price action. It's starting to build back up in momentum. As we get back into that sort of lunchtime crossover, you can see now volatility is coming back in as we prepare for New York session to come in. Maybe tomorrow onwards we're going to start getting some more volatility, but at the moment we're just not seeing a huge amount of what I want to see. And I'm not saying we're not seeing anything in the market, because we are. Well, if I just bring I'm not even sharing my screen. What an idiot. If I share my screen, then bring it up, there we go. That would help. I'm not saying we're not seeing anything in the market, because we are. We got all this over Asia, so we got Asia volatility. Yes, London, we did drop off. We got slight channel upwards, but we dropped off in volume. We didn't get much. Even yesterday, we got a little bit of volume as late New York. So we got a little bit of that channel up. And then, we got a little bit of something. So I'm not saying we're not getting anything. We're just not seeing what I personally want to see. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like what Griff is talking about, or what yourself is talking about, Griff. Sometimes the markets are moving, just not in the way that you want them to move. And you can see that Rich has capitalized on that. I wasn't able to, because we got this textbook sort of order flow. You can see that order flow is shaping up for a continuation, although we didn't get the close above there, which maybe that would have added a confluence and turned it from a B plus to an A, and maybe I would have needed consolidation break for an A plus. But we just didn't quite get what I wanted to see for me to re-enter into a long here. So maybe New York will shape up into something, but yeah, I'm happy to take a loss. I'm happy to take an L for today. Yesterday we had a really nice trade. Actually, we had, in fact, yesterday
re-entering, by the way.
You are re-entering. Okay, sweet. Yesterday we actually had perfect price action to what I marked out. I anticipated that price was going to come down. I did give it a go here, and then I thought if this doesn't play out, and I did take out in the end, if this doesn't play out, price is going to drop lower, pull back, and then hopefully consolidate in this area here, which it did. Price volume just dropped completely in this area before then heading back up. We did hit TP2, stop loss went to break even, TP1, didn't hit TP2, and then hit a stop loss at break even. So total in for a 1R trade yesterday. So, and that was during New York session, I believe. Yes, that was at 4:25 yesterday. So yeah, it was nice. But again, the price is just a little bit fumbly today. And that's all I got to say about Vietnam.
Okay, so this is my secondary entry.
Oh, wow, you're entering again. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So
love
the
it.
original trade, I am now break even on this one specifically.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to mark that out here.
I think we can get a pullback. I think if I actually, no, I'm not gonna delete my orders. I'm not gonna delete my orders. But if we look at 9 a.m. this morning, we've got that consolidation, or that sort of that lull. I don't want to call it consolidation. It's not, but that sort of lull consolidation period. If we go from high to low of that sort of lull consolidation period, drag it across, we've got that one tap, pull back, break and close above in the 12:15 candle, and then I think we can get a pullback, maybe back into 41.38.
Where?
41.38.
41.38. Okay, so you're looking at the highs here.
Yeah. Maybe
wouldn't mind that.
maybe not the wicks. Maybe the candle close highs.
I wouldn't mind this at all.
I think that would be an extra nice. I think that would be really nice for pullback entry continuation long.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm getting in on this is 0.5%, and I'm trying trading NASDAQ solely. I've decided that I want to try trading gold with a completely different strategy on the risk management side. So I'll have one entry at half risk, and then if it starts moving up to about 1-to-1, I will then consider taking a second entry if price action allows. If price action is showing that, yes, we're getting a bit of volume and so on and so forth. This is exactly what I'm doing here now. So I'm doing it on one account, only on one.
Yeah, nice.
So I'm not implementing it on anything else. However, I'm a little bit let's not see I'm a little bit disenchanted, let's say, by Nasdaq at the moment. So
Okay.
Nasdaq to me is not really running all that well, but I would still like to participate, and I'm basically going on what LJ spoke about yesterday. And the idea is going maybe down to a lower time frame and then switching up your style and stuff like that. This is me basically doing forward testing on one of the accounts. So I know that the price action works. I just don't know if the risk management works. Let's put it like that. So right now I'm doing that.
I'm testing something on gold while I run along with my gold and Nasdaq strategy. I'm also testing something a little bit more aggressive, where I enter so a little bit like your you know your position sizer on MT5 bridge. So I'm going to be using that, and I'm going to be looking at entering 2 positions. What I mean by 2 positions is at the exact same entry, I'm opening up a 2R risk. Now, again, so I'm testing this as a baseline as 2R risk, and
Shifty,
then
shifty.
yeah, when I hit that 1R, 50% of that is being taken off. So I'm up 1R, take away 1R, and then my stop loss will be moved to break even, and then I'll let it run to a 2R. So then I'll let it run to
Okay. So doing what I'm doing with the Nasdaq 1 to 4, but instead of having 4 take profit points, you have 2.
have 2.
Okay.
Have
fair
2
enough.
increase risk dramatically. Now, I'm testing that because at the moment, it seems to be playing out really, really nicely. Although I haven't been testing it for very long, I want to test it a little bit longer. And if we can test it a little bit longer and it shows that I'm hitting, not necessarily stop loss too often, but I'm hitting it a little bit more often than I'm comfortable with, I will then drop my risk to 1R, which means take off
Oh,
1
okay.
to 1,
Yeah.
take off half R 1 to 1. So that's
Right.
something I'm going to look at testing at the moment, and then just 1 to 1, 1 to 2, standard 2R entry model, and then go from there. So that's something I'm testing at the moment. Not necessarily the scaling, but what I am doing is a lot more aggressive, tighter stops in and out of the trade relatively quickly, and let the second one run. If the second one runs to 2R and it takes a couple of hours, that's absolutely fine. If I can be in and out 1R bagged within half an hour, I'm pretty happy. I can literally set to break even, leave it at 2R, and walk away, because then I've secured $1,000 on a 100K account, for example. I've secured 1%, and then, or $100 on a 10K account, whatever account you're using, I've secured 1%. The rest is risk free, and it's either yay or nay. It's either yay, I have 2% up, so now it's a 3R day, or I end up taking a break even and it's a 1R day. So
Yeah.
that's
I mean, even 1R, if you're risking 1%, is still 1% up. If it's half a percent, it's even half a percent. And if you can continue doing that over a period of a few weeks and whatnot, you start making pretty good solid gains.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Now, the only difference is there's a few entries that I get daily on this, as well as the entries that I get with my gold strategy and my NAS strategy. I am literally looking for one opportunity per day. If I can, and it's doing well, I will use my discretion and I will actually be a little bit more I'll force patience, and I'll see if I can have 2 a week or 2 or 3 a week max. And that's if the markets allow it. I may only get 1 a week, but if I can get 2 a week, then that's potentially an upside potential of 6R per week, or it's a downwards potential of minus 4R.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's controlling that drawdown. But again, it's something that I'm testing, and it's taken a lot of my headspace to test this. So like I'll keep you guys updated, but I'm not sure how it's going to work at the moment.
Tell me, Will, do you want to try trading on TradingView with me?
I've already. I was going to message you after. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, 100%.
So we get an account, and we trade TradingView as the live stream account. So that we can show basically how the 5ers' TradingView setups work. So we get a brand new account, our own accounts, and we trade them on the live stream, like the way that we were doing the way that you were doing the 100K account live, well before before you joined the Fiverr stream, and we do that going forward.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna if we take a trade while on stream, we take it on the TradingView side.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'm keen.
And we both basically go into it with the intention of we get to learn how to trade with TradingView.
Well, what I was going to
That's
say,
going to be funny.
What I like about that as well is it's not just a matter of, hey guys, we're trading. It's a matter of, hey guys, we're trading, but we're learning in front of you as well.
That's kind of like the idea that I had was like, I've never traded via TradingView. So learning
traded
curve.
via like DX trade. Is it DX trade? I'm thinking of.
I'm not sure. I've seen Trade Locker.
Sorry. So Trade Locker is very similar to TradingView. And I've traded on that. That was incredible. I loved that. I had so much fun trading on Trade Locker. It was literally like placing trades on TradingView. So that was quite fun, but I've never actually traded on TradingView itself. So it could be interesting.
Yeah. Gonna definitely give that a little go. Rook Mir is asking, Rich, what account type and account size do you use for futures? The account type that I have is a day trading 150K account. I am intending on getting more of them. So it's a 150K day trading one. So I never hold trades overnight, so there's no point in me having a swing account. And then the day trading one now is exactly the same as the swing trading one, in the sense that it's one payment and there's no follow-up payment. There's no activation fee. There's no monthly payment. Nothing like that. It is now just one fee, done. So I do like that.
I wish they had like a larger overnight account.
For the swing account, yeah.
Yeah, for the futures. Obviously, given my time zone,
I think it's coming.
I think
it's coming.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's coming. LJ, you may have missed this, but Will and I are going to get ourselves a TradingView account, a Fiverr's TradingView account, to trade live on stream going forward. So neither one of us have traded with TradingView before, so it's going to be a learning curve. Huh?
Neither. Like, I have no idea how you actually do this.
So it's going to be a learning curve. We're going to learn with everybody else on stream as well. Just the way that I was trying to teach Will how to do the futures trading as well. So hopefully with a bit more success.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Yeah, I think there'll be a bit more success.
Dude, I'd definitely join. I think that's really good idea. I think it's also good for the if we do the competition stuff in the future, if we can get people TradingView accounts, which makes it very easy to
we can try
stack that up. Potentially, if depending on people's preference.
I mean, you would want people to do the competition with the terminal that they're the most, like trained on, the most comfortable with, and so on. You want to ensure that.
Yeah.
But if you have somebody that's like, why don't you have Trade Locker? And be like, okay, well, let's try the TradingView one then.
I guess maybe I was just thinking more myself how even when I try and condense my TradingView, sorry, my MT5, it looks
it's
terrible.
difficult.
It's difficult, yeah. And this is it, dude. It's a quarter of the screen, and it's still like sort of pixelated. So yeah, maybe I can do it on TradingView in the future. I think it's a good idea, and then we can do it day to day, not just mapping it up, but actually have the trades seen. There.
I'm very curious to see the spreads
now that we have it.
Yeah, now that we have TradingView, because I have zero experience on it.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see the spreads, the activation, all of that stuff. Just see how it plays. Like, how does it work and all of it.
Also, just to let you know, I am no longer validly looking for gold longs because my TP has just been hit, or would have been hit had I have had that pullback. So, yeah.
You should have done what I did over here, my friend, and First and foremost, I would have shared my screen.
Yeah, no, I know. There you go. So I was looking for a pullback into this area here, and then that's where I would have looked at entering off of. But yeah, didn't manage to get it. So looking for a 1 to 2. Again, this is my traditional strategy that I was talking about. I've gone a little bit more aggressive with the recommendation of Richard Butler. Usually, I would have gone discretionary down here. Hard stop down here, like my oh shit stop loss, and then I would have had my discretionary stop here. But I've decided to just screw it. Let's put a hard stop so I don't so I can reduce a little bit of discretion. I can actually have my hard stop down here. Again, it was beautiful. We're above the 50 EMA. We've got the break and close above, slight channel consolidation, waiting for a pullback because this felt just a little bit too almost impulsive. So I wanted some form of pullback down into this area before continuation. I thought we could get it, didn't. So there we go. I missed out on this trade, but it would have been a nice 2R. TP would have just been hit had we got the pullback. So, oh well, it is what it is. I'm now going to delete this because it didn't actually happen, and I don't want myself thinking that I entered halfway through garbage. So there we go.
Fair. I think he's still got more upside, mate.
Yeah.
I think a trade right here. Like, this is clearly...
maybe if we can get a pullback... I don't know. Maybe if we can get a pullback into here... Oh, that's a short.
I think you wait for a pullback, you're going to miss it. I think this is just a straight track. Yeah.
That's why I like the rally-based rallies, mate, and the drop-based drops. You don't need a pullback. You just need that continuation. And if there's volume and there's momentum, get in.
I found a... Lux Algo has a rally-based rally, drop-based drop.
No shit. Is that...
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is like spam. How dare they? I have patented that momentum.
So let me go to... Let's see if there's a clean shot. So it'll change the color and stuff of the candles. So this is when it's on. So if I turn it off, they go back to normal. Turn it on. You can see here where it's drop-based rally-based drop, so on and so forth. If we go to, let's go to find a cleaner chart. This maybe actually the Aussie right now probably better.
Do you know what's crazy is the fact that the moment you mentioned that I was like, what? Like immediately, just like, let's go.
Yeah, dude, no, it's actually pretty good. So hence it'll basically highlight the outside of the candle blocks with where it is. So it's pretty much like where it highlights that it's the next candle that you sort of take action on. Depending on which time frame you're on, it'll be more clear. But for instance, like you get this candle highlighted here, then it lists the drop-based rally right there, and that's where you enter, right? And now you've got the swatch, the swap, sorry. You got that candle outline, and you go inverse. And go up through here, back and forth, back and forth. There you go.
Okay.
So this is the 5 minute.
Add this to favorites, and then I'm going to add it to my chart just to kind of like see what.
Yeah. So right now we've got a drop-based drop on the Nasdaq, saying to enter through here, on the 15 minute.
On the Nasdaq.
Yeah. So drop-based rally, you get out through here.
15
boom,
minutes,
boom,
okay.
boom. 15.
LG's flexing indicators.
So yeah, it's rally-based drop signals Lux Algo is the name.
I'm going to have to really go through this properly because there's a bunch of these. So there's a rally-based drop. I'm going to have to go and see what their definition is of a base, a rally, and a drop. I'll just go and read through the indicator basically and just see that, because on the 5 minute it's it's a lot. Let's remove some of them.
Yeah, there's a lot more printed pieces. That's where I think you go to some of the higher time frames. But I got to say, even on the lowers, right? If you are sensible, you do have that pickup. Exit. It prints a drop candle. Exit. Go on the drop. Back, forth, just like that.
What were you going to say, Griff?
I was going to say that I thought, before you showed that it was a Lux Algo indicator, I thought it was the indicator that Dirk released recently. Have you guys seen that?
Which one of his? He's got a fair few.
Yeah, I was going to say which one.
There was what I think the most recent one was quite similar with this moving average, which oscillates between green and red depending on the trend. It looked interesting, but yeah,
So-
I haven't saved the name down.
So his most recent one was 3 hours ago, called the Modern Bollinger Band.
Okay, not the most recent one.
There was one on the 23rd of
Wow.
June called Modern Adaptive Supertrend.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I had in mind.
Oh, okay. And then on the 16th of June, he had the Aurora Order Flow Liquidity Heat Shelves. And then the 9th of June, Stop Up. Wow, like Dirk has been on a roll just putting out indicators. Like it's
Yeah,
Kinda
well, it's
crazy.
been. I think they've been performing really well for him on YouTube and stuff. So it makes sense that he's just banging them out.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
So I
fair.
think even through here, Rich, when you get this, right, where it prints a candle, as soon as you print a new drop-based rally, like the inverse, you swap it, right? Then you see a candle flip, swap it, dirt. This then continues up, down, right? I think if you could probably put this into a back test, and I think this would actually do quite well.
Yeah, we could have a look.
Hence
However,
the-
I think it reprints.
Reprints? What do you mean? Like prints too late, or prints post print, or
Like now, you said that there was a drop-based drop on the 15th on Nasdaq.
hang on.
So it was here and now it's disappeared.
Oh, okay.
So I think it reprints. So
Is that where you go between? I mean, right now we're in that like lull zone, especially before the hour. So probably sensibly, you wouldn't take these candles.
No, I mean fair. I just
You
meant
take
like
them with a grain of salt, right? You
yeah,
gotta
yeah. No,
put
but I mean I
brain
think
power
the
to it
indicator itself
same time.
reprints. Like right
Yeah.
now, we it did show that it was a drop-based drop here. Now it's disappeared. So obviously it's going to wait for the time frame to close. Before it like fully prints it. So it's going to show and then disappear, show and disappear until it actually closes the that time frame.
Yes. In fact, guys, I would just have a quick question here from Mooney, and then I'm going to have to jump out. Will, how is your futures journey going? Unfortunately, I've not seen anything on NASDAQ. I'm only trading the NAS on futures at the moment. Maybe I'll trade gold at some point, but I'm only trading NAS on the futures. I haven't found a trade this week, so I haven't been able to place it. But the minute I do find a NASDAQ trade, I will be doing it on my futures in front of you guys as well. So
It's very nice.
very nice. I will keep you guys updated on that. But in the meantime, I'm going to have to jump out and love you and leave you because I'm very, very hungry and I'm going to start eating my keyboard if I don't leave soon. So, guys, thank you very much. I shall see you all tomorrow. Make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. And if you are watching on any other socials like X, then do make sure that you repost the stream and do come follow us. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Good luck in your trade, Richard Butler. And see you all tomorrow. Peace.
Cheers,
well.
Will. I just want to
Honestly.
let you know that both of these trades now, their stop loss is currently over here, just below that most recent. Okay, I'm just going to switch that off.
Love it.
I have my stop loss right beneath that recent swing. This is actually a homage to you, Griff.
I was going to
normally-
say, that's where I would be putting my stop loss if I was in a trade here. Literally under that low.
Yeah, so this first trade over here is now, stop loss is no longer at break even. This is both of these as stop loss right now is there. So I'm just going to move this one stop loss to right there.
These are looking great.
Yeah, 0.5%. This one's already almost at 2%. Not 2%, 1% in profit for this one. And this one over here is at 1-to-1 already. So currently effectively 1.5% up. And my risk is mitigated. So even if it were to...
Whoa. Coming to the end of the hour. New York.
I think, yeah, my first TP is right there at 57.58, where we just tapped.
Okay, I'm going to look for a TP for the first one that's somewhere around...
1.5 for me is 4166.
I think I'm going to take TP on both here. Because we're at this zone here.
Yeah.
I'm going to take TP here.
There's TP1 for me.
Lovely trade. Love to see it.
I gotta say, I would have liked to see Will just eat his keyboard as well. No, he's a bit hungry.
He's a bit hungry.
We got like a mukbang. He's eating his keyboard.
Speaking of, I think my Deliveroo has just arrived, so I better shoot off. I scheduled my takeaway to arrive at like 1:05, but they're a bit early.
Wait, hang on. Do you guys have delivery there?
Yeah, Deliveroo and Just Eat.
Dude, we don't even have Deliveroo here anymore.
Oh no!
They basically went bankrupt here. Obviously,
really?
Deliveroo, and it's obviously Australian. They only operate overseas now, which is weird.
Yeah, that's
Even though
so
it's an
funny.
Australian original.
That's crazy. Yeah, we've had it for ages, and
Yeah.
it seemed to be doing really well. But yeah, I better shoot off. They're just getting out the car, I think.
Yeah,
You can see them. Wait! I'm coming!
1 second.
Don't leave!
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
have a good one, mate. We'll see you next time.
Sounds good. All the best. Bye.
Cheers, Griff. All right, so this trade originally had the stop loss down here. This ended up being... Okay, both of them was 0.5%. 0.5% on both. This one over here ended up basically being a 1-to-2. So I got a full 1% on this one. So very nice. Very happy about that one. This one was effectively a 1-to-1. So I'm up 1.5%. Very, very, very happy about that. I've taken back a little bit of what I've lost yesterday and the day before, not day before, last week. So happy about that. On the one account, unfortunately, not on all of them. But yeah, this is great. This is I'm happy with what I did here.
That's good. I think this week will be much cleaner. Depending on how you trade. But for most people, like I felt like last week was very clean. Some people didn't like it, depending how you trade. But I think this week will be much more technical in general. So if you put it that way, simplification, good week.
I am a little bit annoyed though.
Yeah.
With what I had done here, because you remember in the past I used to do the one to. It's not going to look the same, but you know that I do the 1-to-4 TP points, and I would take up portions. I would cut portions of the trade off and whatnot. And I'm actually a little bit annoyed that I didn't do the same thing, because what I did with the gold trade is exactly the same in effect.
What do you mean? Like not
so
keeping
normally,
it on?
Yeah, so normally I would enter basically the 4 positions for 1% or 0.5%, 4 positions, and then it would cut it as it was going up. And then once I reached TP2, my stop loss would be moved to break even, as an example. And then I'd let the rest kind of like run, which would then basically bring a 1% risk and equal to a 2.5% reward. My apologies if I followed this platform, right? But what I had done now was I re-entered on another entry, which gave me less movement, the same amount of movement, but less profit per movement, if that makes sense. So what I should have done was I should have still used the 1 to 4 take profit points with the same risk, and then had a break-even trade once it reached TP2, and then decided to re-enter on another 1 to 4, as an example, at that same entry place. So the first trade was risk-free, but I still went in with the same 0.5% risk for the second one. I don't know if this is making...
Did you keep the previous one open, or did you close it?
Yes, I did. But if I had used my original 4 TP points, reduce risk at TP2 to break even kind of like thing,
and when you're saying just draw it further up,
I just enter a new one. So still have the 4 TP points. So I would have had TP1. No, wait, let's do this. I would have had, for argument's sake, TP1, TP2, TP3, TP4. And then once it hit this one over here, it would have been at break even, and then gone up and hit TP4 in anyway. And then instead of entering, I don't know how else I can put this. If I had entered another one exactly like this that had TP1, TP2, TP3, TP4, I would have been break even over here with this trade, and this trade over here would have completely played out. Instead of me saying, okay, I'm going to take this trade and let it run from its original entry point, and then close both of them, I could have closed one, like this one, and left this one to run. If that is making sense?
Not really, because it's the same. You've got the same exposure, really.
Same exposure, yes. But if I used my original 1 to 4R strategy, I would have already been risk-free on both the trades, as an example. Where with the second trade, I had my risk down here. For the second trade.
Yeah, sure. I see what you mean, because you've got fixed execution points on the first trade, so you automatically get out. So, for instance, like you're saying with mine, like how I put the what I've got right here is 1, 1.5, 2, but I don't have like a fixed takeout with that, right? So I'll decide if we're actually stalling here, then I'll cut a portion. See if we pull back, potentially re-add, go for 1.5 and then potentially 1.2, or if we get that further push, cut it, clear the whole thing. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. So that's the difference. The trouble is you have that fixed thing where it automatically takes it, so you can't decide after the fact because it's already hit, it's done. Yeah,
and it helps with reducing my risk going forward. So I'm more referring to the second trade.
Yeah.
You know, if I had done that with the second trade, the first trade would have played out. I would have been break even on that one, and then the second trade would have had its own risk parameter as well. Probably already been risk-free at that point. Instead of me having both of those trades run with the same risk line going up higher. So the one is in profit, but the second one is still technically in drawdown, even though I've already reached, quote-unquote, TP2, which would have been break-even for both trades, as an example. That's kind of like what I was referring to at that point. But once again, hindsight. I closed. Shouldn't have closed, but look at it run now. Gold is running. I wanted to answer this from Kavish. The risk management thing you're doing isn't martingale. Is it allowed on problems? Okay, so first of all, no, it's not martingaling. So for those who don't know what martingaling is a risk strategy where you double up your risk after a loss.
Double down.
So you basically double down. So if your initial risk was there as a trade, for example, and I risked. No, actually, let's do this. If your first trade is
So,
a 1-to-1, as an example, your very first trade is a 1-to-1. You're risking $1 to make $1. All right, so $1 to make $1. Now you lose this trade. This trade is a losing trade. Your next trade has to be doubled up. So your next trade, you need to risk $2 to make $2. Still remains a 1-to-1. All right, in essence, risk to reward. Now let's say you win this trade. Initially, you were -1 after the first trade. Now with this one, you are +1. You are 1 up. All right, but if this trade lost, you would now be down, instead of up 1, you would be down -3, which means that your next trade, you need to at least risk 4. Sorry, you need to risk 4 to make 4, which is still a 1-to-1.
You're down 75%. You got to make 75% just to get back.
So now, if you win this one, you are up +1 because you were already down -3 and you risked another 4. However, if you lost this one, you would be now down -7, which means that you need to double up yet again. Now you need to risk 8.
And but +1 is
just
not actually +1
8.
as well, because on that ratio, you're actually up you're up 25%. So 0.25%.
Yeah, but what I mean is like if you go at a $1 value, you'd be your original starting balance plus 1 unit of risk.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. When people don't realize when they're using like the full barrister, even when they do get to that +1 effect, you're actually up plus 0.25 from the original 1-to-1 picture.
Yeah.
And
so in this case, if I win this trade now, I'm back again to +1 because I'd already lost 7. However, if I lose this trade, I'm -15.
Yeah.
So notice how martingaling is basically a fight for 0. It's fight for that little bit, because the idea of martingaling then is that once I have hit that +1, I revert back to the original risk parameter. So if I started with 1% of risk, this is 2%, this is 4%, this is 8% of risk. All right? Now, taking that in consideration, you've already put up 15% of risk. But if I win 1, I have to go back again to 1% risk. And then my next win can either be 1 risk loss, 1% loss, or a 1% win. So it can be either that or it can be +1. And the problem with this is you run out of margin when you do this. So your initial unit of risk has to be so small because you have a finite amount of risk available to you. In this case, if you're doing with prop trading, let's say hypothetically you have 10% of risk available to you, you can't be going 1% and then trying to martingale. Because here you can already see after my 3rd losing trade, I am already -7. I have 3% left, which means that per the martingaling risk strategy, I have no more risk available to me because my next one has to be 8. And it can't be, because even if I do win that one, I'll still be down. I'll still be down in this case. If I risk 3 in this case and make 3, I'll be on -4.
Yeah.
So martingaling is when you double up after a loss. What I do is
opposite. You do risk management, so you're actually taking partials the way through.
You're taking partials. So
you're sealing in profits.
Yeah. When I take a trade,
trade goes on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
When I take a trade, I have my stop loss be down here initially, and I have 4 take profit points. That's take profit 1, that's take profit 2, take profit 3, and take profit 4. All right. So those are the 4 ones. If price starts from my entry point and goes up and hits TP1, I am reducing a quarter of my risk. I'm taking a 1/4 of the initial 1% risk off of the table. So I'm left with 0.75% of risk. Okay.
Yeah.
If price continues to go up and hits TP2, I remove all of my risk from the table. not by closing all of the trades, by literally just moving my stop loss to break even. So I'm taking another 0.25%. So the first one was 0.25%. The second one was 0.25%. The third one was 0.25%. And then the last one is 0.25% in terms of its risk. But in terms of its reward, it is a multiplicative of that risk. So TP1 is a 1-to-1. TP2 is a 1-to-2. TP3 is a 1-to-3. And TP4 is a 1-to-4. So you get that idea, which means that it is a multiplicative of that. So at TP1, I'm making 0.25% in profit, and I reduce my risk by 0.25%. So I'm left with 0.75% risk. Okay, when TP2 gets hit, I lock up 2 times 0.25%, which is 0.5%. So I lock up a further 0.5%, which brings me up to a total of 0.75% profit, but I reduce my risk to 0 because I'm moving my stop loss up. So this is not martingale at all. I'm not doubling after a loss or anything like that. I keep my risk the same always. I just have multiple take profit points. So as LJ was saying, I take off portions of my position as I'm going up. And then if all of the positions are hit, it equals a 1 to 2.5 R trade if all of them are taken. Because TP4 is equivalent of 1% of take profit at that 0.25% risk, if that makes sense. So not martingaling at all. Just a completely different way for me to average my my risk across the board and making sure that I remove risk from the table as we're going up. And this is actually because of LJ. This is something that LJ basically, I wouldn't say taught, but like alluded to, that made me wonder, like, is this like the right way for me to, can I incorporate this into my trading or something? And it really works for me. Definitely works for me.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying, Kavish, so hang on.
I think it was this.
Like you're saying, yeah, exactly that. So I used to think adding to a winning position is martingale. No, martingale is when you take a certain allotted amount to bet. Let's put it that way, because it's simply when you're more betting it as well, rather than taking a thoughtful position. Now, if you lose that position, in order to recover the loss on the next trade, you double down. Right? So this obviously comes from like gambling. When say you put down $50, you lose 50, I'm now going to bet 100, so I make back that prior portion and some. Right? Very different to this when you're taking profits in between. Now, as well, when you have a running trade, you can definitely add to that trade because it is actually working out. You've done the prior work, you've constructed some kind of theory, some kind of constructive thought, right? Some kind of analysis, and now this trade is actually playing out, and you want to incrementally add to the trade. That's completely fine. You're actually being protective, saying that you're going to add a portion to begin with, and then as it starts to run on, you add the next portion, the next portion, the next portion, as it starts to confirm that trade direction, right? That actually shows like humility in the trade, right? Rather than going all in. Okay, I've seen what my trade setup is. I'm all in right now with my total allotment for that trade, and either it runs or it doesn't. Because sometimes it will, sometimes it won't, and you'll get burnt very heavily. If you go in incrementally, you can also then stagger in, and then see it go the whole way through. That's not martingale. Martingale is when you double down on the losses specifically, right? To try and recover those previous losses with new wins. But you have no forward prospect of actually making those wins in the future. You're just betting more and hoping that you will recover the prior loss.
Yeah,
completely different.
And the thing is, the reason why, one of the reasons why it's not allowed in prop trading or pretty much any trading sphere,
it's mathematically doesn't work.
It's the idea. It's the idea that at some point you're going to run out of funds. That minimum that you need in order to get back to break even plus one your initial unit of risk is you don't have enough capital for that. And the thing is, you can have losing streaks where you can have 10 losses. And if you're doubling your risk every single time you have a loss, what is your risk after 10 losses? It's
Bankrupt.
You're bankrupt. 1% becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16, 16 becomes 32, 32 64, 128, 256, 512. 512% is what you need to risk in order to get back to break even plus your initial 1% risk. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you started with $1, you would end up with $510 in your
or
10th
even
trade.
$2,000. You put down 2,000, you go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, like you're saying, 128, 264, 500.
It's 512
a million.
times. 512
Yeah, it's like
times your initial
eight
risk.
times from $2,000 to get to $1 million.
Yeah. And that's 10 losses. That's 10 losses in a row. And where are you going to be? Let's say that 10th one hits. Congratulations, you're up $1 from your initial risk.
Yeah,
there's $1.
And the same reason that no one goes from like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 564, whatever, then a mil is the same way you can't go the inverse with the martingale, right? To protect yourself. No one does it in the first front run to do it. You're not going to protect yourself by doubling down either. So,
It is pure gambling, but it is compounding losses, not compounding wins at all. Your losses are just getting exponentially bigger, and if you do actually have a winner, you're just getting back that $512 that you risked initially. Well, you risked in total. But remember, those add up because it's not just $512. That's your most recent bet. You have to count all of those together. 512 plus 256 plus 128 plus 64 and so on and so forth. You need to add all of them up to see what was your initial risk just for you at the end of the day to be up $1, which was which is what you started with. It is a horrible system for trading. Horrible.
Rich, you're wrong.
What do you mean?
It is martingale. Martingale is pure gambling plus compounding. It is plus compounding. Because typically, where you're doing
compounding losses.
No, yeah. Where you're doing it typically has an edge against you. So, yes, you're going to compound losses, not compounding
that's
wins.
what I said.
So it is
That's
compounding.
what I said. You're compounding losses.
Compounding losses. And then
that's why I said it's pure gambling plus compounding, but you're compounding losses, not wins.
Against
you're not compounding.
Not
you're
in your
compounding
favor.
losses.
Yeah.
Horrible trading strategy. And even within gambling, it's horrible as well because you've spoken about this and Rich has spoken about this before as well. It's the amount of time that you participate in something for the net gain that you receive from it. Martingaling is horrible for that because you're only ever going to win up, or you're only going to be up 1 unit at a time. So whatever unit of risk you had, you'll only be up 1 at that point in time. So you're going to be spending several days in drawdown, doubling up your risk every single time you have to take another trade because you've lost. And at the end of that week, you're up 1 unit of risk. It's horrible. It's shit. It's so bad. Why would you want a martingale?
Terrible return.
Statistically and mathematically, it makes no sense for you to have that level of risk for that small
You have to
amount
risk
of
that
return.
much to get this much.
It's so
At
dumb.
the end of the day. Like it's
so dumb. I've seen so many
Very
videos
silly.
of these people doing the roulette, like trying to show that they're, they're people that can make money off of roulette. And then they have Romanovsky and martingaling and inverse martingaling, all of the
do
stuff.
this combination and you put this much on black,
Yeah.
this, and then you want to
And
cover
you're covering
these
X
numbers
amount
over
of
here, and you've
numbers.
got like a 85% chance of winning. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe
then
if
it's
you
just
did like 5 samples, if you come back 100 times, which is kind of what you're implying,
Yeah. You're going to lose.
you're in the bin. You're in the bin, mate.
They just don't work. Martingaling
No.
just doesn't work, even in a gambling
Yeah.
sense. When you're at the casino, where that is like a, let's call it a quote unquote legitimate strategy, it's not going to work. Don't martingale. It's so dumb.
The
It's
point
so
is,
dumb.
I would say casinos, there's much more mathematics you can actually put towards casinos than you can trading, right? Much more reliable in a casino than in the financial markets. Now, most people would say the casino is where you gamble, but realistically, financial markets has much more of a broader distribution that you can't predict, and it changes all the time. The thing is, in a casino, it's the same rules, same rule set, all that kind of stuff every single time. You can actually quantify it. And yes, you have a straight quantifiable loss streak. And if you do actually bet in a standard manner over the whole time, you can do it for 10 years. You'll be down about 4.6%. If you actually
When you
bet
look at
appropriately.
like average edge of a casino game per player, basically.
Yeah, appropriately. So you should lose over 10 years, having some fun, about 4.6% of your initial balance. Right? Now, you go to the market and you're like, dude, I'm down bad. I'm down bad right now. Oh, God. It keeps
But
changing.
the thing is with gambling as well,
That's
you have
way
fixed,
worse.
yeah,
That's the thing.
with gambling you have fixed returns effectively.
Yeah.
So if you're on a
Effective.
roulette table, as an example, there's 35 numbers and 1 0. So we're not talking 00, 000. Let's just 10 and 36 numbers. Sorry, 36 numbers and a 0. So if you're going to win something, it's going to be 1x35 or 1x36 or 1x37, depending on if you're playing single 0, 00, 000, whatever. So you have fixed allotted returns per unit of risk.
Yeah.
So when it comes to working out the probabilities, it's a lot easier to work out where you are relative to the system that you're playing. Because
The system is fixed, so you can find
Fixed.
out your position against that.
yeah.
Well,
And there's
that's
very little
correct.
that you can do that's actively going to change the edge in your favor. Because the game itself is designed in such a way that is, whether it's via the rules of the casino or whether it's via the limitations on how much you can bet, but it's always going to be net favored towards the casino. Always. Like for argument's sake, with roulette, there is a fixed maximum that you're allowed to bet per table. And even if you did try to do martingaling, as an example, there's going to come a point where they're going to tell you, look, that's max bet. So your whole martingaling strategy is going to hit a ceiling very freaking quickly. So just take those things into consideration when looking at trading versus, for argument's sake, gambling. Very, very much set variables. Very much every spin is a new event. The probabilities don't really change.
There are some that do stay the same.
Yeah, in general, the probabilities stay the same. Like
This is something
with roulette.
I won't
Yeah.
ramble on about this.
Yeah.
I'd be curious if you do come to Oz, Rich,
Okay.
and we go to the casino.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go on a bit of a gambling spree? You want us to count cards?
Honestly,
Right?
I'm not that guy at all. But I will say I'm up big, net. So, and yeah, putting some more curation to those thinkings and
Alright.
finding out exactly where the yeah. Anyway, otherwise we'll start going on about other stuff.
Yeah,
It's
we'll.
fine.
I see here that who was it that? Where was it? Alvin is saying. Rich and LJ are just like Tom and Jerry, always have contradictions. No, actually, the thing is, LJ and I, we agree on a lot of stuff. We just have two completely different ways of like approaching that same result.
But also mostly the same as well. I would say like 50% of where we go is probably the same.
Yeah.
We just have a further 50% that like differs or has a doesn't really differ. It's more like a variation, like a skew.
Yeah, I was literally about to say it's probably a variation of the same thing. Like people are probably thinking, oh, LJ and Richard, they're always bickering and always fighting. No, we're actually just we
That's good.
agree
That's
on a
actually what
shit
you
ton of
want.
stuff.
Like
Yeah.
you don't want to be 100% on the same page. Then
Yeah.
what's the point? You know, like
Then you just have somebody constantly saying, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
this is like a yes man.
I just learned
situation.
nothing. I just learned nothing.
Yeah. What do we got? Like Trump here. Trump's like, oh, should we throw nuclear weapons across every single country in the planet? Everyone's like, yes. Not a good idea. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, dude, you didn't get that that meme before when I brought it up. It's a South African meme.
It is, but have you seen it? Have you seen the
Yeah.
meme? Okay. And you know why I don't bring it up.
Is there like a longer version?
There's a deeper story to it. There's a deeper story to that. But yeah, I'll explain it to
Okay.
you later. Yeah. There's
Alright,
a
that's fine
deeper
then.
one. The one that Wesley brought up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, hence why I mentioned it. I was like, oh, I thought you would have seen it, but maybe I don't know what I don't know. Fair enough.
LJ sounds like an Aussie. Yeah. Sam just came in here probably
me.
as a first time viewer, not knowing where we're from. Yes, LJ is an Aussie. He's an Australian. He's all the way down.
No. South African, brother. Lekker, brother.
Okay, gooi ons 'n bietjie Afrikaans daar, bro.
No, alright.
I'm out.
On that note, I will stay Australian. I think right there. I think I didn't quite qualify for the job interview of being South African. Right there.
A little reindeer versus a roo there.
No. We're actually on the same team right now. Actually,
Yeah, we are.
the southern hemisphere
much.
versus the north.
Northern.
Yeah.
So you can call me
Dude.
Argentinian, you can call me like New Zealand, doesn't matter, Tongan, anywhere in the southern hemisphere, we're against the north. The south,
I
remember.
gotta say, so sad. Our game. Did you watch the Island Oz game?
No, I missed it. It was a little bit too late for me to watch that one.
It was actually a really good game. This was back in like prime form for the Aussies. We played well in the first half, dominated. Second
And
half as
then-
well.
Mistakes.
Uh,
Didn't capitalize when you needed to capitalize.
No, we actually did. It was a very like niche. It was very 50-50. Like Ireland just played well. There's nothing you could criticize from both sides. They just got through a few holes, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But in terms of how Australia has been in the past while, normally we suck in the first half. We come back in the second and then pick it all up.
You
we
need
were
that
much
water break.
more consistent. Yeah. It was basically you couldn't complain the whole way. Like fair. That was a good game. I can't complain. I can't fault anyone. That kind of thing. So I got to say this has got good prospects going forward. But we have to win the Southern Hemisphere portion. Surely, dude. New Zealand, Australia, South Africa.
Yeah, I there's no contest, mate. In my opinion, there's just no contest.
I would hope so, right?
Yeah, there's no contest.
Bloody hope so.
That's one thing that the Southern Hemisphere has over the North is in terms of rugby, Southern Hemisphere will domination. Northern Hemisphere, yes, you dominate hockey, like ice hockey, NFL, regular football in
Yeah,
general.
but
but
like over there.
cricket, all of those sports, yes.
No, cricket is down here.
I mean,
That's
South Africa and Australia really great cricket teams, but I do feel like when it comes to like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, India, England, they're all great at cricket. Like they're great.
It's definitely
teams.
great,
So
but
it's more like a
still be
50-50 to me.
there'd still be southern. Yeah, they're kind of in the middle band.
Yeah.
But they'd still be southern. Like they're still part of Asia, which normally you consider.
No, but I mean like still northern hemisphere. We're still talking like the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere in that case. Like regardless if they're Asia or not, this is like it's northern versus southern hemisphere. It's a little bit
now
more.
we're getting into a territorial divergence of.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We're very prideful. We're very prideful here in the South about our sports.
We got swimming, running, long distance, even snow sports in Australia. Very good. We compete. Surprisingly.
I don't think that we. I think when you
Do you
look
guys
at
even
like,
have snow over there?
we do, we do. We have
Sure.
what is called the Drakensberg, and the Drakensberg itself has snow. We had snow in the Drakensberg not so long ago, and then there's an enclave country called Lesotho, which is pretty much surrounded by mountains, and they get a lot of snow as well. So we have a what do you call it? A resort called Afriski, which is in like on the border of Lesotho and South Africa on the Drakensberg. So when it snows, it's proper skiing resort. So yeah, we actually do have. There's a question here from Robert saying DXY is going down, but gold is still up, I'm assuming. We struggle to break 4175. Can we have a look at it, please? Yes, we are looking at gold right now. I was in a gold trade earlier. I believe that LJ is also in a gold trade as of right now. You were in way earlier than I was, obviously. Are you still in your trade?
Yeah.
Okay. So we basically had this area here that I wanted to have respected this morning. I was looking for gold longs this morning already with our first portion of the session. We were like playing around this area a little bit, like very, very little directional bias at that point in time. We did not respect the zone. We broke through it a few times underneath that zone. I then had this zone over here as a potential area to test, which is basically what we ended up testing in general. And then gold started pushing up from here. What I'm looking for now is that potential, because we've already swept this portion of yesterday's price action. So that this segment here, we've already swept that. I would like to see us close above this and then continue higher. So close above, retest it, and then potentially pick up to try and test yesterday's highs. That's what I'm looking for right now. Because this was very strong. This movement here was very strong. So directional bias was correct. My initial entry was too early, which I got stopped out on. And my second 2-1, so my first entry was here on the close of this candle over here. I'm just going to do this as an example. My stop loss was somewhere over there. Got knocked out of that one, and then secondary trade over there. And, well, second trade was over here, actually. Took out roughly over here, if I can remember correctly, right there. And then secondary trade was over there, got out at the same time of that trade as well. So, net positive day on gold. I would like to see gold try and push higher. I don't know about you, LJ, whether or not you are looking at a potential retracement and then continue higher, or whether or not this is the high and then pushing lower again.
I think we've already kind of had this retracement right now. Like this right now is the retracement. So I've got the upper band. So we had the TP1, TP1.5, and see if we actually push beyond that to go to TP2. Now, unlike Rich will take incremental partitional profits the way through. I will see that level, see how we play with it, and then either keep the entire band or decide to take off like partitions as we go up. So through here, I would say this is actually pretty fair. I look for this to stabilize somewhere through here and actually push a bit higher to that TP2. So
So when
here,
you're
I
saying
wouldn't
that,
take
LJ,
anything
have
off
you
the
got
board.
your full risk still on the table? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
cool.
Yeah. So in this situation, I would hold that. I have no problem. The only area I would take that off is if we got back down to this like mid point. So if we get back down to about 50%, then I'll just take TP, and then that becomes like pretty much 1-to-1.
No longer.
Great time, but I'd rather hang out for this top tier measure through that.
Sorry, both LJ and Victor, for me, both of you, your microphones just basically went quiet. I could see LJ was talking, and I could see Victor's, like, your mask was, like, vibrating a little bit. But I couldn't hear a single thing of what you guys were saying.
Still, is that still the case?
No, I can hear you now, Victor. What about yourself, LJ?
Batman.
I can hear Batman.
You hear it? Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Victor was sounding odd when he came in. I can't hear myself. But what I was saying is basically like, okay, if we came down to that 50% retracement, yes, I'd take it there. But outside of this, I would just hold the whole way through, right? We've already made this progression. That's where I've decided to take my stance with the trade. I think especially at this point, after we've broken the highs through here, this is something which I would tend to lean on and see a drive higher rather than see it for an exit. Just because we're having like a temporary pause within that, I'd prefer to see that as a confirmation that we actually do go higher overall.
All right. I think we're going to have a little bit of a deeper pullback on gold. I'm not entirely sure where I would like to see it reject from. If we could reject from 4,155-ish on CFD, then I think we would probably continue higher. The reason why I'm saying that is because this was the lows of Friday of the New York and London session, and then we also had like a little bit of a attempt to push higher, but then ultimately failed yesterday during the London session, around about that time. Yeah, I'll show it here. So it's this zone here, effectively. So these lows, we had that little bit of a cluster here, eventually pushing lower. We had that area over here struggling ever so slightly. So just if we can get back to this point over here, that would be lovely, and then potentially start pushing up from there. And then if you also take the fib from the full move from the bottom, so when we started getting this nice positioning, and it's just above the half retracement. If you go on the full leg there, it's in the golden zone itself, in this 5-minute leg. The last time we actually had a bearish candle, then it's smack bang in that zone. So I would like it to kind of like very slowly dribble its way down to this point and then start picking up, pushing price higher.
I see that, and I mean, it's in the direction of the momentum, gold to continue higher, but I'm not too confident. At least the market isn't completely clear whether it wants to go up or not. Maybe I can show my screen. So
You can do that.
Yeah, I'll thank you for allowing me, Rich. On the
Always a pleasure.
on the higher time frame, before we go to the 4-hour or period on the hourlies, on the weekly, we are moving the market has been, reacting to the weekly order block we have to the left. It's not anything special. It's not a entry order block on a quasi. It's not a fresh order block. So it's not something I want to trade. I don't use it as a confluence for a trade, but I know it's there. So it fits into the, to understand the narrative. So if we, we already are, this week we are retesting it. So it doesn't tell us whether or not it's going to, have the reaction this week or maybe next week or whichever week it's going to be. But it's in the line of expectation to expect either this week or next week for the market to continue go higher. That's the backdrop, the higher time frame backdrop. And we can clearly see that something has changed. See, if you look at the daily, there are a couple of candles that are in one direction. We haven't seen that kind of move since, that, 2 weeks ago. And it looks like this could be the beginning of maybe a retracement, maybe a change of the trend. And by trend, I mean that move. However, if we go deeper, we are currently we are retesting a bearish structure. So yes, we did broke one, but that was at the beginning, at the very first, or any reaction would break this. And I don't have it on the screen anymore. But the next one is the test that we need to pass, that price needs to close above for us to understand, all right, we are actually leaving the weekly behind and we're going to go to the next level, which will likely be this area and eventually perhaps going all the way to the weekly in the opposite direction. But we're still there. I think we are in an intersection for the coming days because of this. And if you go to the H4, it's looking nice for a continuation move, right? If we connect these trend lines, it looks, very suggestive of, market getting ready for a continuation. And we are, if you extend that rationale, we are basically breaking out. However, if you look at we go deeper, right? We haven't really closed on the H4 above that level yet. So all of this can be just market, fluctuating, squeezing this level. And who knows, maybe going back to retest this level and perhaps make a lower low before eventually sometime in the future continue higher. And we are on this level as well, not only on the daily time frame, we're in intersection, but on this time frame as well, we are, to me, in an intersection again. So we are kind of, the market is, to me, is kind of at a level where it could do both. It could go up, it could go down. There's no particular, if we
Bit of a
keep
crux
above,
point.
yes, we are. If we can hold this line, then I can entertain that we're, buyers are in control and we're going to continue to go up. But that's we are right at that point. And if you go to the lower time frames, no time frame, no hourly time frame, no hourly has closed above that level. That's a sign of caution to me. I wanna see some time frame. In 12 minutes, we're gonna have the first one to indicate just that, right? That the market is going up. I mean, the momentum is clearly favoring a move up, but are we going to have that follow-up movement today already? I'm not too convinced yet. I want to see it close in about 13 minutes, 12 and some seconds before I can, position myself, because otherwise I would just want to wait for price to come back to this level, then to go long, which makes more sense to me, unless it clearly creates, breaks this high and starts continuing higher. If you look at it from a lower time frame perspective, it can easily, if we get in here, price can easily retest this without breaking the bullish setup and later go higher. You'd be right on the direction, but you'll be stopped out in the process, not exactly where you want to be in. So I think it's to me, in any case, it's too not ready yet. It's not ripe for me to sink my teeth in that setup yet.
But so you wouldn't go long here, Victor?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Well,
What if you were already long?
Oh, that's a different story. I mean, then I'm
close
holding
out here, or would you keep holding?
I would keep holding, yes, because it's clearly breaking that trend line. That's what you want to see. I mean, to hold
Okay.
that trade, it needs to start breaking levels and trend lines, and it is doing that. So I have no reasons. I mean, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing before it continues. But to enter here doesn't give me the, because where would I put my stop? I'll have to put it all the way down here. I don't trade like that.
It'd be a
That would
bad
be,
risk reward. You might be right, but it'd be terrible risk.
yeah. I mean, I can see I can see it easily go up, but I mean, am I willing to risk all this? No, I don't. To me,
Yeah.
at least, I mean, for someone else, that could be their perfect A++ setup because, you know, they trade like that, but I don't. So I want to be very. I want to buy a bargain basically. I don't want to get in and pay extra. So, but I mean, if I'm already in, then I have no reasons. I have no reason to invalidate that buy setup. This is looking. I mean, if you look at the for hourly, it's clearly going up. We have the momentum of our sides, and if you go on the lower time frame, look at that hourly, big candles breaking that trend line. We have you have the bias from the previous impulse on a higher time frame. There's nothing here stopping to think this could go much higher, but for an entry, that's a different thing. I gotta have a good risk reward, and I don't. At least to me, it's not. I mean, if I don't trade this anymore, but I could see myself, you know, when it comes back to retest that broken level, to then get in with a very tight stop, and once it gets that's something that I could buy into, even though that's not part of my regular, you know, trade plan anymore. But I mean, I know it works. I just shifted using only quasis and not breakout of trend lines predominantly. That's on gold at least. That's how I see it.
Nice. Sorry, Victor, I'm going to have to jump out. I will see everybody again tomorrow for Wednesday session. I have an urgent thing that I need to attend to now. So if you guys haven't already, please drop us a like and subscribe if you are new here. We go live Monday through to Thursdays. Once again, today, once the stream is over, everybody will be redirected to the Futures platform, to the Futures YouTube site as well, so you can continue watching some good New York session content as well. In the meantime, we have Samir in the background. We have LJ. I'm assuming you're also going to drop out very soon. And then we have Victor. So please drop them as many questions and engage with them as if you can. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to love and leave you. I'm going to have to run. See you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, Rich.
I'll be right back about 10 seconds or so. I'll be right back, LJ. Just be.
All right, I'll
and
hold
everyone
out
else.
until then.
Yeah.
All right, all good. Let me jump over to my screen. So, like with what we were talking about before, I do still have the further direction for this upside right here. Like this is the goal long, Victor, I'm in right now. So
Okay.
hence we're up in this higher
That's
jurisdiction.
perfect.
Look at
That's LJ. That's the kind of
1.5.
position you want to be in. If you're going long, if you're already in at a great level,
Yeah.
then you hold.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is where, like, we were talking about this before with, you know, how Rich does it, like where he'll take like partials the way through.
Mm-hmm.
I always set the partials like a TP1, 1.5, and then TP2, right? But if we get the momentum, I won't take out. I'll stick in the trade, right?
Yeah.
So we did push through here. We got that break of those highs. We've now pulled back a bit. And I would say we actually do push on to the TP2 structure. And I've definitely got the coverage. Now, at worst, if we come down halfway between here, right, this would be like a 1-to-1 profit, roughly. Like at worst, if it comes all the way back down to here.
That's your
Yeah.
board level basically.
Yeah, pretty much. That's where I get like a 1-to-1. I'd be happy with that. You can't complain. That's definitely profit. It's not ideal, but still a good return on the risk for the trade, per se, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. I like it. You gotta. That's fine tuning basically your trade management, right? You want to have a default level or a default setting where you put your partials or not. But once you see X-ray information, hi Samir, by the way, welcome,
Hello,
welcome
guys.
back. Once you have X-ray information that makes you be more confident that something is more likely to happen, in this case TP2 or 3 are solid options, then why there's no reason to go to the default setting. And it doesn't make sense, right? So that's why you have a default for not for in the case you don't have X-ray information. This is where you want to go to. You want to have this multiple TPs. But if you already, let's say you have a huge candle and the market is halfway your TP1, why would you stop there? You could, but why? You got so much information with a huge candle, and maybe if there's a catalyst behind it, even more so, there's the right thing to do is to let it run, and not cut your profits short. LJ, your wishes for the football game for yesterday, they came into fruition. I'm sure you were enjoying that 4-1.
So long as the US is out, we're good, right?
All right.
Breath of fresh
Somebody's
air.
in
Honestly,
goodbye.
after everything that Trump was doing, obviously, dude. You know what we're talking about, Victor.
Yeah.
Pretty clear he's had some fingers in the pot, and just like we were talking about before, when we had these certain circumspect activities with the Australia-US game.
Okay.
And it's been, yeah, come on, and everyone's like, nah, talking rubbish. Now we've seen what we've seen. I gotta say, thank you, Belgium. Good job, right? We've plastered the US.
There is no coming back from. There's no recall or reconsideration of any decision there. Maybe the whole game should be replayed according to Trump, right?
yeah, exactly. Dude, he has no idea. He's like, oh, I don't know what a red card is. Like a red card, I've never heard of that. But I understand sports very well. I understand sports better than anyone else. The soccer, everything else. All right, that definitely should have been a red card. Shouldn't have been a ban for multiple games. So therefore, we've rescinded that. Yada yada. Dude, mate. This guy is talking out his.
I think I actually understand where he comes from, right? And I think what he means is, for the football as a sport, for the attraction of spectators, you want to have the best player in the game, and it doesn't do its viewership good if the goal getter of USA would be left out. That's completely disconnected with the rules, of course. But I understand where he's coming from and what he means. Why would you take out the excitement out of the game by applying the rule? Basically, that's what I'm hearing.
Go back and watch the Australia-US game. If you apply pure rules, we would have beat them. They'd be out already. Just saying. Everyone knows it. Everyone can see it. But anyway, so yeah. But
Samir.
fair enough. Look, Trump
yes,
is gonna.
Victor.
That's his standard game. He's gonna try and do that. Whether it's Strait of Hormuz, whether it's China, whether it's geopolitical relations or the FIFA World Cup, he's gonna put his 2 cents into that granular churn right there. So
Have it here, has it nowhere to come from. Just stop justifying corruption. Hey,
I
I
definitely
don't
think
I
I
don't
just
I
we're
don't want
not
to say.
justifying. I think we're pointing it out.
Yeah. I mean, it's I'm just saying I understand his rationale. Doesn't make it less wrong. It doesn't, you cannot put the rules aside because, you have a point. You can have a point, a valid point. I mean, in his world, in his viewership world, I guess that's what he's coming from. It makes somewhat sense. It still doesn't make it justifiable or right to put aside the rules. I mean, the rules are the rules for
Yeah.
a thing. And for fair play, there is no option. The rules are golden. I mean, you don't. That's. I mean, what good is a rule if it's not applicable, right? So,
Yeah.
in principle, rule always is to stand. But I do understand. I think I understand where he could be coming from. I mean, what his arguments are, and he has, in his way, a point. Not that he's right, but I mean, he still has a point. I think.
I definitely think he's right. Like, dude, Trump's very biased. Put it that way.
Yeah. Samir, how is everything on your side? I mean, how is
At
trading
first,
for today?
trading, I just started my trading day. Yesterday, I think yesterday I forgot which trade I took, but I did took a trade. Yes, it was US 30 longs. It was 1 to 1 day for me, and today also I was punching some trades on NAS. So that's why I was, fighting with my phone here. I have multiple accounts logged in. So I was punching the trade on every account. So trading day has just started. What about you guys? I can see, I think it is LJ screen. So you
Yeah.
are in buy. Amazing, amazing trade. That's really nice.
Waiting.
Yeah, it
What?
Still waiting.
looks solid as well.
Yeah,
NQ, you were going short or long, Samir?
I am planning for longs on NQ.
Okay.
Um, so I just placed a very small position here. The idea was very simple. We broke the lows, and this was a decent demand area on the, I think it was on the 1 hour. Yeah, on the 1 hour, we tapped that. We showed some kind of reaction. We pull back, and there was a this type of trend line broken. We retested, so I entered somewhere around here, and my stop loss is somewhere around this yellow box, and I am aiming for the highs only. I'm not aiming for too crazy of a target. Something here, and we are also away from the 200 EMA. So I think we may can tap that 200 EMA, and I don't know, maybe we can then continue lower. We can even swap these lows and then can continue higher. But this is just the analogy. I think we have already swept the lows. The daily low is gone already. So I think this New York session, maybe we can trade higher. So because in my eyes, liquidity is already gone. But if it sweep lower, I think then the trend is gonna continue, which is to the downside. Because again, as I mentioned, in my eyes, it's already taken. So let's see what I get. And I'm risking like 0.5% here. Even if I lost, I will still give another chance to my trade, whatever I see. So I'm just saving 0.5% for the actual NYSE. But if this is a win, I think that will be the end of my trading session until I see very beautiful setup. I think this sell was a really good setup, something like this on the bullish side. So if I see
Okay.
something like this, then definitely I will take another trade. So yesterday also, I think I took a long. Yes, it was somewhere around here. Again, similar type of setup actually. This low is gone. So we are trading higher. This is 200 EMA, and we are trading above the VWAP. And VWAP is a crucial part of the strategy that I follow. We just consolidated, took a breakout trade, and this was the target. Just hit it the some kind of 1 to 1 target. So it was amazing trade. But as I'm in NAS today, so let's see what we do on NAS, because US30 is already overextended. I don't want to take shorts. I don't want to take longs. So this type of market condition is not good for me. This was a good idea, trade idea here, but I missed it. So I think if we get a pullback, then we will see. But still, I don't want to get involved in this setup. I don't know if we can shift the structure or we can continue higher from here. So as I am confused here, so why not to just not trade this pair today? But NAS was making sense, so I took a chance on NAS today. Let's see.
I'll show my screen as well to talk about the same asset. Thank you.
Yes, I'm also curious
Remy.
about it. What you're
All
seeing?
right, so yeah, on the higher time frame, right? We have we do have a structure from before, but it's been tapped into already, so it's not very relevant anymore. On the daily time frame, we are actually in a demand zone from that daily order block, and I like this for holding much longer. If you're someone who is trading this on CFDs, or you know how to hold it through on the futures account, because the market has been very bullish from before. We know that. That's nothing new. And since we had that big reaction or big retrace, we've been building bullish structures on the daily. Again, here had a reaction and still are building and retesting successfully since then. So it looks to me like at some point, the chances are we're going to have this kind of a move up to the, up to perhaps this high, and likely retest these levels, which is a monthly level that I think is, bound to be tested sometime in the near future. And so we are in a great place to be looking for possible swing trades, so holding for a couple of days at least. And on the 4 hour, we did have one area that has been broken. So that tells me, there is that door to lower prices is then open, because that's the only thing on the 4 hour that kept us afloat basically. However, if you look to the left, you can see that we have come in on a bigger quasi from the left, which is this, right? So let me get this right. That's the left shoulder. That's the head, the neckline, left shoulder goes up, and it comes back for the first retest. But this area right here is still valid, because you got to treat them differently than fresh order blocks. The quasi order blocks, they keep on being, they don't go stale. I mean, it's not fresh and anything, but it's still valid. So this area can still be used, and I think, it doesn't give me a clear area where to look for, but we are in the general area where you could expect this to happen. The only question is it going to be from current area, current place, or a much lower? That the H4 does not give us that information, at least not right now. So if I go lower, I ask myself, do I have a reason on the H2? And the reason on the H2, there is none. Not only that, it actually makes me even more cautious, because we have bearish structure. So what the market is telling me, at least right here, is we're not switching over yet. Does that mean we cannot switch? Sure, we can. It could all start from the open. The open can be the opening, opening of the gates. Everyone floods with buying orders, and we go up. But it's not in the charts yet. It's not. I don't see it. And if I don't see it, I'm not too too enthusiastic to buy into it. There's a 1 hour order block there. But is that enough to go with? Sure. If you can find a 1 hour and then find a quasi on the 5 minute, then I can see myself. But it's not a conviction that goes all the way, has the H4 as well as the daily. It's missing the H4, and for that reason, I want to be a little bit cautious about to get in. But there is a level that I do on the lower time frame. So you only have an H1 reason to get into this trade. To me, it is in a general daily area, but it's not pinpointing anywhere or with precision so that we can get in. There is, however, a reversal pattern on the 50 on the 5, not the 15, the 5. This is the neckline. We've already created it, and it's about 21 minutes to the open. And so this is the head of the left shoulder. Price goes up, and look how beautiful it goes back to that entry order block on the 5. Now, these are the reasons that gets me into a trade when the market reacts to the level with precision, with clarity. And even though it doesn't have the H4, as I said, I'm not convinced on the higher time frame. But if you have an H1 and you have enough reasons on the lower time frame, I can see myself trade this. I can't hold it for a very long time, probably not the whole day as I usually do, but it will be just to the next level. But it's perfectly valid. If we zoom in, right? So we have the entry order block on that quasi left shoulder head neckline. It breaks, it comes back, retested, and that's one thing. And that's actually the area that you're looking or eyeing, Samir, to go long from, or you're already in long, and putting your stop, your invalidation line right there below this, which is exactly where how I would trade this. I mean, if we're going to switch back, then I want price to be building on top of each other, building on its previous demand zone. That means that this now becomes a possible area on the 15. That makes sense. That's one area. Let me see. That's a fresh order block. It's not a quasi. But on the 5, I can actually, maybe this is a better place. Put my, this is a valid intra. It's an internal quasi, meaning it's not using the whole range. But I mean, that's the kind of places you want to be placing, because that's how the market reverses, right? That's how it transitions. It creates the same patterns more than once on top of each other for it to go in the opposite direction. And this is the place that I would be interested in going long from, right? Either you catch it from the first level, and if you didn't, then the next up. And I would, the whole setup, this is the ultimate, invalidation line of the whole idea, but I likely just put my stop down here and get in again, putting my stop below again if it doesn't hold if it stops me out the first time. That's how I would, we are currently right there at that level, that area where I would be interested. I think it makes sense to get in. And if we want to pinpoint, with the open, you want to be a little bit careful. But this is the area. So if I pinpoint the levels on the 1 minute, for those who are interested, let's take a look. Very simple. I'm not doing any special thing here. Just indicating those levels that are clearly seen by market reactions. So you have one there. Has it been taken out yet? It hasn't been taken out. See that? Reacts to it first, squeezes it, but still is holding. That could have been, I didn't get in there. That could be one. That's the other one. Those are the levels that I want to be getting in, ideally when they were tested the first time. But those are the levels that you want to be looking for. And there is another one here. If we actually on the 2 hour, on the 2 minute, look at this right here. The open can be tricky, but you got a new fresh order block right here on the 2 minute. That could also be something to look for. You enter right where we are, put your stop below that swing low or even below this level, and you just wait for the market to open. And if there's a little bit of luck, right? You don't know how the open will be. Will it go down before that? You can control. But the setup, the technical analysis makes sense. And if the market is just waiting for that volume to come in to then start pushing up, you would be already in. It's not a bad idea to trade that way. And so the area we're currently in that level for possible pushing up. That's how I think it. So basically, I could get into this trade with you, Samir, even though it's not something I'm going to hold very long because of the H4 missing. It's still valid. You got an H1, you got a beautiful reversal patterns on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute, and the 2 minute gives me precise entry levels, and that is exactly what I need to get into. I think it's go ahead.
I'll say I am long as well, just like the gold long, same deal.
Ah, nice.
Just right through here. This is every single level on this support area that you've outlined is exactly my personal support levels as well. This is the longer term sort of triangle framework that we've had that's kept us in this structure. If we go out to the 4 hour, we see it a bit better. Hang on. There we go. So we've tapped into this a number of times. We've got the outside. These are the outside candle closes / opens. So you don't take that 100% into consideration. Right now, we're also contesting with that right here. If we go back down to the 1 hour, we're right now resting on that perfectly. So same deal. I would see that up pick before we actually potentially come off. And then I think after that, we do go outside of this channel and to the downside rather than the upside. Overall.
Yeah, I think there's. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so that's definitely where I'm positioned. I'm positioned upwards for today. I do have to jump out overall. I've got another call I have to jump into in a minute. That's what I was saying. I got to jump out right here. What I'm in is, if we can push that right up, that's the trade I'm in. But I got in back down here. So, we'll see with that.
Okay. Makes
Find out
sense.
tomorrow.
Take care, LJ. Thank you very
I'll
much.
see you guys
And
later. All right, ciao.
we'll see how that trade goes later on, or perhaps tomorrow when you come back.
Peace. Adios. See you guys.
Bye bye.
Take care, bro.
All right. The market reacting. I mean, it's 15 minutes before the open. This is there was a. I think it sounds kind of funny to me. Anto, the analyst, good trader in our Discord as well as on our YouTube channel. It sounds, Victor, I'm long NQ waiting for the market to open so that I can know my fate. That sounds dramatic. Anto, the analyst, I hope you're not risking more than you should. You sound like
That is good, actually. That is good. you are leaving everything on the universe. Whatever it is, you accept it.
Well, it's good. It's good. All right, let's see. We have. Let me see. We have a couple of messages in the chat. Let's see if I don't miss
right.
anything. Someone is asking. Liana Denise is asking about the. I think this was about 20 minutes ago when we were talking about gold. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Aliana. We were talking about back then that the market hadn't closed above this level yet on any hourly time frame. Now it has, so things have slightly changed. Changed perspective. Things are looking actually a bit more solid now. And the fact that the market failed to break that level, this is the supply area, and we went through it, indicating buyers are looking strong. They're not held by that level. That's good. And the next thing you want to see is that whenever we have a level that is broken, a supply area, when it gets back to retested, you want to see the reaction from it as if it's a demand zone. And in this case, it did go deeper, but eventually it was unable to break the lower side. So basically, this whole level, which was a supply zone, is now looking as if it is going to be, it's acting as if it's a demand zone, which is exactly what you want to be seeing to see if price is going to continue higher. So things are looking much nicer now for buying this asset. And Aliana is asking, do I enter now? Do I wait for it to go down? Aliana, we are giving you perspective, giving you, ideas, but eventually it all depends on how you trade, what your system is, what your data tells you, things you have tested. Where should you enter? That question is so very personal. I can give you my ideas, but those are, mine. Same goes for Samir and actually everyone, right? So we are not able to tell where to enter, and what to do. I can tell you what I would do. I would, now that we have closed above here, we start building arguments for the market to continue without perhaps a retrace. Because if without positive ideas from market breaking up and going higher, I would tend to wait for the market to come back lower levels, either get this level to then go higher, and if it's not going to do that, at least come back maybe beyond the 50% area and then start breaking and creating reversal pattern to then go up, right? So I want to see the market telling us that it is ready, it's healthy, give me that green light, all right, you can go long. This is the start of something for sure, but is it enough? I'm not too sure yet. It looks good. I mean, for the fact that it's holding up for at least some time. But I would be more comfortable waiting for price getting to a demand zone or retrace and then start creating levels and structures that I can trade for the continuation, which gives me, because I'll put my stop there or perhaps below the head, gives me a much better risk reward. That would be my risk. Instead of now, where do I put it? Do I put it down here? It's about too tight in my opinion, because again, easily tap me out and then continue higher, which would not even scratch the bullish idea or the setup, the probabilities of price going higher. So it's looking great, especially on the lower time frame. Looks great for a continuation, but I would be more comfortable going from a lower level. That's my opinion. Let's take a look on the chat. We have plenty of questions. Thank you all for that. While you are typing and asking and reading along with reading the comments and questions from our other viewers, please consider subscribing to our channel. Like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Let me see. We have a couple of questions in the chat.
All right.
Someone asking here, Vasi Mohammed is asking, I had already breached a high stakes 2.5K account, so I purchased another one. Great, perfect. How can I secure a payout within 11 months? My education has been on hold since 2026. Actually, it's 2025. Corrected later in a later message. Vasim Mohammed, what I would say is 2.5K is I think it's the smallest account we have, which is a good thing, right? You're not too stressed about the amount or the investment or the fee that you're putting into this challenge. So it's a great way to have some skin on the line, but not too much that it affects your psychology. The other thing is your best way to secure payout is to a couple of things, I think. One is do your homework, which is build your system from the bottom up. Don't try to wing it. Don't try to just try things that you see people say or do on YouTube. Even with our channel, if you see someone explaining a strategy or a way, an approach to the market, don't just copy it. Go there, test it for yourself. Give yourself, try to understand that as much as possible, that concept. Test it with a pilot, not a full sample size of a few hundred, but a pilot of maybe 30 trades, just to get a feeling of how it works and get your preliminary results before you do anything. Before you open one single trade on that account, I would say from the bottom up, be well prepared, right? Preparation. Get all the ins and outs of the strategy, measure it, get a feeling for it, start executing, and then start with a low risk. After a couple of, 20 trades, when you actually have traded with the lowest lot size, then you start going with the higher risk. So meaning that's how I would do it. Samir will do it slightly different, since Samir is, has a different idea about backtesting, and it has served him very, very well. He is inching, crossing his 100K milestone soon. So, there are many ways to get there. My advice would be to do the preparation, get your numbers, get the strategy get your, do all the testing before you actually start trading that account. Even if it's the 2.5K, there's no reason to hit an account with trades that you haven't tested before at all. There's no reason, in my opinion, right? And that's what I would do. And just keep on persisting. And even if you fail, you don't get it to the 11 month because you put there a artificial deadline, or maybe it is a real deadline. I don't know, but it's okay to work with deadlines because that put pressure, and that could be healthy, that could be stimulating, that could be, be healthy for your process. However, learn trading. Ask Samir, I can tell you from my experience and from others, if you asked me, a couple of years ago to give an estimate of where I would be in 6 months, 1 year, all of my estimates were too optimistic to the reality. And it's maybe it's me, but I think if you ask Samir as well, I mean, things are looking great, it's easily able to think, all right, I can do this in 6 months, in 1 year, and it took longer. So it's fine to have deadlines. 11 months is not too short, but be aware as well that it's only a deadline. It's not the end of your career as a trader, and be flexible with it. Be forgiving to yourself for the process, because it does take a lot of time to actually see some palpable results that you can really be, look back and say, all right, I'm on top of a hill now. I look back, this is how much I've grown. There are mountains in front of me, but I'm already on top of something. I've gotten to a certain milestone. It takes time. It's almost always underestimated by new traders. Those are the things I think I could tell you. All right, Anto has
After 2 hour quasi, okay.
Yeah, based on the profit on the AU trade, having a 2 hour quasi. Nice. I like that. It sounds very solid risk management. Not at all. Not at all as dramatic as I was fearing. Anto is a great trader, so actually it fits with the how we know him. Okay. Someone said my mentors just. Oh, my mentor. I just bought. Oh, thank you for calling us that. I just bought a dollar yen. Please check it out. All right, let's take a look. This is exactly the kind of question we love to have from our viewers, right? We are sparring partners for your trading activities, right? You're starting off with trading, or you have already been doing it for some time. You want to see a different perspective. This is a good place to do that. All right. So what can we say on the monthly time frame? Right. We are at the beginning of a new month, the July month, of course. The market last month broke out of the previous level we had. That level was not insignificant because it was a quasi. This is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, and it activated the neckline, meaning this level was a serious supply zone, and the market is just broken above it. That's a clear sign that the market, at least without intervention, because you have that black cloud or dark cloud hanging around yen, you got to be careful for that possible intervention that always is on, in the headlines. That's a risk you need to be considering. But the price action is telling us firmly that it wants to continue to go higher. So on the monthly, you have a sort of an indication that the market wants to continue. And if we go to the weekly, there isn't anything here that we can pinpoint. On the weekly, it didn't hold it very long. So it wasn't visible on the end of the week. Right? See it here? Not visible. So do we have no quasi, on the weekly, do we have a fresh order block? Yes, we do, which is this level. That will be a good candidate for longs for this pair. If it retraces, that could be a great area for you to look for longs on the daily time frame. Let's take a look. All right, so we have this right there. Also had a quasi on the daily, and price just kept on going. See that? That's some bullish indication there. Now, because of that, that was a reversal pattern. That makes this level to be a great level to be on the lookout for the break and retest, right? So you have a break and retest from this level, which is the monthly level, but you also have a daily quasi that was broken, and that can also function, and it actually did function as a break and retest. So you break it, comes back for that continuation. It's still looking very, very bullish from this perspective. If you go lower time frames, that means that we need to update these and take them away. We can leave this though as the level you want to be going long from, right? So it breaks and retest. It goes through it, breaks with confidence, comes back for the retest. That's where you want to be going long. I don't go long typically at the breakout, but at the retest. And then you can target at least the same level or something slightly below that level, or a continuation if you have reasons to do so. So that's one thing. Actually, the person who, Black G3191, please let me know what time frame you are trading, where your TPs are, so I know more or less what you're looking. What time frame you're trading. For the H4, it looks solid. I like it. But the move has already, the reaction from the H4 already happened. Actually, this was the move, right? That would be the fresh order block that gets retested and squeezes up or shoots up. Let me see when this was. This was at the beginning of London on Friday. Yeah, that would have been a nice trade. See how it goes and catches that level for the very last time before going in the direction that we're looking for. All right, so this is where I would want to be getting into this move, right? So if you consider that the move that I would want to catch has already happened, which is this, from the break and retest, Black G. Let's see if you mention anything new. Okay, so that's the trade that I would want to have caught. But do we have reasons to something else? Let's measure. It's no longer fresh. It seems like it is in a retrace from the, let me put it, right? This is the impulsive move. It's in a retrace, and I don't see a reason yet to see market continue higher. So I'll have to wait for the market to give me an indication, maybe another reversal pattern to go higher. But I don't see it, at least not on the H4 yet. Let's look at the H2. It looks interesting, but is it enough? Not really. At least not getting long from here. There is it's building up something there. It's not bad. Yeah, this looks much better actually on the 1 hour. There is a reversal pattern here. You can see it. This would be the neckline, even though this is the high, but that's the breakout line. This is the neckline on the quasi. And you have, actually the market is already open on NASDAQ. So we'll have to take a look on it. I'm pretty sure Samir is concentrating laser focus on his trades now with NS. Let's see, we have the left shoulder, the neckline, the head goes up. Do we have levels that we can pinpoint? All the levels are way lower, which may or may not be, revisited in anytime soon. Let me double check this. All right, so we have this are the levels that I would trade. This does look good. it's only my way of trading is much more selective and waiting for these levels to be hit before I get in. But this looks good. I mean, it's if you can find reasons to go long from here, I think it's a great idea. Why not? Right? Break and retest, the same principle on that pair. Black said I scanned the 1 hour and then took the buy on the 15 minutes. Yeah, I understand, and actually that's a good one. Let's see, on the H2 we have a the beginning of a reason, right? You need more, you need follow up. So that would be an H2. On the H1 there isn't anything. So the 15 minute, let's see. I prefer the levels down there, but if you ask me, I could see myself, this would be a nice level. So this will be the reversal pattern on the 15. And the areas that I would be interested in is that. That would be the area. You can see how the market comes back and actually acknowledge that level quite nicely. That looks good, actually. And if you can pinpoint it on multiple time frames, then I'd be happy to take a trade from those levels. Actually, here, yeah, this is I like this. Look at that. That's on the 5 minute. That could be something I can, this doesn't invalidate the structure. Left shoulder, I mean head, left shoulder, or could actually be this the left shoulder. But if I see this, this is definitely a reaction that would have, if I looked this at the beginning, that would be the area that I would be waiting. And this reaction, depending on what your trigger is, that could all you need to get into the trade. And it's looking good. I'll put my stop below there, and eventually you can have a stop below. You can choose whether you want to be, very aggressive or not. I'm getting right at that area, perhaps even using the 1 minute. You have a fresh order block right there. Comes back for the retest. That could be this kind of price action could be a trigger for me, to see the market come back to retest a fresh order block, and then see the buyers coming in and pushing up higher, perhaps something that, in that candle I could be interested in getting in. So it pushes up, you wait for it to come back, that's where you get in, put your stop below the level, and then hold the trade and wait for it to do whatever it was going to do anyways. However, if you Black G, thank you for the question. Personally, I would, I think that level is great. However, these are the levels that I would personally be looking for to enter because of they have the structure that we talked about, right? So, but it's a nice trade. Samir, let's take a look at NASDAQ. What do you say?
I'm still looking for a buy, but I'm not gonna lie. I stopped out and I just sold it based on the order block that was on the sell side.
Okay.
So I took a profit there. But I think now we can go higher from here. We have taken all the liquidity in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Maybe you can share my screen.
Yes, will do. Coming at you right away.
Crazy day. I will share what I did. I will share what I did, guys. I was so focused. I'm not gonna lie. So what I did, I was in the buy, right? I took this pattern breakout. I erased the 200 EMA because session wise, I don't put it that way. If I have to take a trade for, previously, or I'm aiming for something reversal type of thing, then I do like that EMA. Okay, so this candle stopped me out. I told you this was the liquidity it has to respect if it has to go to the upside, else my bias will be shifted. So what I did, I marked this area, which was this area, which was below the VWAP, right? Price is trading below the VWAP. I expected maybe today's the day we can break the VWAP. Did I did anything wrong? Not really. I have traded these type of breakouts before, so I don't mind taking a loss on this type of setup. But this structure was looking way too good to me. Like we broke out, we retested. I was like, if it has to continue bearish, then it shouldn't go above this VWAP. And we, as I mentioned, we already had swept the lows. It should have gone to the upside, right away from after sweeping this low. So now it didn't got to the upside. So my story shifted to the downside. So price tested this. I just got to the 1 minute time frame. I just saw this type of a dodgy candle. I shorted here. My stop loss was just above the VWAP, and I was aiming for next liquidity, which was around this area. So this gave me 1 to 2 here. Amazing setup. And as my futures account was fresh, so what I did after closing this trade on the CFD side, I was like, we are away from the VWAP, and we are tapping this fair value gap. So I thought we can go at least to the VWAP. So I took a long around here. I just kept my stop loss just below that inefficiency, and I just targeted this fair value gap. I just took the 1 to 1 on the future side because you have zero spread, so you can manage to trade this way. But I cannot do this thing on the CFD side because you have some kind of what do we call that? Spread and all, so your entry will be here, so your risk to reward will be sacrificed. This is what I did. I just closed the trade here, and amazing day. Took a stop loss. This move is a stop loss, and then shorted here. That was really good here. Actually, US 30 is also on the good level now. We are retesting this inefficiency. We are on the VWAP, so I would have gone longs around this area. I just need 1 minute bullish candle here, and that will be a long entry for me. And what you can keep the stop loss? You can keep your stop loss here, 69 points, and you can aim for 1 to 2.5. So this is the setup, but we do need that 1 minute good closure. That will, that way I think I will re-enter this trade. It will be my third trade of the day if that thing happened. I already have the margin, so I don't mind risking probably like 0.5% here, as we are getting some kind of rejection. So I think I will get my lot size ready if we get that trade. We can also impulse to the downside from here, and I don't want to be in the trade where we impulse to the downside. So do we have any other confluence? I have to check. Yeah, it is moving way too aggressively now. And we don't even have other confluence. We are breaking this trend line actually. So I think as we didn't got the 1 minute closure, we also disrespected this area. So this is not a trade for me now. Now I will look for shorts. Why? Because we are coming under the VWAP, and where potentially I can enter my short from. Let's go to the 5 minute time frame. Okay, this is the inefficiency. I think retest of the trend line can be a short trade. Let's keep a 100-point stop loss, and let's aim for any logical area which we can target. To me, logical area.
Keep on going. Do not let me interrupt you. I'm just going to say in the middle, the EU is breaking out, and it looks like it's going to go to the daily level. I'll talk about it. Just a little update before you.
Let's see if EU is interesting. We are seeing some interesting price action. I might can hop on EU.
About 20 pips. That's the next level.
Okay, yeah, we already took the daily low. So if I analyze EU, we have taken the daily low, the previous day candle, which is a good thing. We have closed bullish. So today, I think we should go to the upside. But we need some kind of confirmation to go to look for longs. Okay, we broke this structure. We was printing bearish structure, but structure was broken here. I could have taken entry right here, but now it is already way too high, and there is not a pattern which I can see. If it was something like this, I would have taken a breakout, but it has already left the train. I think it is gonna tap these highs. So this was the trade for me right here. If I was trading this asset.
Yeah, it's at 114.40 right now, and I can see it go all the way to 60, 62 or so. That's I don't know if it's going to reach it, but it looks like that's the next level. It's likely going to be retesting the previous highs, which are only about 8 pips above us. So it's easily done. And then after that, I think the daily is the next level, which is at 114.63 on my price feed. It looks like it's getting ready for that continuation.
Okay. Actually, on US 30 also, we are rejecting the VWAP and the support area. So I think the idea of buys is now becoming valid. Yeah, I could have taken entry right here. But the problem is that we are moving so fast. I wouldn't be able to take the entry here. 5 minute is closed. You know what? Let's see how this 5 minute close. If it closed below the VWAP, that will again put me in doubt here. So when in doubt, I think we should wait here. Going to the 1 minute time frame. Yeah, there is some kind of trendline breakout also.
Switching
So
back
if
to
we take a
bearish right
buy
away.
here,
NAS
euro
is
USD.
no NAS. I mean NAS is
Okay,
broke
NAS.
down the level that we were talking about, the
Go
invalidation
to the
level,
15 minute once again.
and it's interacting with that level, and it looks like it could hold. I mean, if it from here on it starts having bullish order flow, I mean that's a great area right here where we are, on the future side. It's 19,577. That's what it's printing right now. If this is a great level for it to start building and continue to build higher, but as you know, it's all depends whether or not it's gonna take that if 540 is gonna hold or not.
Actually, NAS to me is let's move to higher time frame and let's see where we potentially can go. Actually, this is a nice area to be honest, but as this momentum is bearish, I think we can tap this area also. This is the one piece of the story. Let's try to see what do we have, what
I
other
have a
thing we have.
I have a small
Yeah.
position in on the Nasdaq on CFD side.
In
Putting
the
my
long
stop.
side,
Yep, long. Putting my stop, just a little feeler, so to speak. My stop is I'm right about to be getting hit. On my on the future side, my level is 530 more or less.
for
For
that,
the level, just about
I
30
have
pips,
to.
points below ourselves, where we are now.
Okay. If I have to take a long, we are away from the 200 EMA on the 15
Okay.
minute time frame. It is a very crucial time frame for me. US 30. Let's stick to the NAS for now. Okay. We are away from the 200 EMA. Point number one, we swept this low. Point number two, okay. Going to the 1 minute. I think if we consolidate here and then break out, I will be in the trade here on the long side. Okay, we are already consolidating. Yeah, I think going to the I can easily aim for VWAP. Stop loss can be below that consolidation. But I would like the VWAP to be bullish. So yeah, I will avoid this. But on the US 30, US 30 is interesting today. Let's remove this. Okay. Yeah, we rejected this area.
Yeah, I'm stopped
On the
out.
1 minute on NAS. Okay. Yeah, there is no pattern right now. I took a risk entry here on the right at the inefficiency.
Mm-hmm.
I secured
I
one
got
to one.
Okay. I
So
stopped out 43 pips points on the
but I
future
am
trade was. Go ahead.
okay. Oh wow, we closed here. We broke the inverted head and shoulder type of thing also. So if I take a trade here, stop loss can be 100 points, going for 150 points. Yeah, we are already moving. Can we? Yeah, I will take this buy here. Hopefully, I can catch this trade before it leaves me, because it takes time to load the MT4, set everything up. Okay, I'm on the 1 minute time frame. Yeah, it looks good. So let's take a buy here. I want to risk like 1%. Okay, and I will be quiet for 1 or 2 minutes, guys, because I'm entering the trade here.
No problem. I'll explain the trade that I just had stop loss on, and let me switch to mine. Hold on. Thanks, Remy. Remy is our special guy in the background, helping us get into making sure the screens are set up the right way. Okay, the trade was as following, right? So we were talking that we had the levels were nice on there's only a 1 hour bullish order block, right? It's not a lot, but it's something to start off with. And we were talking that the whole area was or is a level you want to be I'm interested in, but that's the whole area. That's not what I wanted. That's the whole area. It's not necessarily this area. It doesn't tell us that it's gonna now it's going to be going in the opposite direction, right? So the opening comes, and not very surprisingly has a quite a big candle. Even on the 15-minute, you can see how actually let's put it on the 1, right? So you have the open right here. So this is the opening volatility, and it comes back to the level, right? And if initially it, let me zoom it out a little bit. Initially, if you discount the fact that indeed it took out with the open took out the level, it was holding up that line, and that line was the invalidation line right there from the previous low, right, from the whole quasi. It was holding it, it was looking as if it was holding it right here. So we had on the 2 minutes, we had a little fresh order block, and you can see it on the 1 minute as well. And price was, getting out of it, retested, got out, and that's where I got in, put my stop below, and of course it got stopped out already. But what I'm trying to do there was getting as the market is coming back, either by fresh order blocks being retested or some other indication where the market is holding a level that it squeezes, right? So this is the level of invalidation. You see that a lot of the times price comes back to take liquidity and then goes in the opposite direction. So you wanna, that was the idea. Of course, now it doesn't, as long as it's below this level, right, below the invalidation line, there's nothing here to go long. This looks like it's gonna continue to go short. So I don't wanna be part of it. But if it, let's say it comes back and retest and give me some reason on order blocks to do something like that, I can see myself getting again long here, putting my stop below there or some other level, and targeting the opposite direction, right? So if the market is gonna expand to the upside, that could be easily 250, 300 points higher. So taking a trade that is, I was risking about 30 points here, and that's okay. I mean, I took the loss. But I only need to catch one of just one, and it covers for multiples of these losses, so it's fine. That was the idea. Got stopped out, and now I don't want to touch it because it's, as long as it's below this level, it's telling us it wants to go lower, and why would I be interested in? That was just an idea for and on the 5 minute as well, or was it on the 15-minute? Look at that. On the 15-minute. It looked, the previous candle looked like a proper liquidity grab, right? Because it leaves that lower wick. As long as that's the case, I'm able to get into the trade. But once it starts stopping, closing below the level and seeing and showing that, printing that on the 15-minute, that's a clear sign, this is not just a liquidity grab. This could be, this could actually be in the indication that price is going to go much lower. So it's always on the edge. You want to be on the couple of indication the price is likely to be just a sweep of liquidity, or whether or not that's the case, or it's actually the market just breaking down, like it's now looking at like that's the case. And I don't want to be part of that, right? So I only want to be, it's not holding that line, it's not holding this line, it's looking like a proper short basically. All right.
All right.
While Samir is silent in stealth mode,
Yeah. Now
getting his
I just placed the
yeah.
trade,
Okay.
and the moment I
Very
placed the
short.
trade, no, I'm long. I expected the
Okay.
VWAP to be respected, but we are
Mm-hmm.
not respecting it. So I think I'm gonna take a stop loss in this trade. So yeah, I took like 3 trades. If this is a stop loss, which is most likely, let me delete this 200 EMA. I'm gonna keep the VWAP on. So I was like, we are respecting this VWAP. Okay, rejected from the VWAP and the support area. We can also mark it this way. We took out the low also. So I just
Mm-hmm.
got to the 1 minute time frame. I spotted this head and shoulder type of thing. We was about to break this. I took a trade here. Stop loss is here, and I'm following my plan here. I think this stop loss is according to the plan that I was following, so it doesn't hurt me, and I will still have the. I will still end the day in win here because of that risk to reward on NAS 100. So let's see if we respect this area. This is still the last hope for me, but seeing these aggressive candles, I don't think so. We're gonna respect this area. We're gonna stop. I'm gonna hit a stop loss here. So I think now the momentum can shift. I can not. I can basically the momentum can go to the downside. I think now.
I'm not looking at your charts, but NQ looks like it's going south, and it's a short.
Yeah,
It's a
that's.
sell.
Yeah, this was the VWAP retest. Okay. NQ is good. It is moving good. US 30 is. It has stopped me out like many times. I think this was the only day I won. Okay, this was a stop loss day for me. I think I tried to go short from here. This was I tried to go long from here, took me out, and then again went up. And what did I do on this day? I forgot what I did, but I think this was also a stop loss day. And what did I do on this day? Yeah, I forgot, but lately US 30 is stopping me out and then going in my favor. Maybe I should take a pause from US 30 for 5 to 10 days, and then I should trade it after that. Okay, I just took a stop loss. Yeah, but NQ is moving nicely. I took a win on NQ, which is a good thing. But as we are going away from the VWAP, I think around here, I will look for some reversal trades. Yeah,
In the case of
something like
GU,
this.
I'm okay. Sorry, I thought you were
And
finished.
yeah.
Go
You
ahead.
can go ahead.
Okay, so and just to go over the assets because we have about 4 minutes left on our stream, I'm gonna go to EU, GU, and NQ to tell you what I think about them.
This.
On the higher time frames, we are getting back into the area, or we are still in the same area on the higher time frame for GU. It's a demand area. We left a weekly below us, but we are currently in a supply zone on the weekly there. So either the monthly shoots up, right, and breaking that weekly or not, or we need to go back to these levels we left behind for this, something like that. But currently, there's nothing weekly for that I can use on the daily time frame. This is the neckline on GU, which hasn't been taken out. So that means that there's no sign here, there's no signal. It needs to take this out, otherwise I cannot use it. However, you can clearly see here on the daily time frame, we also have a fresh order block, not an entry order block, just a fresh order block. So that could be something. I mean, if you're short, I would target the upper border of that order block on the daily time frame. And if you're inclined to go long still, I would be looking for longs for that area. So let's go in the H4. Nothing in there for me to trade. Looking at this, I would still be inclined to wait for the market to get the area before I start looking for longs. That's on the long side. And the bearish side, I think if we can get back to this level, that could be a level. This is looking very... it hasn't been broken, but this is clearly not holding up. This order block is not holding up price, so that's not something you want to be trading on the daily. On the 4 hour, a price could come up quickly to this level again. I can see myself shorting it to that level. That would make sense to me. And otherwise, I would wait for the market to go get this level and then start looking for possible reversal either on this line or perhaps a little bit lower. but there's nothing to the left, so yeah, it will have to build its case from the get-go, from not the get-go, I mean from from the bottom up, from scratch. There are some levels above us that I'm interested in, but we're not there. On EU, very quickly, we have, let me get this, yes, so we do have that's not EU, I thought so. So we are in the, the close on the monthly time frame very clearly, is following the script where we left the monthly above us and are likely to be looking for some demand zone. These weekly structures are being retested now, but they're not very interesting to me. I mean, I don't see anything up to the lower level, much lower, but that can take a couple of bars at least, meaning a couple of months before it gets there. So that's not very exciting for us right now. So basically the monthly doesn't tell us much. The weekly level, actually, what the monthly does tell us is this level, right? That was the TP for the reversal on the weekly, and actually also a reversal on the monthly. This line, so this line here, I think is very indicative of where price could be going next. That's 114.11 round. Whenever how we interact with that level is very informative for your price action for your day, and you can see already right on the daily. Yesterday we tapped on it. That's this line. You want to be looking for longs based on that level, and if we can't hold that anymore, you want to be taking shorts from this level or close to it. On the daily time frame, we did create a bullish order block. We reacted as you would expect. So this looks like we are looking for the next level above, right? That's the next direction. It's not a lot, but it is what the market is telling us. And if you look at on the 4 hourly as well, we had let me take a look. We had a quasi that came into that entry order block. You see it right there. Very nice. It's on the H2 to be precise. Very nice left shoulder head neckline, goes all the way up. Actually here, comes back to one of the order blocks, and then shoots up. Very, very, very technical. But I think what price is looking for, or what price is telling us, if you go back to the H4, you can see that we have an H4 fresh. Hasn't been retested yet, but the market already created without mitigating it, already created another fresh one above, and we're retesting it right now. It looks to me like the market is getting ready for that move up, and that makes sense, right? It makes sense because on the daily we were expecting that as well, right? That's what we expected from this structure to the next on the daily, and on the 4 hourly, it's also pushing. Looking as if it's getting ready, maybe in an hour, maybe two, maybe even tomorrow. It doesn't have to do it quite, readily. This is the 4 hour. It can take a couple of candles before it does it, and it looks like it wants to go to the next level, right? So this is the daily direction. That's basically the same thing, but on the 4 hour. But that's it. I mean, I don't see. Well, this is a reason for me to go long. If I go to the H2, that is a reason to go short. I wasn't in that trade. Let me go see if that's something that I could have taken. No, it didn't touch the level. This would be the area that I would be interested in, and it didn't touch it. See that? Didn't touch it, so I wouldn't be in that trade at all. And not on any time frames, apparently. Yep, not on any time frame. Actually, maybe there was something here. I don't think so, but let me check it. We are the last few minutes. Actually, we're already over time. 1, 2, 3. Actually, that could have been a trade. Yep. I could have. I mean, this would have been a proper entry to go long. I would target. These would have hit TP already initially, and then eventually the next level would be this area. That's the, let me double check. Well, it's either that one or this one. So I'll have to, look at it without rushing to see where I would have put it, but it doesn't matter. I'm not in the trade. On the 1 minute, I would have been interested in going there, not on the 5, but on the 1 minute. That little thing right there, that would get me in to go long, and it would have probably hit my TP depending on where I had my TP. And actually, because it's coming out of a daily, I can have a swing target going to that level. So it would look like this, just for those who are interested, how it would look like. Getting in on this level, not exactly where I would enter, but something like this, put my stop below this level, right? A couple of pips below it, and target the daily structure. That's for my swing trade target, which is 17.6, and the other ones were probably this or that. I'll have to decide that. I'll have to check that out before I, a little bit lower before that level. That would have been hit already. Something similar to this. Anyways, that's EU, and I think that's it at least for me, and I think for you as well, Samir. I would like to. Well, I'll let you answer that. But there is we have a session on Discord today in about 40 minutes. You're all well invited. We're gonna give out 10 hub credits. We actually have been giving out secretly. We've been giving out twice the usual price we give, so basically 2 times 10. I'm not saying it's gonna happen today. I'm just saying what happened the last few days. We have the session on the stream on the futures. Everyone on this channel will automatically be teleported to our futures channel. And I would like to thank everyone. I'm very, very pleased with our viewers. Thank you very, very much for watching and interacting with us. We enjoy it a lot, each one of you. We appreciate you, and actually thanks to the 5ers for this opportunity. I think it's never it never goes stale to be grateful for for the 5ers in general, myself personally, I mean. So thank you. Samir, last words before we go out?
Before we go out, as I mentioned, guys, I will be looking for shorts on US 30 as that area that I was talking about, it is not holding. So we are below the VWAP. Below the VWAP means we are looking for shorts. I mean, I am looking for shorts. So if we get here around this 5-minute area, this is the 5-minute area, and we do some kind of reaction, expect me in the longs because I'm already in the profits as because of the NAS 100. That short was really good. I took around 2 point something risk to reward because my stop loss was very tight, just above the VWAP. So I am up like 0.5-ish%. So I don't mind risking that 0.5% to potentially make 2%, or it will be a break even day for me. I don't mind that either. So with that being said, guys, as Victor mentioned, you will be redirected to future stream, and thank you so much, guys, for being here. It really means a lot to us, and I will see you tomorrow. With that being said, thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
All right, perfect.
Bye bye.
Take care. Bye bye.